How's everybody? What's up, my eunuch? Alright, let's not start with that. Alright, how's everybody doing today? Don't be so milquetoast. Since when was there an our side? What's the point in getting along? What, there was only ever going to be one champion in the epic attempt at unity are nothing but an imp. If anyone lacks the strength or mental fortitude for this, they're free to leave. Hey, hold a minute. We've still got plenty of time. Who says you two gotta fight each other? Shut the fuck up, geezer. The champ's into this. Sakibashi, yeah, be my witness, please. Okay, fine. I'll see this run to the end. You're happy? Couldn't have asked for a better switch up than this. Those fuckheads at the Kinging Association got something right for once. Stay on your toes. The fight's already started. Oh, it's on alright. Ooh, weave? Okay. Boom, boom, boom. He's keeping up with Kowloon's speed. I guess they're an even match in hand speed. Can't believe he's going blow for blow with the best boxer of all time. This guy's outrageous. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Ooh, God Glow. What was that? Was that supposed to be the God Glow? The so-called fastest strike of all time? Because it's slow as shit. Ooh, he's so quick. Is that the speed he used to avoid a clean hit by the God Glow? Oh, shit. Oh, I get it now. Instantaneous removal. Is that what you're capable of now? Removal 100%. Consider yourself lucky. You're the first human I'm using this on. Ooh, yes it is. Kengan Astaroth and Kengan Omega are worth reading 100%. Nope, I haven't read anything new. I have not read anything new. Holy shit. Did you think about joining the glorious Red Dog Akainu agenda? Nope. I am telling you to invest all your money. We're about to win big. Loki stocks are high, so I wouldn't tell you to invest in them right now. Nope. Not switching my brother. Make a video about Bleach. I want to make a video about Bleach, but that comes after this shit. As a matter of fact, I did want to talk to you guys about this. Let's see. We're like, what, about 3 minutes in? So, what is this manga? It's called Kengan Omega. I would genuinely recommend it if you like more combat-based anime and it's not entire bullshit like Baki is. Or at least it doesn't feel unreasonably... It doesn't feel like unreasonably unrealistic like Baki does. It's weird. Anyway, you need to read Peak. Let's check out the latest chapter of Flagrant Peaks and Flower Blooms with Dignity or whatever. They were incredibly mature. Really? Blah, blah, blah. What's the difference between children and adults? Per definition, I believe an adult is someone who is old enough to take responsibility for their own actions. When it actually comes to the actual nature, blah, blah, blah. Alright, I'm over it. More mature than me. The attitude is Kikyo's student. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh man, they're so sad. I must do. Yes, you're right. See you later. Take care. Yeah, okay. Anyway. So, Ryan turns blue like an Oni. I'm on mute. I plan on reading the flowers. No, it's fine. I'm not even... I don't even know what the first chapter is. In my wish list, well, I study like 8 to 10 hours a day, so I don't have much time to spare. It looks good, though. When is the season 2 of this anime coming out? I have no clue. Anyway, so... something I wanted to talk to you guys about. What's up, Aster? How you doing, man? Hey, video gonna go crazy. That's what I'm saying. So... the thing I wanted to talk to you guys about, and I'll probably leave some kind of a timestamp for somebody to, like, for other people that are going to be joining up later. I've been thinking about this just for the sake of time. Thoughts on Modulo ending with 30 chapters? Is it going to end with 30 chapters? What are we at right now? Modulo. What chapter count are we at now? 19? I think 30 is fine. I think 30 would be fine. A single volume? Short volume? Yeah, 30 chapters is fine. Also, I'm a disappointed man. First, you dishonor Chainsaw Man, then you're not investing in a kind who stops. You're about to lose big money. Listen, I'm fine with losing the big money. I'm fine with losing big money. It doesn't really... It doesn't really hurt me. I don't really personally care, if I had to be honest with you. Man, yeah, cool. I don't know what the fuck's happening in that series either. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really care for, like, who invests in a kind of stocks. That guy can't even take down Kuma. 30 chapters is perfect. I think 30 chapters is fine. I think that 30 chapters for Medulla will also help give us a bit more of an expansion as to I think with 30 chapters, it's honestly more than enough time to them also get for them to also give us Yuji's return. We can get probably a bit more scaling for the series, and we can probably reach some kind of an understanding between the characters. I don't think we're gonna spend the next 11 chapters, if it's at that. I don't think we're gonna spend the next 11 chapters losing our shits or characters still fighting or whatever. We'll probably be done by like chapter 26 or 27. It'll probably be done by like chapter 26 or 27 in terms of the actual battle. That battle is doing Ichigo versus Yusuke. Are gonna do a live reaction? I could if you guys want me to. I could if you guys want me to. I don't really do like live death battle reactions. I don't. I'm gonna be real with you. It is death battle, so I basically take whatever they say with the tiniest grain of salt because they go by metrics that I don't agree with. But if you guys want me to, I mean, if enough of you guys want me to react to that, that's fine. Ichigo should no-diff Yusuke? Probably. Brother, which of these two characters do you like? Okay, which two characters? Anyway, so there was something I wanted to bring up to you guys. I'm actually going to pull up a poll real quick. Could Naruto keep up with Kizaru? Fuck no. There's no reason for me to believe Naruto could. Naruto gets so badly blitzed by Kizaru. I genuinely think Kizaru could put multiple light beam holes in his body and turn him into actual Swiss cheese before he even remotely knows what the fuck happens. There is no reason for me to believe Naruto can keep up with Kizaru. Like, there's absolutely nothing there. Okay. Is that how you spell it? Is it expediting? Yeah, I think that should be it. Do not vote yet. Do not vote yet. Are you guys okay with me expediting the One Piece end of the research? The reason why I bring this up isn't because... Well, it honestly isn't for any reason other than, like, I don't want to... I've kind of sat down and done the math. If I start up today and do the rest of Kingdom, we should be done within, like, the next hour or two. We should probably be done with, like, the next, like, hour or two Drum Kingdom, and I think that, like, if I'm fast as fuck and I don't waste my time... The fuck? When did I lose connection? Okay, we're back. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Okay. God damn it. Give me 1 second. So, I did the math. Give me 1 second. I'm going to move around. Is because... Listen, I spent about a month working on just the Naruto end of everything. I don't want to spend the entire rest of this month, especially since we only got like a couple of days left anyway, and I don't want to spend at least half of February going through the rest of One Piece. It's going to take me about 16 more sessions. I did do the math. It's going to take me about 16 more sessions to like get through everything, and that's if I get Alabasta done by like tomorrow. You know what I mean? Now, I'm gonna be honest, I don't want this to be one of these things where, like, you guys essentially... I don't want it to be one of these things where you guys essentially just sit here and listen to me talk about the same crap over and over again, and we have the same conversations over and over again, simply because there's kind of nowhere else to move the conversation along to. With what one of you guys said yesterday... about, like, Naruto research is like, well, the mountains they're only blowing up mountains, what do you want me to tell you? To One Piece, us talking about Gooner shit, random anime, random manga, current events, random internet drama. I don't think that, like, the One Piece end of things is going to keep me that invested into like reading through the entirety of the series, mostly because I'm gonna be real. I've already kind of read through all this shit, and One Piece is a way heavier package to deal with than Naruto. Like, in terms of just how much quantity of shit I have to go through. That doesn't mean I'm not going to go through the evidence either way, and that doesn't mean that I'm not going to. That doesn't mean I'm not going to do the research. More so, it's just me saying that like I already have my answer. You guys already know where I'm coming with this. Hey, it was your birthday yesterday, Luca. Happy freaking birthday. Happy belated birthday, Luca. I genuinely hope you had a wonderful day, man. I genuinely hope you had a wonderful day. Jam. That's lovely. Anyway, the point I'm kind of getting to is that like there's more than enough evidence that I can go off of through the top of my head that can like basically counter anything that Naruto can do without the entire aspect of the conversation. I basically got the entire script. I've got at least not the entire. I don't want to say the entire. I've got like 70% of the script already written out in my head. It's all about just putting it on paper, and the more I think about it, it's like I can probably get this down by like midway February if I just say fuck it and I just read through the arcs that I'm not exactly aware of. Now, just to be clear, I'm not my entire knowledge of One Piece scaling. Listen, it's a series with over 1,000 fucking chapters. There's bound to be something that I don't feel that strong in, and that's mostly just the pre-time skip stuff. I can still go through the pre-time skip stuff to like get a better idea, and obviously getting extra characters as feats to be able to develop an argument for both for the entirety of Luffy's scaling, that I do think is important. There aren't a lot of things that I could change the combo, but what I can do is at least find small character statements or extra character feats that aren't necessarily Luffy, but Luffy does scale directly above of, that can help me make the argument better. Like when we found out that Luffy can get an entire island-sized skull dropped on top of him, and it doesn't really bother him at all, other than it just keeps him there. Do we even have to come up with these potential rebuttals for the other side? You low-key aced them all. How do you even come up with these potential rebuttals for the other side? It's simple. So that's the thing, right? I like to play. I usually believe that playing devil's advocate is a good way of understanding where somebody could potentially come from when they're trying to debate the under end of a discussion. Other people say, well, doesn't he upscale? The argument there would be, well, doesn't he upscale from like Onoki and my guy, one who shook an island, the other one who was stated to destroy an island? But then there's context behind those situations that, for example, make it so that Onoki isn't the best metric to go by because particle style erases everything regardless of what it is. If he could shoot a particle style that was long enough to carve straight through an entire continent, I believe that he could do it, but it's like he doesn't have a feat to back it up, and I don't think he can just stretch out a particle style shot long enough to like stretch out the entirety of like, let's say, the continent that they live on, right? That just wouldn't happen. So Onoki doesn't really work for that feat. I mean, you could say that he lifted up the island, but I can also say that he just made the island so light because he literally used the lightweight boulder jutsu to lift up said island. You could say that his chakra capacity should be large enough to allow him to do that, but since when does innate chakra capacity necessarily translate or correlate to what it's applying to, especially in the context of like, let's say, him making an island lighter? You know what I mean? It's like a hacks-based ability. I can't tell you how much he lightens something up by, or how much he makes something heavier by. All I know is that he makes it very much lighter. But the difference between the island and, like, let's say the meteor is that the island should be much larger than the meteor, for example, because the meteor was smaller than the perfect Susanoo, which is only about as large as a full-sized Kurama, which is at best, if you give it like 5 times the size of like Gamabunta, would only make it like less than 100 meters tall at about what, 75 meters tall. It's all about like thinking, well, what is the argument that the other person would make, right? There's a bunch of arguments that can be made for both sides. There are a bunch of interpretations that can be made for both sides. But at the end of the day, it's like, how consistent is the highest end interpretation with what the other characters are doing, and how consistent is it, right? Well, you use the Sasuke curse mark, 10 times equals 1 curse. Yeah, I will be using that as well. I do think that it is actually consistent, especially since it could be used to depict how powerful a Ninetales chakra cloak is, because if you believe that each tail offers a plus 10 in terms of each stat. For example, 1 tail equals 10 times, 4 tails equals 40 times, 9 tails equals 90 times. You cannot go by the quantification that it is an exponential increase, as in 10 to the second power if it's 2 tails, to the third power if it's 3 tails, so on and so forth. It just doesn't make sense, because by that logic, you genuinely have to believe that Orochimaru with a sick body, Orochimaru without his arms and with a sick body that is rejecting him, is 10,000 times more powerful than Naruto, because 10 to the fourth power is 10,000. You know what I mean? It's like, there's a lot of ways. Only the core was as big as the Susanoo. The thing around broke off during the impact. It was actually 2, not necessarily. It was actually 2 meteors, one on top of each other, and the second meteor was fully intact. It was still smaller than the perfect Susanoo, so Onoki couldn't stop a meteor that was under 85 meters tall. He could not stop a meteor that was falling down under 85 meters tall. Anyway, the thing about this is mostly just that, like, any of the Naruto scaling is already easily countered by anything that Luffy does in Dressrosa. The things that I would actually have to go for, at least the only arcs that I feel like I would have to necessarily check out, are specifically Alabasta, Skypiea. I don't necessarily need to go that in-depth into Water 7 and Enies Lobby, only because I already know what that end of the argument would look at. 8 beans. You think if you don't respond to someone, they'll just think they low-key... I mean, they can believe whatever they want to believe. I don't let it get to me, because I ignore them. And then they'd say, look, I was right, I won. I mean, it is irritating, but it's like, what do I care if they think that they won? If they need some kind of consolation prize, listen, if a person needs some kind of weak-ass consolation prize, like, oh, this person didn't reply to me, I mean, they can believe that. I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me if somebody believes that they were right in the end, especially if the amount of thought that they put into this is even a fraction of what I've put into it, right? It's like, it doesn't matter to me what other people think. At the end of the day, the video is going to be titled, Luffy versus Naruto is a one-sided curb stomp, my honest opinion. Like, what do you want me to tell you? Is a one-sided curb stomp, in my honest opinion, yeah, like, that's basically what it's going to be. It's just an opinion. At the end of the day, all of these are just opinions. And I usually tell people, especially the ones that, like, go into, like, long tangents, I'll only reply to them, like, once, and then I just leave it there. They can choose to believe whatever they want to believe. You shouldn't do it all at once. That's why you feel overwhelmed. It's not even just about feeling overwhelmed. It's just like, it's just to make me think about time. Like, it's already, listen, the first month of the year is already out of the way, and I'm not even past Enies Lobby in terms of the research. There are things that have been happening in my own personal life that have obviously contributed to this factor. I don't necessarily blame myself entirely for it, and it doesn't necessarily stress me out. I've kind of gotten better and better with the idea that, like, I'm not always going to be able to get projects out in the time frame that I would like to, and in most cases I don't ever get projects done with in the time frame that I'd want to. It's something that I do want to work on, but at the end of the day, it's not really like the issue that I'm having right now. The issue that I'm having right now is just that I just don't want to wait until like the end of February with us continuously talking about this kind of stuff, just because it's like, just for us to kind of get to the point that we all kind of know. All of the evidence that I've already got in the back of my mind, all of the evidence that I've already written down, it's more than enough for me to, like, already explain why Luffy kind of goes through why Luffy kind of just rampages his way through, at the very least, like, the entirety of the pre-time skip of Naruto, and even likely up towards a certain point of, like, Shippuden, specifically, like, prior to the Rasen Shuriken. I'm not gonna say, I've already given you guys an explanation of, like, where I think the rounds are gonna go. It's more or less just an explanation of, like, what scaling can I give for Luffy in the pre-time skip? If I can just do the rest of the pre-time skip and I can get some scaling for like the early ends of post-time skip before Dressrosa, I think I'm fine. Listen, I've already understand Fishman Island scaling relatively well, and I feel like I already already understand a good portion of like pre-time skip scaling. The only things I'm iffy on is like I said, the only things I'm kind of iffy on are, like I said, basically everything up until, like, Water 7 and Enies Lobby, and maybe, like, Punk Hazard, if I really had to be honest. I don't really need to bring up much out of, like, Amazon Lily onward, including Marineford, because, like, Luffy doesn't really scale to, like, a vast majority of the cast. That's not being fair to Naruto. What exactly isn't being fair to Naruto? Because I did read through the entirety of Naruto. If anything, not reading through the entirety of One Piece over again would be unfair to One Piece. It's becoming a tedious task to just reread everything. It becomes recursive too. I definitely agree with you. Yeah. Nothing is fair because Naruto fans made all these up. What exactly, Junga Man, what exactly is unfair? And by the way, I even had to reply to a couple of comments earlier to this morning when I was like waking up and everything. I was replying to a couple of comments from like one dude that was basically bringing up again like the Naruto Moon stuff. Like, listen, I'm still gonna look at Naruto the Last. I'm still gonna look at the movie. I'm still gonna give Naruto the I'm still gonna give Naruto the I'm still going to give Naruto, like, the moon level scaling and shit, and I'm actually going to bring up at least the Hokage statement. That there are some things about Boruto that I am going to bring up. But again, I'm also going to put up a very big caveat saying anything that I correlate back into Boruto, I will try to give as much context as possible, but just take what I say with a grain of salt. Like, I'll literally say it in the video. If I bring up anything for Boruto... I can't. Luffy was above island level in Skypiea as he defeated the Raigo. I see, that's the thing. I don't exactly believe that, like, Luffy is necessarily, you know... I don't think that, like, Luffy directly scales to the Raigo, but that's, like, something more for, like, the in-depth stuff of the video. I've been rewatching Alabasta because of the live action, and I forget Crocodile Sable's Pesado literally destroyed a country-sized temple, and pre-times Luffy just tanks it and punches Crocodile through bedrock. Yeah, that's what I'm saying! Like, the shit that he is pulling off... Like, I don't know about Countryside Temple. I know that he did at least punch him through bedrock, but that's what I'm saying. It's like the countryside, not the countryside shit. The punching somebody through multiple layers of bedrock is a physical feat. Are you going to talk about the Ten Tails planetary meta? I'm going to talk about the Ten Tails having a small planet's worth of chakra. I don't believe in the planetary meta, but I am going to at least reference that, like, if you believe that Madara creating a tree that spans the entire planet does make him planetary, then sure. You can say Naruto upscales to planetary. You can 100% say that all that stuff. I think that's all completely fine. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the scope of the fight in the slightest bit. I genuinely do not believe under any circumstance that even saying Naruto being universal is gonna make any kind of a difference in the fight. I could unironically just say, yeah, sure, Naruto could be universal. Naruto could wipe out entire solar systems with a single Rasen Shuriken. It has that kind of attack potency. It's still never gonna hit Luffy, but I mean, what would I care? You're upscaling Luffy to astronomical degrees. Half of his feats he didn't even do on his own while downplaying Naruto. Which of Luffy's feats have I asked? Can you give me an example of which feats for Luffy I've upscaled to an astronomical degree, please? Because you say one thing, but it's different if you can actually provide the evidence as to what I'm upscaling. Can you give me an example? Jungle Man? Sorry for not letting you finish at first. You were well within your right to expedite the One Piece research. You have enough knowledge on One Piece to back you up. I mean, I know most of the evidence, and I didn't want to go off like the top of my head, and it's not like I'm necessarily going off the top of my head. I mean, I have the scans right there. I will be looking at it as I'm writing through the script, but it's like, do I really need all of that when I kind of know where everything is at this point? I just need to go through the Alabasta shit, and I think I'm good. Like, I lowball Luffy. By the way, Junga Man, I lowball Luffy. Luffy's combo attack with Zoro and Sanji on the Pacifista, he didn't do it on his own. He clearly needed help. When did I bring up that that's a Luffy solo feat? When did I say, can you give me an example of when I said that that was a Luffy solo feat? Because I never said that. I never said that Luffy's combo attack with Sanji and Pacifista was something he did on his own. As a matter of fact, when I bring that feat up, I say that it wasn't just Luffy and Zoro, it was literally the entirety of the Straw Hat crew hitting a Pacifista with lightning, with lightning, explosive attacks, blunt force attacks and stabbing attacks. They blew up its own light beam explosion on its head. Sanji kicked it as hard as he could. Zoro slashed it as hard as he could with Asura, and then Luffy had to finish it off with a giant rifle, all just for Luffy to then later do the same thing, but in second gear and with a single armament and hockey infused punch. Yeah, there's Eon or Yamcha. I curb stomp Yamcha. Wouldn't the fact that the beads are made of their own chakra that lack chakra affect their body mean that they scale to their chakra pool? Not necessarily. Why would that? Can you give me an example of why that would be the case? See, in order to have that, if you can believe that, I'm not telling you can't believe that. I'm just saying, what piece of evidence even remotely means that they scale to their own chakra pool? That their attack potency on average is equal to their chakra pool. Because last time I checked, I have no reason to believe that Gamabunta can tank a tailed beast bomb, and I have no reason to believe that an air bullet from Shukaku is as powerful as a mountain level tailed beast bomb. But I'm surprised people downplay pre-time skip, Crocodile because Naruto not tanking Sables, Pesados, no chance. Can negate any specific island level attack, but he can't really scale to any other island level attack. So Naruto doesn't scale to his Ninetales chakra? No, in fact, I would say that Naruto scales above the Ninetales himself. I would say that Naruto, at the very least, for a good portion of for the portions of the story where after he gets KCM, does scale above half of the Ninetales chakra, at least when it's being restricted. But I would also say that, guess what, the Ninetales, what exactly do you scale the Ninetales at? Let me guess, Junga Man. You say that the Ninetales is planetary because of a single statement that isn't backed up at all within the context of the actual manga or anime that says he can turn the world to ash, even though that doesn't necessarily mean that it's planetary. Yeah, let me guess, that's where you scale Kurama? If you don't, I'm sorry for making such an assumption. But, like, where does the Ninetales chakra scale? Because I'm gonna be real with you, the Ninetales scales to, like, large island at best. It does not have a better feat than that. There is no feat within the entire context of the story that pushes the Ninetales past island level. Like, what exactly does that mean? I knew you'd bring that up. I'll counter that with Whitebeard society statement, so gotcha, dude. I mean, that's fine. I don't give a fuck about Whitebeard having a society statement. But you know what I can show you? I can show you this real quick. I can show you this one thing real quick. Here's the thing. I don't give a shit about Whitebeard being planetary or not. That has never mattered to me in the slightest bit. More people have an issue with people saying that Whitebeard isn't planetary. I personally do not. But let me show you something real quick. Let me learn you a thing or two about One Piece skating. Where the fuck is it? I hate how small these are. 1 second. Let me make these bigger. Large icons. No, that's too big. Let's go with medium. That's too small. Let's go with this. Let's make it smaller. There we go. What does he say right here? It's so weird. What's up with this stuff? Not even fire or pickaxes will break it down. It's so frustrating. We can see the pirate's treasure beneath it. This continent, C-O-N-T-I-N-E-N-T, this continent, say it with me, continent, is known as the crystal ice sheet. Cracking it requires monumental force directed at a single point. And then he splits the continent. The secret of the Hashoken style has been passed on to you, Sai. I christen your deadly leg the name Drill Dragon Nail. Huh? I have seen that your foot is powerful enough to split the continent of ice. Dude, look at the illustration. There's an end. Okay? No, it did. Where's the end? It looks like it's still going. There's a cloud of smoke over here. It looks like it's still going. It says you can split the continent of ice. Right here. It says it right here. You can split the continent of ice. You can split the continent of ice that is tougher than metal. How is that me upscaling Naruto to an astronomical degree? Sorry, One Piece to an astronomical degree. Where is that? Where is it? So I'm supposed to believe a random statement from a data book from a supplementary source that says, oh, hey, this guy can turn the world to ash, whatever the fuck that means, but no feat in the series even remotely bad. Not even a continental feat. Not even a continental feat. Like, yeah, people are blaming Oda for not drawing the entirety of the continent being split. Don't you just love to see it? You see a big explosion in Naruto. You see a single big explosion in Naruto. That isn't even one of Kurama's own personal explosions. No, it's a feat that includes 5 other tailed beast bombs packed into one. You see this and say, oh man, yeah, this feat right here, this has got to be like country level. There's no country in sight. There's no country in sight. It's only larger than some of the surrounding mountains. And yet I'm supposed to believe that a guy who literally stated too, you do know Oda is hella inconsistent? What's inconsistent about his statements? What's inconsistent about Oda's statements? Let's go to, let's see. Let's go to, I don't know. Let's go to Skypiea. Yes, quite. Let's see. Oh no, it's falling on Angel Island. Here is an attack from, let's see, how many arcs ago? Let's see. Skypiea, Water 7, and Enies Lobby. Let's see, there's Water 7, Enies Lobby, Thriller Bark, Amazon Lily, Impel Down, Marineford, Sabaody Archipelago, Fishman Islands, Punk Hazard, Dressrosa. That is 8 arcs. There are 8 arcs in between this, and oh yeah, wow, the island we were born, where we were born, it's gone without a trace. It's the entire sea cloud. And then what does an L do? He makes an even bigger one. He makes an even bigger Raigo that was gonna wipe out the country. Yeah, it's hella inconsistent, dude. It's a legit block of ice. That's 21 meters. Where did you get 21 meters from? Can you give me the statement? Can you give me the statement that says that it's 21 meters? Can you give me the page for that, Junga Man? Please do that. Please give me. If you want to say Don Chinda destroyed a 21, I'd gladly give it to you. No, I won't, though. Isn't the One Piece Earth close to being the size of a star? Yeah, it's closer to being the size of a star than it is to being the size of our planet. Can you give me, Junga Man, do me a favor. Do me the kindness of giving me the statement, the data book, the SBS, where it stated that the continent of ice is, what was it? Oh yeah, the continent of ice is only 21 feet, 21 meters. Can you give me that? Let me know when you get that. When you can get that, I'll gladly agree with you. As a matter of fact, I'll agree with you if you can get me that statement. Oh, let's go to Alabasta. Let's talk about the country of Alabasta. The country where, it has a river that is, what was it again? 50 kilometers wide? It can be measured. That's the thing. No, it can't. It can't be measured. And I'm going to tell you why it can't be measured. Because every bit of pixel scaling that you will find, every image of pixel scaling, every single one of those little things where you see somebody else, not you, but somebody else put a line between a panel and then another line and then they count the number of pixels, I'm supposed to believe that those measurements are correct over what the author wrote. I don't give a shit. I don't personally care. If somebody says that it's 21 meters, it doesn't mean anything to me because that person isn't the author. It doesn't matter what that person says. It doesn't matter what value that person got. That person is not the author. And if the author doesn't give me that value, then I guess it doesn't fucking matter. Now, does it? Because the only person whose opinion matters is the author. You want me to give you an example? Here, let me show you something. Gamma Bunta height. Let me show you something. Gamma Bunta height. Right? You have a ton of people that say, oh man, this is what the Shukaku should be like. Oh, Gamma Bunta should be like 180 meters tall. Gamma Bunta, oh, you see these lines right here? Oh man, Gamma Bunta looks so big. Well, guess what? 17 meters. 17 meters tall. 17 meters tall. Look at that. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Why would I believe what somebody else got, what conclusion somebody else got by counting pixels when I can just literally look at what the author literally says? Dude, look at the drawing. I don't give a fuck about what the drawing shows. Okay, what does the drawing show me? Huh? What does the drawing show me? Huh? Yeah, what does the drawing show me? Huh? He split the continent. That's what I see. Split the continent. Says it right here. It's a continent. You want me to show you something even crazier? Let me show you something even crazier. Let me show you something even funnier, actually. Let's go back to Alabasta. Where the fuck is the picture? Where is it? Vivi, Luffy. I really have to have some kind of timestamp for this shit, man. I have to have some kind of notepad or something on the side so I can properly see something. You see this river right here? You see this tiny ass river that they're going on? It's 50 kilometers. This river right here, it's 50 kilometers. Does anybody know what page the oversize of Like where you get to see like above Alabasta's at. Do anybody know what page number that is? Let me see. Oh, right here, right here. You see this tiny little river on this island? You see this tiny little river? Yeah, it's this river right here. And you know what it says right there? 50 kilometers. Called it an ice sheet. You saw what said? Ice sheet. This continent is known as the crystal ice sheet. Let me show you what it says. This continent is known as the crystal ice sheet. It's not a crystal ice sheet. It is known as it. It is a continent. And you know what the same guy says later? I have seen that your foot is powerful enough to split the continent of ice. There you go. What do you want me to tell you? You know Oda's exaggerating that stuff, right? Why is he exaggerating? Why is Oda exaggerating that stuff? Huh? Why is he exaggerating? Can you please tell me what piece of evidence you have that even remotely means that it is objectively right to believe that Oda's exaggerating? Because let me show you something else. Let me show you something else that's really funny. Something that is absolutely and positively hilarious, right? Alright, where do you go? Kizaru food. Where's the NL stuff? Django, Golden Week, Creatures, Warlord Heights. Let's see right here. It's probably like around like 4 something, right? Oh man, what does he say right here? What should I do if Eneru shoots lightning at me? First, duck at the speed of light. You have to be light speed to duck an L. Oh, but Eon, that doesn't make any sense. The SBSs are just Oda having fun. Yeah, it's true. Oda is just having fun. But we also know for a fact that Oda also likes to answer actual questions about the series within the context of the SBSs. We know for a fact that someone like Killer eats his cucumbers and his carrots, something in the form of this, but we also know that the ability of the flower fruit would also let you spawn fucking stuff from your crotch out of the toilet. It doesn't matter if it's funny or not. We also know what the Straw Hats' usual sleeping schedules are. We have all of this evidence right here. We have the fact that it's stated right here that Nami's happiness punch can affect over hundreds of thousands. We have all this shit. Why would any of it not be? You know what? Fine, I'll let you have your ice continent meta. I don't need any anyway, since Naruto's characters do that casually. Can you give me a feat or a statement that even remotely implies there is a continental feat in Naruto? A continental attack potency feat. Show me the continental attack potency feat in Naruto. Show me the continental attack potency feat in Naruto. Bring it up. Just call out a feat. I'll look it up myself. Just call out the feat. I'll look it up myself. I know where everything is at in Naruto at this point. What are you going to bring up? Blowing up an island? That's not continental. Susanoo Madara? Oh, let me show you. Oh, Susanoo Madara with the Susanoo. I got you right now. That is, by the way, you're going to be so mad at this. Oh my god, you're going to be so mad at this. Oh my god. Yeah, you're going to be so mad at this, dude. Yeah, let's see what Madara destroys. 2 mountains. Wow. 2 mountains. Yeah, this is a continental feat for you, right? 2 mountains. Yeah, he sliced off 2 mountaintops. Wow, that's equal to splitting a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. A continent of ice that is literally so tough, pickaxes and fire will not break it. Yeah. This is more impressive than that. You know, not all mountains are... Okay, so how big are those mountains? You tell me. How big are those mountains? How big are those mountains? Come on now. How big are those mountains? You tell me. Because last time I checked, this Susanoo is not bigger than the Ninetales, who half of its chakra is about the same size as Gamabunta, who is only, once again, 17 meters tall. I can't tell you that one, dude? Okay, so you're basing it off of eyeballing the sizes of mountains that are, at best, bare minimum, 200 meters tall. And here is Don Chinjiao, a mid-tier in One Piece that is weaker than Dressrosa Luffy, splitting a continent. Let me ask you this. What's more impressive, objectively speaking? Splitting a continent of ice that is tougher than metal, or slashing 2 mountaintops with a Susanoo? Oh, that's not what you said, right? That's not what you said, right? How easy. See how easy it is for me to just easily destroy any argument that you can make for Naruto? What are you going to bring up next? Oh, what about the tailed beast bombs? Right. The tailed beast bombs that only blow up. What was it again? Let's see again. Let's see. Mountains. They're only blowing up mountains. Ooh, ah. Oh, wait, Oda's a very inconsistent writer, right? Oda is a very inconsistent writer. Let's see now. Let's go back all the way to Long Ring Long, where we have Aokiji, an admiral, who is also scales above Luffy in Dressrosa, because Aokiji by this point should still be stronger than Luffy in Dressrosa. And what did he do right here? He turned the sea into a, read this word with me, continent of ice. A continent of ice. Froze an entire ocean. Casually. Literally did it in a split second. Put his hand in the water, and literally a second later, it's all frozen into a continent of ice. What's next, man? Come on, give me the next Naruto continental feat. And if you're gonna bring up a Six Paths characters, it's not creation. This is not creation. This is actually the exact opposite of creation. He literally has to actively use his devil fruit ability to freeze something, especially to span its size. It's not creation, but sure, I'll let you believe that. What about these giant waves? What about the giant waves that he freezes all the way back in, what was it, Marineford? Yeah. The giant waves that were gonna entirely cover an island. This motherfucker's rage baiting me? He's not rage baiting me. I can promise you he's not rage baiting me. I can promise you. This guy could not rage bait me. But yeah. Oh, look at that. Giant waves that were going to take over this island that is covering hundreds of 60-meter sized ships. Be so toxic. You'll see why I hate doing this. You hate doing it because, unfortunately, you can't see past your own bias for Naruto, and when somebody brings up feats that you have no answer against, you think it's toxic because you have no argument for it. You have no argument for or against it. You can't scale up Naruto. You can't scale up Naruto any farther than like mountain to island level because it doesn't have feats that are higher than that. You believe that it's stronger than that because you saw a video either on TikTok, YouTube, or Instagram from somebody else that does way less research than I do that said Naruto is X amount of strong, he's planetary, destroys the heavens and the stars, even though they really don't have feats to back it up. You can bring up the Otsutsuki, but the Otsutsuki never visibly wipe out stars. What they do is they plant a chakra seed into the ground that absorbs all chakra from the planet, thus killing it, literally stated in Boruto. You hate the fact that you probably don't like One Piece, and yet it's probably a verse that scales so far much higher than Naruto that for you to say that Naruto characters can casually do a continental feat would be objectively wrong. But anyway, you can believe whatever you want to believe. We don't necessarily have to, we can just agree to disagree. I'm not here to insult you. I'm not here to call you anything. I'm just here to tell you, you can believe whatever you want to believe. I don't have to do it. My guy, all your points are just invalidated. I could just say things like 10 tails. Okay, give me a feat for the 10 tails. Give me a feat for my guy. Can you actually do me a favor? Here, do me a favor. Do me a kindness, since you seem to know more about this than I do, right? Since you seem to know exactly what argument you need to counter my stuff, right? Give me the statement or feat. Give me the statement or feat that proves this kick is continental. What about this feat is continental? Where is it stated that this feat is continental? No, it's not the same guy every stream. They all argue differently. Oh, look at that. This giant tree, yeah. The giant tree that isn't even larger than the continent itself that they're fighting on. Yeah. Give me a feat. Tell me why this is continental. Give me the feat that puts Madara at above continental in terms of his attack potency. Where is it stated to be continental? Oh, let me guess. He's bending space. Let me guess. He's bending space. That's the argument. He's bending space. Yeah. Quantify that for me. How does that get it to continental levels of attack potency? Right? Let's talk about Jubito, right? Jubito that is stated to have like dream-like power. What's his best feat, right? Madara scales to continental because of the tree. My guy upscales from that. That doesn't. What about the tree makes it continental? Because last time I checked, the Ten Tails itself doesn't even have a continental feat. Because last time I checked, the Ten Tails doesn't even have a continental feat. You realize that even something like this doesn't span the entire continent, right? This doesn't even span the entire continent. This is like the biggest, this is unironically the biggest destructive feat in the series so far. And this doesn't even scale to continental. They're actually fighting on a continent. You tell me right now how powerful this is right here. Because it's not continental, it's not stated to be continental, it doesn't destroy the continent. They never say the continent's going to be destroyed. No, they don't do any of that. How do I give it continental? Explain that to me again. How do I give it continental? Okay, so Chinjao doing it is okay, but what about this panel says, okay, show me the statement that it says. Here's why actually, I'll do it like this. Here is why Don Chinjao is okay. This is stated to be a continent. He has a feat. That is a statement. That is one statement. Continent. Cracking it requires monumental force directed at a single point. That is a statement. This right here is the feat. He splits the continent in half. And then, later on, he says, I have now seen that your foot is powerful enough to split the continent of ice. You see that? There it is. That is a feat that is two statements followed by a feat. What about this is continental? Where is it stated to be continental? Where is the statement that it's continental? Where is the implication that it's continental? Where is it stated that the continent is going to be over? Where are any of those things even remotely stated? Where are any of those things even remotely implied? That's what I'm asking you. I want the evidence. I don't care about opinions. I want the evidence. I want evidence. That's all I'm asking you for. Can you give me a statement where it says any of these attacks are continental? Can you give me a feat that shows that the continent itself is going to be destroyed? You can't tell me that because it doesn't exist. Because here's the difference between you and me, young man. Here's the difference between you and me. I've read all of Naruto. I actually spent all of last month and a portion of the early parts of this month reading through the entirety of Naruto. I have spent exactly over 3 weeks and over 12 streams literally writing out 47 pages of every statement and feat for Naruto, and none of them even remotely scale the Ten Tails to continental. The only thing you have is that it says its chakra quantity is that of a small planet, but it never puts in all of its chakra quantities into a single attack. It never does such a thing. It never even remotely threatens the continent. It can threaten it over a period of time. It never threatens it in one shot. It never splits the continent. It never destroys the continent in one shot. None of the attacks are stated to be continental. None of the attacks are stated to be planetary. None of the attacks are stated to be that. The only thing Ten Tails Madara unironically has is covering the entire planet in a genjutsu, which, sure, I guess that's hacks, and covering the planet in a giant tree, which didn't terraform the planet, didn't destroy any of the buildings, didn't really do anything, and it dissipated as soon as the infinite Tsukuyomi was dealt with. What are you gonna say next? Oh, the TSO? Every single stream? There is. Whatever, fam? Yeah, whatever, fam, because you have no argument here and you can't argue against my actual facts. But that's it. Sorry about that. Anyway, keep gassing up that Shaki meta. Sure, shaky meta? What's shaky meta? This guy can do continental shit. Aokiji pulled off continental shit. Whitebeard is stated to be planetary, and it's not from a supplementary source like the data books. Like, what's shaky meta? This island right here, Alabasta, this river right here is literally stated to be 50 kilometers wide. The fourth Shinobi battlefield, the fourth Great Shinobi War battlefield, is literally, at best, several kilometers in radius. That's several kilometers is at best like 3 to 5 kilometers. This river, unironically, could house the entirety of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, and I could probably argue that the river itself wouldn't even be destroyed. Yeah, there's nothing here for me to believe. Yeah. But anyway. Am I by chance aware of the island level meta in Little Garden? I am aware of the island level meta in Little Garden. We actually went through Little Garden earlier this week. So yeah. People out here telling me that, oh yeah, gas up the shaky meta when Naruto's scaling as a whole, especially in the high end of shaky, I have no idea. I have no idea what to tell you, buddy, other than good luck actually making an argument for Naruto. Good luck. And that's not even getting into the speed aspect of things. Yeah, so we not gonna act like Mihawk and Marineford could have sliced an entire continent right now, but he just put an iceberg. Why didn't he? Because Mihawk didn't want to show up to Marineford. He literally says he is only here up for his contract. His contract was only to fight Whitebeard, and even then, he's fucking around the entire time. He doesn't even release a named attack. You're telling me every single one of the major battles in One Piece, and every single time a character fights, they call some kind of attack out, but Mihawk literally swinging his blade casually in Marineford, splitting a giant iceberg that was going to, from a wave that was going to cover the entirety of the island. Yeah. That wasn't a casual feat for him when he didn't call out an attack, and all he did was just swing his blade once. Yeah, sure. Again, all you're doing is making a better argument for me. All you're literally doing is bringing up a better argument for me. He legit said he wasn't going to hold back on Luffy. Let's not play this game. When did he state he was not going to hold back on Luffy? When did he state that? I've got all of Marineford right here. You tell me. When did he state that? Do me that kindness, Zach. How about this? You do me that kindness. Give me the chapter, page, or number. Give me the chapter, feed, or number. And even then, do you believe in island level Little Garden, or you think it's inconsistent? I don't believe the characters themselves are island level. I believe that Luffy got trapped under an island-sized skull. I believe that Dory and Broggy scaled massively above island level. I don't think Mr. 3, obviously, especially after reading Little Garden, doesn't scale to the giants. He literally said he has to outsmart them and outwit them with plans rather than actually fighting them through sheer brute force. What else do we have? Let's see. What else is there? They did wipe out the Island Eater in one shot, but they obviously would scale above that anyway because they would scale above the likes of Don Shinjao and Don Sai, especially if they're still relevant at this point in the story. Like, yeah. What am I supposed to tell you? 560 for Mihawk? Thank you so much. 560. 560, 560, 560, 560. Alright. There we go. 560, page 3. We don't talk, I owe her that much. The pacifist. Oh, look at that! Luffy dodging a light beam early on. Yes, quite. Yes. Go, Straw Hat. Sorry, red hair, but this power knows no restraint. Now, Fate, how will you deal with this heaven-sent boy? Will his life end here, or will he escape my black blade? I'm here to save Ace, here to escape. Yeah. No, you're not out of my range yet. Out of the way, Straw Hat. Do you remember us? Yada, yada, yada. I never bother to remember some of the faces of trash. Why you jet? Luffy stops. So that was close. You're much calmer than I expected. Whoa, literally splits an eye. Yeah, literally splits. Kizaru is subsonic because he was afraid of Ben Beckman with a gun. Yeah. It's crazy, man. What he said is a different translation. It never made sense, so there. By not using a single named attack. Yeah, Mihawk is going all out by not using a single named attack. Who would have thought, man? Who would have thought? Also, why didn't Whitebeard destroy the planet either to save his son? Why would he want to destroy the planet? What's the purpose of destroying... Can you answer me that, actually? What is the purpose of destroying the planet if you want to save your son? I don't admit to... Why would I admit to Whitebeard not wanting to save Ace? What does that have to do with anything? Like, okay, destroying the planet is counterproductive to saving your son. Like, what do you want me to tell you here? I'm here to save you, my son. Death Beam. That's what I'm saying. That's like Goku saying, I'm gonna save the planet Earth from Cell or Frieza. Here, I'm gonna blow up the planet. We know that Goku can blow up a planet. Why the fuck would he blow up the planet to save everybody else? Oh, yeah. Naruto needs to save the Shinobi Alliance. Why didn't he just blow up the Earth at that point so as to stop Madara and everybody else from wiping it out? If Whitebeard can't do it, then just admit it. Why would Whitebeard not be able to do it? Why would Whitebeard not be able to do it? Under what piece of evidence do I have to believe that Whitebeard can't do it when it's coming from a character directly from the series? It's not even coming from him. It's literally coming from the Fleet Admiral of the Marines. It's literally coming from the Fleet Admiral of the Marines. Yeah, the guy casually slammed both hands in the air. Giant waves are gonna wipe out an entire island and every ship in there, which they had to stop. But yeah. For some reason, I'm meant to believe that Whitebeard can't do it. And even then, we're talking about a planet that is several times larger than the planet Earth, no matter how you choose to slice it. What's next? Come on now. I'm having fun here. I'm having fun. Let's do it. Let's do it again. Come on now. You trust in Goku's words? A guy who's never been to God Valley to see Whitebeard's strength? Why does he need to be at God Valley to see Whitebeard's strength? Are you saying that Whitebeard only ever did one thing in God Valley? So you're telling me that Whitebeard only ever showed up in God Valley once, then never did anything again for like the next 70 fucking years or whatever, like the next 38 years, yeah. Whitebeard, who didn't even destroy the world in God Valley, sure. Yeah. This guy has no idea what Whitebeard is capable of, even though he's been a pirate for over 50 years of his life. Yeah, sure. Power scales, man. Yeah. It sucks, doesn't it, when you don't have an actual good argument that can debunk anything, so you have to go into, well, why didn't the character do this one specific thing that I'm asking them to do in order to prove to myself that they are planetary? Yeah, sure. You were willing to believe here's the funny part, you're willing to believe a statement not from a character in the story, not from the actual narrative of the story, but you're willing to believe one from a supplementary source of a data book. Sure thing, man. Sure thing. The issue here that you're having is that you are trying to debate against someone who knows what the fuck he's talking about and definitely knows about this shit more than you do. And I don't like saying that most of the time, but I really do feel like you've given One Piece or Naruto maybe one watch through each, and you just don't know what, and you're just going off of what you heard other people say. Like, listen, you have not given me a single argument that I haven't heard already from somebody else on the internet, that I haven't read from some random fucking power scaling Discord channel, Reddit page, subreddit I should say, or Facebook group. You haven't added anything to the conversation. You're just simply spewing the same bullshit arguments that every single Naruto fan or everyone that believes that Naruto curb stomps a verb spews out. You don't give anything new to the interpretation. I've read all of it. You can't change my mind if you're going to tell me that I have to look at it a certain way, and you can't change my mind if you're saying it's continental even though there's no statement or implication of it. I'm not crashing out and I'm not really upset. I'm just saying, you're telling you the straight up. This we've already gone through. This is a very common occurrence on my streams. I go through this a lot of time with a lot of other people, and like all those other people, young man, you have not offered any new piece of evidence or any new interpretation. You've offered the same kind of shit that you've always done it. This sounds like manga elitist. It's not a manga elitist stance. I'm just telling you straight up. I've done these conversations already. I've read through the conversations. We've already been through this on this chat. Somebody else even said, how many times are we gonna have to go through this? Like, what do you want me to tell you? So what if I've seen the anime both like 2 times? That's fine. All I'm saying is, if you've seen both of the animes like 2 times, and you're going to tell me that either of those 2 times that you've seen both of these animes isn't literally in the last month like it has been for me, I genuinely don't know if you're going to bring up something, I generally don't believe you're going to bring up something that I'm not already aware of. I know the scaling metas. I know the high ends and the low ends. What do you want me to tell you? The high ends for Naruto do not match up with the shit that people be saying, because at the highest end, sure, you can get Naruto to Universal, you can also get One Piece to Universal. It's not that impressive. And if you want to go by the low ends, like how I like to go with, because the low ends are the most consistent metric, in my opinion, guess what? It doesn't do anything. Why are you grouping people like Naruto fans? Come on now. I'm sorry, I shouldn't do that. You know what? You're right. I shouldn't do that. I should say people who believe that Naruto curb stomps without actually understanding the full-on scaling of both series. I've expanded the thought so it pertains to a specific group of people instead of just Naruto fans as a whole. Because I don't believe that all Naruto fans are like that. You're right. That's on me. What do you think about Kaguya's dimension having a star within it and her destroying her truth-seeking orb? She didn't destroy her truth-seeking orb. As a matter of fact, Kaguya's expansive truth-seeking orb expands very fucking slowly. Whatever, I'm done. Bye. You guys are whack. Yeah, okay. You can believe that. You have every right to believe that. Have a wonderful rest of your day, man. Have a wonderful rest of your day. There we go. Another Naruto fan that cannot argue, and then they get upset because they have absolutely no argument to bring up against the guy who knows more about One Piece and Naruto than probably they do. Man, that's annoying. That's really annoying. Yeah, he came, he saw, he folded. What was his arguments? He hasn't brought anything new to the conversation. What am I supposed to tell him? Like, at this point, I'm not here to, like, be sugarcoated anymore. If somebody comes into this chat and they try to spew the same bullshit that I've heard over and over again, Kizaru isn't light speed, the Danchenjiao feed isn't continental. Yeah, those tailed beast bombs are continental. Oh, Madara/2 mountaintops. Come on now, man. I might have been an asshole. I'm not gonna lie, that's not a good look on me. I might have been an asshole on that one, but I'm sorry. I'm just tired about this shit. And like I was saying before, yeah, I think I'm going to... Yeah, Skypiea isn't a country. Also, going back to the ETSO, the ETSO is. Let me just cover that real quick because I know that we got some new people here, so let me just do that real quick. Okay, so let me show you guys something very interesting about the ETSO, right? Library of Ohara, Naruto, there we go. Data book. Okay, there we go. The expansive truth seeking orb was taking in all of the chakra nature that she had. It's a jutsu that she can basically only pull off if she, or at least I believe she can only really pull it off if she's inside her main dimension, like the root dimension, but also because she's absorbing a fuck ton of chakra. But either way, regardless, it grows into an enormous magic, huge ball of chaos that even reshapes the world. The reason why it says it even reshapes the world, it's not because it actually did it, but because it stated that it was going to be the start of a new time space. And it was also going to be activated in the root time space that Kaguya made, where all the other time spaces that comes from Ame no Minaka branch off of. The thing about that specific the thing about the expansive truth-seeking orb specifically is that it follows two lines of logic. Either A, you genuinely from the bottom of your heart have to believe that the truth-seeking orbs erase existence itself, which nothing exactly alludes to that other than them being a higher quality than particle style, or that they nullify all ninjutsu, which is why they stopped the Edo Tensei. Those are the two lines of logic that you can go with. It is not a jutsu that has in and of itself its own attack potency unless you think it does, which at that point you cannot believe it erases, which it means at that point you can't actually debate that it erases everything in existence if you believe that it has actual attack potency. If you believe that it has if you believe that this jutsu has attack potency, then it cannot erase everything in existence. And if you believe that it straight up hacks, it does not have actual attack potency. The point I'm trying to make here is that, let's put it simple, right? A, this thing was expanding. As soon as this thing showed up and started expanding, it didn't expand that much more before they all took out Kaguya. They never stopped the jutsu itself. As a matter of fact, until Kaguya was taken over, the jutsu didn't start to crumble. She doesn't necessarily also scale to it either. The other thing is that it is stated specifically, the TSO specifically are stated to null all ninjutsu. They null all ninjutsu. And what is it stated right here? Ame no Minaka, the jutsu that where all the dimensions come from, where all five, including the root dimensions, come from, are all a ninjutsu. The ETSO, I personally believe, wasn't going to actually make a start of a new time space. If anything, you can just argue Kaguya was actually going to be the one to do it. No, it was actually just going to be wiped out, not because there's a star in it, not because the ETSO has a star level attack potency or universal attack potency, but because the TSO all nullify ninjutsu, and the jutsu where all those dimensions come from is a ninjutsu. There you go. But anyway, that is the line of scaling. That is the line of logic. I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, there you go. Alright, so I'm going to go through Alabasta. I'm only going to go through Skypiea. I'm going to go through Punk Hazard, and I should have everything else. Why couldn't Naruto nullify the ice? He did, actually. He does, actually. 1 second. He does. When they're first stuck in the ice dimension. Yeah, he does. Caribou has infinite storage space with his double fruit. What's up, Straw Hat Aura? Oh shit! Wait, Straw Hat Aura. Right. You did the response to Sage. How have you been, man? How are you doing? Who wins, Sukuna or I think Cancer has killed more people than Sukuna has, so I'll probably say Cancer. He struggles to erase it? Why are you saying that he struggles to erase it, though? I mean, they're just going through it. Nothing here implies that it's struggling, though. I got the video back. I can't complain. Lovely. Lovely. What here is exactly implying that he's struggling to do it. If anything, the quote-unquote black flames of Amaterasu just break it through it easier. There you go. Sukuna negs Cancer? What are we talking about? How strong would projection sorcery be if it wasn't used by bums? Projection sorcery? Oh! Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess it depends on the user. It's probably a mentality thing, like Sukuna brings up. I got Sukuna high diffing with the US military? You think so? That's crazy. How does Sukuna beat radiation? Hey, Internet Man, do you think Gojo beats Naruto or Sasuke? It depends on the version we're talking about. 6 paths? I have a hard time seeing what breaks through infinity necessarily, but can you RCT your cancer body? If there is an implication of that within, is there a character? No, you can't actually. I don't think you can. Yuka can't do it in Modulo. They can't really fix it. At least like the cancer that she has in her brain. Cancer isn't an injury, so no. I guess. I don't know. Alright, we're back on to Naruto then. I mean sorry, One Piece then. I'm over all that crap. We're back on to scaling Alabasta. Blah 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 blah. Why wouldn't he just expand them though? Since when has Naruto ever expanded his truth seeking orbs besides making a dish for Sasuke to stand on? Anybody know what episodes? Whoa, this is zoomed in. What the fuck? How do I zoom out? Anybody know what episode why is this so zoomed in? What the fuck? How the fuck did I zoom in the first place? Dubbed anime, Naruto. Naruto Shippuden. He did for Sasuke. Why wouldn't he do it now? I don't know. Ask Naruto. Like, you're asking me why doesn't the character do the most optimal option at every fucking point in time? I don't know what to tell you on that. What am I supposed to tell you? He doesn't because he doesn't want to? Naruto, I also want to make one thing very clear, Aster. Naruto does, I know that you like to play that devil's advocate for Naruto, but like, Naruto also doesn't use the TSO even remotely the same as like Obito or what's-his-face, or Madara. He doesn't ever use it in the same way. I can literally bring up every single example of Naruto using the TSO. He doesn't use it in the same way that Obito and Madara use it. He doesn't. He makes staffs, he makes footholds, and he throws them with, like, Rasengans. That's all he does. We have to go way farther back than this. So it's, like, what, 470? Kaguya fight. No, we have to go to the next one. 69. Uses the TS as dodgeballs and surfer boards. Yeah, basically. Why the fuck is there filler in between? Whoa, 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 whoa. Why the fuck is there filler? Why the fuck is there filler between the biggest fucking fight of the series? Why the why the fuck is there... Yo, why is there filler between one of the biggest portions of the series? What the fuck is happening? Oh, this is so ass, dude. This is so ass. Yo, Naruto filler is so fucking dog shit. Continues to wait for the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Oh, God. What the fuck am I looking at? Can we just get to the point? Yo, I'm gonna crash out if I... Alright. Does the thing. Why is there... Bruh, this is so ass. In the matchup where both Naruto and Luffy are actually going to try to kill each other. I'm going to bring up if they're not... I'm not looking for the full episode. I'm just looking for the moment where they switch to the ice dimension. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I'm not... Do I really have to go through each of these one at a time? God damn it. Okay. Now she's upsetty spaghetti. Yeah. Cool. Alright, ice dimension time. Yeah. Okay. They're already out by then. Alright, let's multiply it by ×2 speed. I'm gonna remove all the sound from it. Okay, there we go. She's in there. Come on. I'm not trying to, like, do the whole thing. Yeah. Come on now. Faster. I'm gonna click ahead again. They're still talking. They're still yapping. They're still yapping. She goes in through the portal. Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. Amaterasu, so that means... Yeah, what about this? Any of this is him struggling? What about any of this is him struggling? They're cracking through the ice. Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I agree with you. The TSO didn't have... The TSO didn't have the best matchup with Kaguya. After all, she is covered in Senjutsu chakra and everything. She has all the same powers. But it's like... I don't know what to tell you. He broke out... They break out of it. Remind me of that, like, 3-year-old block of filler before time skip. Yeah, that shit was fucking terrible. Sometimes I like to look at, by the way, for context, sometimes I do like to look at the anime episodes because, as I've mentioned a lot of the times before, I like to scale with by like a 9-to-1 aspect of like anime to like manga, where like, well, sorry, manga to anime, a 9-to-1 ratio, where I take the manga as my primary source, but I do like using the anime to maybe see how things flesh out better as the series goes along. Anyway, they look very slow at normal speed. They should go through it like butter if they were nullifying it. Or maybe the TSO aren't as impressive as people thought. All the scaling for 2 Asta victims. Yep. I don't know if everybody does that. I know that one of my mods, I think one of my mods specifically doesn't like using the anime at all. They only stick to manga. I know that a lot of people don't like even remotely touching the anime at all because they feel like even an extra... What do you mean by that? The TSO are extremely inconsistent, are consistently inconsistent. They are considered to be a higher form of destruction than something like... They're considered to be a higher form of destruction than something like particle style, yet they never really erase in the same way that particle style does, and the only things that they ever target are things like particle style itself. Or sorry, not things like particle style itself, things like... The only thing that they ever really destroy are Edo Tensei. Right? They never show an actual feat of them, like, literally wiping something out from existence, or literally nullifying everything that they touch with to the point where, like, it doesn't have any kind of effect. For example, you could say, well, it's normal ice, right? You could say it's normal ice, right? Like, it's not affected in the same way, and I mean... Sure, but it's also ice that comes from a dimension that was made by Kaguya's dimension, right? So it at least, at some way, have to do with the fact that it's a ninjutsu, right? But then you also have the fact that, like, that Madara can physically stab someone like Sakura, easily, might I add, and yet she's not destroyed, nothing happens. It's like, how a TSO is functioning or how it seems to work literally seems to be just entirely dependent on either what the character wants it to do or if Kishimoto requires it as something necessary. Does that make sense, right? Like, Sakura is easily being stabbed here by one of them, yet nothing ever happens. It's not like it's breaking through her, like it's disintegrating her skin as it goes through. TSO are inconsistent. What do you want me to tell you? The TSO also explode. Did we forget that? But yet, we only ever see them explode, like, once, because Obito only had them explode, like, once. We know that the TSO can also be used to shape, like, weapons, these giant shields or whatever, but Naruto also doesn't seem to do that kind of thing. Do I think all TSO are built the same? Yes. Do I think that all TSO users are the same? Not necessarily. We also know that when he breaks through it, there are shards flying apart, so it's like, do the TSO really erase existence? Actually, you're right about that. I've shown this before, especially when Obito was fighting Minato. I literally have shown this before. The TSO, even when cracking through it, you see, right here, they splinter apart. Pieces of the metal also break right out. It's like, do the TSO actually destroy all things in existence, or do they not? Are they actually a greater form of particle style, or was that just an assumption made by a character? This is chapter 640. 640. I'm gonna delete this one, by the way. Or is it just what about the time that, what is it? Or what about this? You remember this TSO right here? Remember this TSO right here? Well, it was about to explode, and yet here is Tobirama literally grabbing it with his hand, and Edo Tensei grabbing it with his hand, physically making contact with it, yet his hand isn't destroyed. You know what I mean? It's like, if you wanna sit here and like try to like call out every little bit itty bitty interaction and hyper dissect it to say that, like, oh man, yo, well, in one instance, you know, like the TSO aren't like entirely deleting the ice, right? Well, why didn't it delete Sakura then either, right? Oh, well, they're supposed to be like particle style, higher level particle style. Then why isn't it just erasing this portion of the kunai instead of splintering it off and breaking it? Like, I don't know what to tell you. What do you interpret as existence erasure as? One of the primary examples comes to mind as time manipulation to just remind someone they will be until they are unborn. I think of existence erasure as like, let me show you something. This is why I think of existence erasure, and this is what I would say even something like particle style can reach. I don't think that particle style is existence erasure, but let's just say that I would consider existence erasure at least being this, right? Here is, let's say this is, here. This is a box, right? This right here is a box, right? This is a box of wood, right? We're going to fill it in. This is a box of wood, right? We're going to type in here just so that nobody misinterprets it because, whatever. Let's see. Let's do like 72. Wood. This is a box of wood, right? Okay, this is to me this is how I interpret if something were to be existence erasure, literally existence erasure, this is what I believe it to be. This. You see that? You see how it was just, there's wherever it goes across, you see wherever it goes across, it just erases it? That's what I believe existence erasure is. The TSO do not replicate that in the slightest bit. They do not replicate that in the slightest bit. This is what this is what I would believe particle style would do if it hit the wood. That, I wouldn't call it an existence erasure necessarily for particle style, but I would say that it would at least fall within lines of something like this. Now, this is what Obito did. This is what Obito did. Not that, not this. Let me make this a bit bigger. This is what Obito did. This is what Obito did. Just broke it. He just snapped it. On which website are you reading manga? Weeb Central. It says it up there. Weeb Central. Minotoro's arm was erased, though. It was severed. I'm not arguing that they erased existence. I generally think Kaguya's dementia should be infused with Zenjutsus if they are made out... if she made them through a ninjutsu. They could be. I have nothing to back that up. The word existence erase gets thrown around a lot for things that aren't existence erasure. Yep. What about Sakura's soul? Right. Why wouldn't Sakura's soul be erased? It destroys the soul. That's it. It doesn't destroy the soul. It doesn't destroy the soul. And nor do I believe it destroys the soul. Let me show you guys something real quick. You see how when Madara's body starts to separate, you see how his body's still there? You see how his soul like comes right out of his body, right? His body, right? You see this? You see how when an Edo Tensei is when the soul is being ripped out of an Edo Tensei, when the soul is being ripped out of an Edo Tensei, the entire soul comes out then, right? Okay, let me show you something. When Minato gets his arm ripped off by, what's his face? When Minato has his arm ripped off by Obito, we see that the arm is still somewhere around. We can also see that with, Kakashi. Let me delete this. Wait. Dude, I have a lot of images up. Let me close some of these first. No, not that one. Actually, we might even need to go a little bit farther back than that. Exist, even though she's sealed. The third eye closed, so it's not only ninjutsu, but actual planets. Can you show me where her world still exists? I mean, she could just create the ninjutsu and they could still end up existing. That doesn't really mean anything. Why wouldn't they infuse with it, though? Kaguya's chakra should be naturally contain nature energy. Can you prove it? Can you prove that the entire dimension is just walking Senjutsu chakra? And even then, that wouldn't stop. It doesn't mean that Senjutsu chakra, and even if that were to be the case, right? Let's just say that that were to be the case. Sorry, I need to get some water. I'm very thirsty. I just said her dimensions could still be up even if she's sealed away. That doesn't mean anything. Even if they were made out of, Senjutsu chakra, I mean, it still means that the TSO, that just means that the TSO can still affect it. Where the fuck is the, oh, god damn it, I missed it. I think I threw away the picture. I did throw away the picture, fucking hell. It would still only mean, it doesn't really change anything. It just means that TSO can still affect things with nature energy. Anyway. Destroys the Edo Tensei Jutsu that locks the soul into a vassal. It destroys Jujutsu, not the soul. Yep, the Jutsu, their soul, you could still argue that their soul is still trapped within the arms of the Edo Tensei. You don't necessarily have to say that it destroyed or severed the actual soul itself. Why? It's stated that they can't? It's not stated anywhere that they can't. It's just stated that Senjutsu, it's just stated that Zenjutsu itself does work on six paths, not six paths, on Senjutsu. Senjutsu still works on Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It still works against Six Paths powers. Senjutsu still works against the TSO. It's like, it's not a direct counter, it simply makes it vulnerable. They're vulnerable to one another. That is what it means. Soul arms have already been separated from the soul body with Orochimaru too. Yep. Wouldn't stop the Edos. Yeah. Anyway, I'm over that. I really need to get through Drum Kingdom. That's basically gonna be the rest of the stream. What a tangent that we went on. But yeah. If you guys are in agreement then, most of you seem to be in agreement that I should just skip over the... Listen, I'm just skipping over the parts of One Piece that I already know for a fact that I know well. I'm still going to read through them on my own time, especially when I'm writing through the script. I'm just doing it just so I can circumvent a bit of time, because I feel like it's just not entertaining for you guys for us to be doing this. I don't want this to just be, Naruto are gaining a new animation. Yeah, great for them. It's just one of those cases where I just don't genuinely believe that, like, it's going to be entertaining for anybody, and especially myself, as someone who struggles to work through things that he is kind of getting bored with. It's hard for me to like sit here through the entirety of One Piece through and through again when I already know the scaling for so many of the stuff. I already know where to look for everything else. I just need to look for the stuff in Alabasta all the way through, from Drum Kingdom all the way through Skypiea. I already know the stuff in Water 7 and Enies Lobby. And then from there, I kind of know everything else in the series. You're very entertained every stream. Yeah, but it also comes into a conversation like, I want to be able to also have streams that aren't just talking about Naruto and One Piece. That's kind of where, like, my ideology is with it. The more you study Naruto, the more you hate Naruto Liar fans. It's not the more that I hate Naruto Liar fans or anything like that. It's nothing like that at all. I don't really hate anybody. It's just more so... It's just more so that, like, I just get tired of hearing the same bullshit arguments that everybody likes to fucking use because they don't watch One Piece. They don't watch One Piece. It's like, have you read or watched One Piece or Naruto one time each? Have you read or watched them twice, right? That's fine, and that's a great way to start when it comes to power scaling. That's actually a great way to start to know what it is that you're talking about for the series. But unless you're actively sitting down and trying to literally read through these series and trying to interpret all of the statements, you'll quickly come to find out that if every single One Piece statement is just an escalation from where it was before. Bro, Don Chinjo only create crack a few meters. It's not a few meters. It's not a few meters. He says the continent of ice. He literally says continent of ice. You can now split the continent. I don't care what it looks like. He said continent. I don't care if the author did not draw the entirety of the continent. I don't need the entirety of the continent. People take the bullshit, people like to bullshit around with the, but Toneri split the entire moon. Yeah, and the moon was hollow. Are we going to forget about that? But he didn't split the entire moon while it was filled out, right? We're not going to bring that up, right? Nobody ever wants to bring up how Toneri didn't split the entirety of the moon. He only split it out when it was hollow. Do I still think it's a moon level feat? Sure. But if we're going to say that Toneri, even though he split a moon that was hollowed out, is moon level, why can't I say a guy that split a continent of ice... Why can't I say that the guy who split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal can't split the continent? We see the whole crack in the anime, okay? And we also see it in the manga. You don't see the whole crack. Why is Oda gonna... Did Oda draw the entire continent? Did Oda draw the entire continent? No, right? He didn't draw the entire continent. He drew the portion that he wanted to split open. I want to focus on One Piece. I want to focus on One Piece, and if it's anything in regards to Sukuna, Lightspeed, Dabura, Gojo, I'm gonna make it very clear. If it's in regards to anything like that, let me make it clear again for everybody here. Gojo and Sukuna still scale over Dabura. They both one-shot Mahoraga. Dabura hasn't even remotely come close to doing that yet. The closest he's come to literally destroyed a portion of his body, and he didn't even actually complete what he was doing. No, I do not believe that they are weaker. If it's anything else in regarding to JJK, I'm going to focus on this for now. Sorry about that. Nami's going to die. Where do you have to get a doctor cure? Isn't good. Oh no, Nami, hope she gets better. In my desk. It can't be. Smooth sailing ahead. It can't be. What's wrong? Is it about Alabasta? This is terrible. 300,000 soldiers have defected from the Royal Army and have joined the rebels. 300,000 Alabasta soldiers have defected from the army. Wow, Alabasta, it's more of Sukuna versus Dabura in general. I think Sukuna would curb stomp Dabura, and I have no reason not to believe. Dabura doesn't even know what domain expansion is. He didn't know what RCT was prior to this. I have absolutely no reason to believe Dabura would blitz Sukuna, especially if Sukuna still has a feat of him dodging an EM wave. I don't think he can blitz Sukuna, especially when Sukuna was in a fucked up body. The Royal Army used to have 300,000 men, and the Rebel Army had 400,000. It originally had 600,000 men, and the rebels had 400,000. More specifically on the performance against Mahoraga. Sukuna completely outperformed everything that happened with Mahoraga. Sukuna has completely outperformed everything that happened with Mahoraga with 15 fingers. I have no reason to believe that a 20-finger version of Sukuna would even struggle against Dabura. I have no reason to believe it. To an interesting chat. The bridge here is Mahoraga. The bridge here is Mahoraga. Gojo dealt with Mahoraga in like 3 chapters. Sukuna dealt with Mahoraga in like 3 chapters. It has been 3 chapters, and he is not doing. It is getting boring, Internet Man. Focus on One Piece. Yeah, got you. The newspaper from 3 days ago. I want to let you know to make the ship faster. I didn't want to warn you, so I had to hid it from you. Do you understand, Luffy? If it gets bad, it's pretty bad. I get the feeling it's pretty bad. Okay. You need to see a doctor, Nami. I'm fine. The thermometer must be broken. No way people get over 40 degrees. It was probably just the sun. I don't need to see a doctor. Thank you for worrying about me. If you don't, I will be engulfed in a bloody war. I have to prevent it at all costs. Alabasta Crocodile will take over. Alive soon. Home or 1 million of my people will kill each other in a senseless war. 1 million. Maybe you have the heavy weight on your shoulders. Okay. Going through the ship straight ahead. Straight ahead according to what? You have to look at the log post. You just follow the big cloud over there. Don't you know the cloud moves, change in shape? I can't take this any further. My head hurts. It's getting. The air is different. The air. It's been nice and sunny all day. Never mind. It's just that. Hey guys, come on now. The wind's coming up big ahead, I think. Huh? Ouch. We have to get you to a doctor. Not necessary. This is body's temperature. Don't act stupid. What's that? Doesn't sound like wind. Nami, you don't have to overexert yourself. Nami, just hurry up and turn the ship. I wrote a comment about it in 3 minutes before the stream. You can respond to it later. Okay, that's fine. I'll check it out later then. It's getting a bit more. Eon, Alabasta size. You can do an agricultural and population density scaling. I can. Vivi says 1 million of her people will kill each other. 1 million of her people will kill each other. Also, I found the death binding vow statement people were talking about. What death binding vow? Is there a death vining vow? Huh. Give me the chapter. Give me the chapter page. Not the chapter page. Give me the chapter number, and I'll look it up when I get a chance. Bro, if Chinjiao's continental, the Susanoo would be planetary. As per, you mean he just cracked a few centimeters? Why is it? Why is it? Give me the reason as to why the Susanoo is swastik. Listen, I'm not gonna sugarcoat shit anymore. You can believe whatever you want to believe. If you genuinely believe that the Susanoo is planetary, I mean, you can. I'm not gonna try to stop you, but there's no reason for me to believe that. It would actually be disingenuous to believe that the Susanoo is planetary. One Piece and Naruto are not the same. They are not written by the same person. They do not have the same way of writing. They don't have any of the kind of shit. For you to sit there, it is in the continent. It is in the continent. What is in the continent? In the content? Let me just get this out of the way. Would you like to use this after all? Thanks, Mino. Get reborn like an older sister. I'd always wanted to be terrible mother. Tsurugi, Kamnatu. Looks better without makeup. When tells her it looks better without makeup. But really don't swear, little sister. I'm sorry, don't cry. I don't think I would have died if Surian had shown up, but my friend might have. You never blamed me. All you could do is rely on his kindness. Kaka, are you the chosen warrior? No, but I'm an old woman. I have to greet you with Earth Sorcery. I have come to greet you on behalf of the sorceries before the duel. I am Ui, master of the new Shadow Style, and I would like to express my gratitude to you, king from another planet. Your gratitude. Almost 70 years ago, a surge of immense power shook this country. The period of peace that followed was ordinary but flimsy, and at some point everyone seems to have forgotten. We used to call power what we used to call strength. These children have no idea what it looks like when a living creature reaches the peak of violence, but I think you could show them the true terror of curses that spill out from our very guts. Unfortunately, I can't show you anything without an opponent. Unless they are truly worthy, it will be over before they can see a thing. No, not to worry. I think you will be quite satisfied. I'm sure your loneliness will be erased. If I get to be reborn like a little sister, I want my older brother to be... I'm sorry, Dabra, with this treasure I summon, 8-handle sword, Scylla, Maharaga, Carbo Charge Technique, For the first time, recorded master excitation towards extraterrestrial begins. Yeah. Should be chapter 14. Ah, okay. Chapter 14. Thank you. Made Yuka. It's help. It's our only choice. She told you about her illness. There's no way she could take a representative. No, we could take on a representative with weapons, the military, the U.S. is here. The only pointless debts that you want to apply. What about nuclear weapons from other countries? No other country wants to bear the shame of dropping nuclear on Japan again. And besides, Japan is a latent nuclear power anyway. Okay. Publicly, non-nuclear principles, and still want to take bombs. So the UN's responsible was if you want to do it yourself. And our guess is exactly that. New Modulo chapter? No, when it all started long ago, people were talking about what's this? Okay, Holaluka. Okay, that's stuff that I don't necessarily need to care about. At least I don't think. Born, obsession, yeah, cross, I'm sorry. The social structure of what the way they expect from modern nations. They're way too similar to Earthlings, and they just brush off the explanation like, well, it's because they're aliens. So the Skunsei are running to a centralized government, and with the Remelians shoved down into the lower classes, maybe it still doesn't want the big question. How did they construct the ship Naunex? It's capable of carrying 50,000 people through space, even if it's powered by cursed energy. Could the Remelians be capable of such sophisticated stuff? Even if it's possible, some irregular stuff after all the Remelians get built. It was you, wasn't it, Maru? The spaceship is made from Mool. Doesn't just respond to cursed energy, but the cursed techniques as well. And Sumerians made it all the way to Earth, but because of a single Jujutsu sorcerer's technique, it wouldn't have worked with ordinary Mool. The Mool Jura left was special. It was very incredibly pure, since that area was not a place even the Skunsei could reach. It was since, just me and Cross's technique. Just me was mine, Cross's technique. I've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't think I'd actually find you. I wanted to have one last proper talk with you. Can you all leave Japan? No, not since when Remelians found out about the Kalians. You know about the duel between Yabuza, but did you know that what's giving me trouble? Yuka was sick and Earl's predicting faster than the wrong expected. The total lady was not realizing something was wrong, was not important. There's some Earthlings use a last resort when their lives are on the line, a binding vow, and it boosts their cursed energy and techniques. It still doesn't mean she can beat Barbara. Okay. But I don't know what's going on, what's giving me... But I don't know what's... but I don't know that, and what's giving me trouble. Yuka was sick and her illness progressions faster than the doctor expected. I was a total idiot for not realizing something was on it, but that's not important now. There's something Earthlings use as a last resort. Okay, so what was the binding vow that she used? Yuka's been searching for something worth staking her life on all this time, and since she's gonna die anyway, she might as well die for someone else's sake, but don't stop them from fighting. This duel is not the day Yuka should die, and it only has 3 months left. Then I only want her to live out these 3 months. Even then, if it ends up being one more week or even tomorrow, that's what it means to be an older brother, right, Maru? Take the rest of the Sumerians. Yeah. Ah. You can check the anime at least 100 kilometers long. What misinformation? Are you going to sugarcoat it? Or making the same argument without adding anything new and distracting Eon from getting through work? Okay, so for this specific statement, it would imply that Yuka is using a binding vow to boost, and it boosts their curse and techniques. That still doesn't... They don't specify it, at least as far as I remember. They don't specify it at all. This could definitely mean that the version of Maharaga that's fighting Dabura is stronger than the one that was fighting against, what's-his-face? The 10 Shadows, hereditary, passed down to the Nenin clan. 3 summons allows the user to summon Shikigami that uses the intermediary, but currently considered a forbidden technique within the Gojo clan. Is the only permitted to use the application of the technique. To use an application of the technique that allows her to draw out the abilities of a certain Shikigami. The 8-handled swords, Maharaga, among all the Shadows, is said to be the only one impossible to tame. No sorcerer in history has ever succeeded, with the exception of Ryomen Sukuna, incarnated as Megumi Fushiguro. It can only be manifested in a jujutsu battle through an exorcism ritual by dragging the target into the ritual itself, and participants in the exorcism ritual are Yuka and Dabura. There's something that I do want to call out on this, and that I'm not saying that this is exactly it. I'm not saying that this is exactly it. Understand, but how a few meters crack is continental. Swastik, how about this? Swastik. How about this? Give me a canon written by Oda, written by the author, not because you looked for it, not because you measured it, not because you found somebody else who measured it. How about you look for an actual statement that says the continent of ice that is tougher than metal being split is only a few meters long. How about that? How about you find that, then give us a page for it? How about that? I read it before. I don't think they mentioned the binding vow again. Yeah, so they don't mention the binding vow. So there's 2 ways of going at it, right? There's 2 ways of going at it. The first way is that Yuka is performing this specific trick right here, where she goes inside of the shadow in order to summon Maharaga. The only other person that has ever done that is Sukuna. See in the anime? No, I don't care about the anime. Where does it say it in the manga? Where does it say? You know what? Here, do me a favor. Give me the anime episode, Swastik. Give me the anime episode. Nobody else comment. Give me the anime episode. I want the exact episode where it's stated. I will look for it. Give me the exact episode where it's stated that it is only a few meters. So, there's a couple of ways of interpreting it. One could be that Yuka is summoning a version of Maharaga that's stronger than the one that fought against Sukuna. The issue is that there's kind of no way to interpret this version of Maharaga being any stronger, other than through that one use of the binding vow. The other thing would be this right here. You see how Yuka's going into the shadow? You see how Yuka goes inside the shadow, right? Sukuna is the only other person that's been able to do that. Even Megumi doesn't really do that unless he's like inside of a domain. Actually, I don't think he ever goes inside his own shadow or like masks himself inside of it. Besides like when he goes inside domain, right? So you could either say that this was the binding vow right here, where since Yuka is going to die anyway, she's going to put herself into a state of, the binding vow could be her putting herself into a state of slumber so that Maharaga can fight freely, or it could be that she's somehow powering up Maharaga, even though it doesn't necessarily mean Yuga is already in a state of suspended death. So she could have essentially have activated the state of suspended death herself, where the reason why Megumi was in a state of suspended death previously during his first use of Maharaga was because Maharaga basically slammed him into a wall, like swung him into a wall, and Megumi couldn't die until the ritual was over, until the other person was dead. In this case, you could maybe argue that because she's already in a state of suspended animation or suspended death, before she even gets hit by Maharaga or anything, the binding vow could be she puts herself in a state of suspended death, and in turn she also puts her body and she swaps her shadow with Maharaga's. You could interpret it as such as well. I'm not saying that it is the way that it could be seen. I'm just saying you could make the argument for it. You could make the argument for it. It's like instead of Maharaga taking me down, I make a binding vow. Megumi does go in another shadow when he was recruiting Hakari. Was he now? Can you give me the chapter for that? It could still work in terms of the application of like suspended death, because the difference here is that like she could be putting herself in suspended death in order to have the ritual only be between Dabura and Maharaga, but in this case she would die right afterwards regardless. It doesn't necessarily have to be that she's just sticking herself inside the shadow. That could just be a normal application. I might have been wrong on that. Either way, it could still work regardless. I'll believe you that him doing it against Hakuri. Or Hakari. I don't know. Or I guess you mean the guy with long hair that was using tags. Anyway, back to this crap. Do you think those instant light attacks from Dabura can be dodged? Like, replace Maharanga in the scene with Sukuna. Can he dodge them? I think so. Especially at a distance? Yeah, I would think so. Especially at a distance. He's not faster. Dabura's the fastest character, and it's clearly implied. So you want to sail the ship at max speed? Of course, we promised. If I want to get to Alabasta, we need to get Nami so that we can get there first. Absolutely. And the ship can't go any faster than that. About this, millions of people. What about those million people of yours? That's why we need Nami quickly. Like you said, you've got a big heart. Thank you for your concern. Okay. It's a cyclone. Wait a minute. The direction we were sailing at before we turned, it continued on the course. We sailed straight. Amazing. They say a cyclone on the Grand Line without warning. A line happened without warning, and yet this girl doesn't just use the wind in the sky to predict. It's as though she feels it in her bones. I've never seen a navigator like her. Let's hurry. We're gonna head south. I'm gonna find a doctor. And so, ignoring the eternal pose that pointed the way to Alabasta, they sailed to Going Merry in search of a doctor. And the very next day, Nami's fever's going down well. I told you to be quiet. Hey, see any doctors? Take a look at that. Someone's standing in the sea. Somebody's standing in the water. Then what's out there? Okay. You sure it's cold, right? Okay. Aye, aye, sir. Increase buoyancy. Aye, aye, sir. The crew... Megumi entering the shadow was 154. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, JJK. 154, page 6. Didn't Maharaga take punches from Gojo? It did. Actually, did it? Yeah. It did. It should have. Yes. Megumi can use shadow as an intermediary. That's right. Yeah, Megumi can use shadows as an intermediary. That's right. I'm surprised he doesn't do this more often. That's quite interesting. I'm surprised he doesn't do this more often. You're right. So Yuka's just using an application of the technique then. Okay. I was wrong on that. It still doesn't really change the fact that you can still just argue Yuka's putting herself in a state of suspended death first, prior to Maharaga being summoned. Is there a JJ beta going on? Not really. They were just asking me a couple questions about it. That's that. Why is the ship shaking? It happens on me. It'll bob over your head. Okay. Jesus Christ. Blah, ha, 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 ha. You were surprised by blicking my giant submersible attack ship. Megumi doesn't do it more often, so he can't disappoint his father. That's crazy. He's doing it for simple sake of disappointing his father. He hates his dad that much. This is bad. A pirate ship. We don't have time for this. Levy, let's take over. What's going on? So what happened? The ship attacked us. I thought it was something like that from the looks of it. We're in a hurry. 4 of you. Can't be just the 4 of you. Never mind. Alright, Wapple. Wapple appears. And eats a slab of meat and the knife it's on. Favorite SpongeBob episode? Probably the one where Sandy. Probably the one where Sandy is. It's probably the one where Sandy is like arguing with SpongeBob about which is better, like which are better, like sea creatures or land mammals. And like SpongeBob, Patrick, Mr. Krabs, and Squidward are absolute assholes the whole episode. Like they're just trying to make a point of themselves. They were just uncharacteristically fucking beefs. The hibernation episode is fun too. I like that episode too. We want to go to the Drum Kingdom. Do you have an eternal pose or log pose? No. And we've never heard of that place. If you're so if you're done, go away. Wait, what the fuck? So if you're done, go away. It's not good to rust through life. If you don't have either of those things, we'll take your treasure and your ship instead. What? Oh, yeah. His knife. His men surround the Straw Hats. SpongeBob gets his driver's license. That one was crazy. No, Patrick. I'm Texas. What's the difference? My girlfriend and I are constantly mentioning, like, the giant Alaskan bullworm. It's a giant Alaskan bullworm! It's big, scary, and pink! He's just standing there, menacingly! He eats a chunk out of the Mary. It's Jupiter. You do a really good Patrick voice, Eon. Thank you. Are you sure you're not Patrick's VA? I'm sure. I'm sure I'm not Patrick's VA. Thank you. Can you eat a triple Krabby Deluxe in a single bite? And then Son just shoved it all inside his head. Hey buddy, you just blow in from Stupid Town? No. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. So mean. They were very mean. Remember how they almost chose to beat up an old man? I was rereading Gojo's. Did I miss something, or did Gojo just never do significant damage to Mahoraga before Hollow Purple? That's because Mahoraga had already adapted. It's because Mahoraga had already adapted, dude. Sukuna literally had Mahoraga adapt to the blue application and to the, he had Mahoraga adapt to blue and then separately adapt to red afterwards. Yeah, he just had Mahoraga already adapt to Infinite Void and he had it adapt to blue prior to it. Yeah, he's also having, Mahoraga's still adapting to the application of blue. It's still adapting to the application of blue throughout these. That's why he's only using blue throughout all of this. 3 spins. Does he adapt by time or does he adapt by analysis? That means Gojo isn't that means the reason Gojo isn't using any curse technique besides lapse. Which is it? Which is it? All we can say is both are possible. Now I gotta pile it on. I gotta make sure I'm only gonna use then he'll think I'm only gonna use Aster. This timing will stop him from adapting. And then he uses red. Even if amplifies and negates the curse energy low output, he can't fully negate Azure and reverse. Yeah. Yeah, by the time Sukuna summons Mahoraga, Gojo has already adapted to blue. It has already adapted to blue, and Gojo's already used red once, which is already starting to adapt to. Yeah. It's not having much effect. Yeah, he even blasts it with red. It's already started the adaptation process against red. It's not that Gojo wasn't doing a lot of the damage. Yuji getting the main character treatment after JJK ended. Yeah. He needed purple specifically to destroy Mahoraga. Which by going by Modulo, if it takes infinite energy to you to create a near light speed kick, that means that that only upscales Gojo, by the way. The fact that a light speed kick, which created that much of a destruction, couldn't even destroy Mahoraga, yet a single application of Hollow Purple did. Yeah, I would say all it's done is upscale JJK even further. Can Froppy and Mineta solo Demon Slayer and JJK? I don't know about that. Man, this fight was amazing to read every week. It was really good. Not a light speed beat, though, and he didn't dodge it before Kashimo shot the wave. I don't have a problem. Okay. That is what I'm saying. Verse can be capped at speed. The power goes up like crazy. Okay, dodging EM waves isn't reaction speed feat, but Dabura shall be... So, dodging an EM wave at point blank, do we know how many spins the wheel did before he was summoned? He fully adapted to Infinite Void beforehand. I think he already went through all three rounds of blue, because Gojo didn't use blue again. I think the wheel spun again 3 times for blue, and the wheel spun at least 1 time for red. Though it spun at least 1 time for red, 3 for blue, 3 for Infinite Void. They're fighting us, those fools. They're captains, gunfire. Why would dodging an electromagnetic wave that is 99.99... What is it? 993% the speed of light not be considered a relativistic or light speed feat? Why would that not be a reaction-based feat? This is what I mean. Like... This ship is tasty. Hey, how much are you gonna eat? Hey, you fool, how dare you challenge? He'll devour you with the power of the Munch Munch fruit. Gunfire, you're not so tough. They're all so slow. Captain Wapple, who are these guys? What is this? Oh. Luffy uses Gum Cannon to... Sorry, bazooka. Not cannon. Bazooka to send Wapple flying away. His men are no diff by Luffy. So by the crew. What did I say, Luffy? It's a crew. Not really. Mahoraga was already adapted to blunt force. I don't believe a fresh Mahoraga tanks it. What are you talking about? Do you know how many spins before he was summoned? You don't believe a fresh Mahoraga tanks it? What makes you think Mahoraga has adapted to blunt force? Who does he fight that specifically fights with blunt force? And it would still be the application of the curse technique. I mean, I think that's still a fair thing to believe. I think that's fine. I wonder who they are. Those guys yesterday I've never heard of this Wapple fella before, but that's the ship was awesome. Who cares about them? Forget them. This is terrible. Our Captain Wapple was hurled into the air. It's a catastrophe. He cannot swim. Then before he sinks, so it means that 15 figures who can fight this new Mahoraga? I believe so. Why wouldn't I? Would you be willing to check out a 10-minute video called Sukuna versus all versions of Kaneki? No, not today. I already spent too much time. I already spent 2 hours of the early, not 2 hours, about an hour and a half of the early portion of the stream, debating with a single dude that couldn't like defend anything for like the Naruto side of things, and the rest of it is me just been complaining. I gotta get through this, man. I already had a conversation with the rest of chat. I'm gonna be skipping through a portion of before he sinks and drowns. We gotta rescue him. Remember us. We'll get you for this. You wait. Remember us. They're just a bunch of idiots. Not to worry. So back what I was saying. I'm not even gonna read through the entirety of One Piece. Yeah, you don't have to agree. I'm not gonna read through the entirety of One Piece. I'm just gonna read. Are you 2 hours? Are you insane? What would you do that to yourself? I wasn't debating for 2 hours. It was just like it was like an hour and a half worth of a lot of bullshit in between. But yeah, for a heads up, and for those of you that are joining in, I am not going to read through the entirety of One Piece. I'm only going to read through the chapter, or at least the arcs where I'm still iffy on my scaling. The other arcs that I know the scaling better, Dressrosa, Dressrosa in the latter half of the post time skip, that I'm probably just gonna skip through because I already know the scaling and where everything is at. I'll probably just look through Wano specifically to find some like size scaling statements for like the Wano stuff. But besides that, I'm basically just sticking to that. Never mind that. The weather's been unusually stable lately. Stable but cold. Yeah, it's not even dependently unpredictable here. Let's see. It's a shot that there's nearby land. Sanji, keep a sharp lookout. We must be approaching Winter Island. Climactically, the islands of the Grand Line can be divided into 4 types. Summer, winter. Each of these islands generally has 4 seasons. In other words, when you sail the Grand Line, at the very least, you will have to endure 16 seasons, beginning with summer on Summer Island, and ending with winter on Winter Island. Of course, there are exceptions to this. Should not Zarul die after getting sword in head? Who the fuck is Zarul? So Hakutens? I don't know who the fuck any of those guys are. So we can all agree Heavenly Restriction Maki Solo's Demon Slayer. I didn't debunk anything. Of course, the exception... Zarul, I don't know. I see if there are clusters of islands like that, it's no wonder the seas between them are so turbulent. Exactly. If you have time to talk about this, the bird doesn't say that Mahoraga's adapted to blunt force faster than... it adapts to... Let me show you something. It adapts specifically to... Where the fuck is it? Not Eon Drive. I don't care about that. Central... Modulo. Actually, no, you might be right. It adapts to simple attacks better than complex techniques. It adapts to simple attacks better than techniques. You are right about that. I do agree with. 1 second. Ken Kaneki would be a very healthy opponent for the JJK versus Pete Kaneki, and Togyokulu is an extreme power up, but it still have some chances for JJK Peaks to have victory. I mean, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you like a legitimate question, right? Didn't the person that Kaneki literally take get his powers from, right? Didn't she die to a steel beam falling on top of her? Because that's like the one thing I remember. Maybe it's easier for him to adapt to simple brute force than complex curse techniques. So he doesn't say that it adapted to blunt force attacks. He says that it's easier for him to adapt to simple brute force than some complex curse technique. This, we know, is at least half true, right? Because we know for a fact that complex techniques like Infinity take more time and more analysis for Mahoraga to adapt to. Simpler techniques like Sukuna's slashes, are easier for Mahoraga to adapt to. Does that make sense? Right? So we're currently in a scenario. So then we're currently in a scenario where, like, it's not that Mahoraga adapts to blunt force strikes, is that the simpler the technique is in concept, the easier it is for Mahoraga to adapt to it, rather than a complex technique like, let's say Gojo's Infinity, which essentially brings the concept of infinity, in which even he says it's a complex technique that only works with the 6 eyes. Why are we making bro do extra studying? He already overworking like a MAPPA employee. I don't know about that. Yeah, but in the manga, Kaneki does become much more powerful, especially in the manga with forms like his 20-kilometer dragon form. Cool. Kaneki develops his own adaptation abilities in the series. That's cool. Okay. An island. Nami, isn't this great? An island, you'll be cured soon. Okay. An island, it's so white. It's a snow island. Luffy, just remember, we're not here for an adventure this time. We're here to find a doctor for Nami. It's no use, he's listening. Sure, blah, 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 blah. Shouldn't be a snow monster. I feel it. Yeah. Swastik, I'm still waiting for you to tell me where the anime episode where they say it's only a few meters is. Still waiting for that. Wow, this is amazing. Look at those mountains. Yeah, those mountains are crazy. Tell me why it's wrong and why the physics. And that'll snow. I couldn't be happier. Luffy, aren't you cold dressed like that? It's minus 10 degrees Celsius. Enough for bears to hibernate. Luffy is dumbfounded by how big the mountains in Drum Island are, and Usopp comments, if he's cold because it's minus 10 degrees C. He was talking about episode 649. Bro said, holy unk. What is the word? Why does saying the word make somebody an unk? Do you think Mahoraga cannot adapt to purely physical attacks? It's kind of weird. It's stated that he can adapt to any and all phenomena. I'm not sure if I would call blunt force trauma a phenomena. If he can adapt to blunt force trauma, then sure, I guess. I wouldn't necessarily say no then. I guess it just depends on whether or not you consider blunt force trauma a phenomena. Am I gonna need my headphones? Fuck, I'm not gonna need my headphones. I'm just gonna wait until he actually pulls off the feet. Man, it just keeps splitting, even behind them. Oh, I can't. I'm gonna save this real quick. Let's move this to videos. Let's put this at, what was it, 649? I think you might like the peak. He doesn't like some Bleach characters much, but he hates Grimmy a lot, and he sees the biggest letdown. Sees him as the biggest letdown in Cleve. You could also say he's a Grimmy hater. The peak. Well, it stated any and all phenomena, but yeah. Saying Sukuna did better than Dabura against manga is not a good argument. Why is it not a good argument? I don't remember the anime adaptation, but in the manga, none of Sukuna's attacks got through Sukuna. None of Sukuna's attacks got through Mahoraga. Sukuna was lucky that he had completely different technique that was powerful enough to one-shot Mahoraga, which he wasn't capable of doing. Meanwhile, Dabura's light base straight through with no issue. He literally turned him into fucking a splatter of blood. He literally splits him. See, clearly those guys fall and the crack stops there. You realize that One Piece characters can also control their, what is it called? Here's why that argument still doesn't mean jack shit. Here's why that argument still doesn't mean jack shit, by the way. One second. God, I hate having to look for these. Read what it says right there. And once again, Aster, I go with 9-1 manga anime. The shit that Sukuna pulled off against Mahoraga is still canon to me, even if it shows up in the anime and it didn't show up in the manga. It's still canon to me. He turned Mahoraga into a splatter of blood. It says right here, there are no cracks on the wall. When enormous force is directed at a point, it doesn't cause extra damage. There you go. That's why saying that it doesn't split the entirety of the continent doesn't mean anything either. But anyway. Let's see. Nope. Ah, stop. Pause it. God damn it. Pause it. Okay, there we go. Pause. I have to click on it. Where is it? No, not there. This one. Let's see, part two. Part two, part two, part two. Yeah. Yeah. Turned him into a wall of blood. Turned him into a wall splatter. Yeah, no, the animation was definitely fire. Again, I wear glasses with heavy prescription. Where the fuck is the end of the crack? It goes onward. So you agree that by the manga? No, not really. I consider both. If Sukuna can turn Mahoraga into a splatter of blood, I have no reason to believe that Dabura has done anything better than that. Dabura did not replicate that in the slightest bit against Mahoraga. Like, actually, no. His current best effort turned him into a splatter, turned him into this, and he just comes back. Listen, it's still up in the air. My opinion can still change. I have no reason to believe that Dabura performed any better against Mahoraga. Was moving so fast that the air started feeling solid. You realize that Sukuna can also kick off the air, right? Sukuna is literally stated to be able to kick off the air. There it is. Sukuna literally turns the air itself into a foothold for him. Let's see. Splits Mahoraga. What do you mean the slashes, the attacks don't go right through? I'm saying he's going by manga. He performed better. Yeah, except you say that Sukuna's attacks don't go right through him, but they do. They literally do. That's his blood splattering on the wall. That is not a speed feat? Ah. So then what's the point of bringing up that the air becomes solid then? Sukuna literally can just kick off the air as well. He's also knocking Sukuna away like hundreds of meters. Or at least 100 meters, I would say. Multiple buildings, what is that? I would say, yeah, this is about 100 meters. I would say that's about a block. He's literally splitting him in half. Yeah. Even after he's adapting to the domain expansion, Mahoraga's left looking like this. What do you think of the more gritty, darker, more realistic Bleach? Oh, JJK is definitely way more needy, greedy, and darker than Bleach. Bleach I don't think is that dark at all. It just uses up a lot of blood. Bleach just uses up a lot of blood. It's not that dark of a series. You could maybe make the argument for it like in the Soul Society, because of the whole situation with like Mayuri using his own men as bombs, but that's like the worst of it. Because Dabura was moving at relatives because that's how speed works in real life. Okay, and if you want to say that that's how speed works in real life, Sukuna could literally kick off the air. He made the air solid. There you go. What was the rest of it? What was the rest of it? Meanwhile, Dabura light blasted straight through him. Okay, so we already know that that's not entirely true. Attacks do go straight through Mahoraga. Zero experience in a fight with no big endgame technique separate from his technique. I mean, he literally said, the first time in my life I'm going to have to go at full speed, at light speed. And that was his big technique. That was it. Unless he has something different, I'm going to assume that that was his big technique, so I don't agree with that. He let Mahoraga adapt, so his full kit. Experience fighting him, so if he didn't have the light sub kick, then he wouldn't have 100% have ended him. If he didn't, the sub light kick would have 100% have ended him. Maybe. I can't tell you that, but maybe. Also, in Chapter 14, Tsurugi implied that Sukuna was going through it. We already talked about that earlier. Personally, I don't see Sukuna being close to light speed. I mean, he dodged an EM wave. I don't know what to tell you about that. Based on the fact that we see traveling at sublight, it alters significantly your perception. Personally, I think it's more like Sukuna moved out of the way before. I mean, where is the moment where he moves beforehand? Where is the moment that implies he moved beforehand? Because, I mean, I don't know what to tell you on that. Where's the moment where it shows that he moved beforehand? Face is here, hand is here, attack, dodged. I mean, it's all a matter of interpretation. You can believe it. Again, I've never told you you can't. Sukuna is not replicating Dabura's speed feats, but I've never said that that Sukuna can run at light speed in terms of long distances. I just said he can avoid an EM wave attack, which is 99.997% the speed of light. That's all I've ever argued. I've never once said that Sukuna has light speed travel in terms of long distances. All I've ever said was Sukuna has light speed, movement speed, and short bursts. You have to have some level of move. It has to be relative to your movement speed if you're going to be moving like this out of the way. Reaction time is just how fast the synapses in your brain are firing to be able to do something. Why would I believe Sukuna moved beforehand? It doesn't show that he moves beforehand. It shows hand, face, attack, Sukuna's out of the way. There you go. Long-term travel speed and short-term burst speed are two completely different things. They are two completely different things, and the version of Sukuna that's doing this is coming off of barely healing from an attack that basically wiped out Mahoraga in one hit. You also can't really say that Mahoraga hasn't at least somewhat adapted to the technique, or at least that he has fully adapted to that specific application of the technique, because if it's an application of the technique, it's most of the attacks that Dabura uses against Mahoraga, you can actually just look at it. Most of the attacks that Dabura uses against Mahoraga are literal beams of light that are shot at him. He kicks him. He starts off by basically shooting him with beams of light. Okay, cool. He hits him with blunt force attacks. He's knocking him around. He shoots Mahoraga again. Look at that. It does affect. Oh, look. Adapt. Most of the applications that Dabura has used against Mahoraga are all applications where he is shooting out lasers at Mahoraga. He's shooting lasers at Mahoraga. The only time that he actually moves his body at those speeds and hits Mahoraga with a fully reinforced light speed kick, it's the only time that he does that per se. So if anything, it would be a different application of his technique, in the same way that reverse red and what's the other one called? Not blue. Reverse red and augmented blue wouldn't work. Are easier to adapt to. Simple brute force. Simple brute force. Simple brute force. He's not saying physical attacks are easier to adapt to. He's just saying simple brute force. You can make the same argument for Sukuna's attacks. How is it different? He just blasted him point blank. How is red different from blue? It's a different form of an application of the same technique. How can Mahoraga not fully adapt to hollow purple, even though it's just a combination of blue and red? Yeah, it's different applications of the same technique. Mahoraga, you can argue that Mahoraga takes longer to adapt to just the beams of light themselves than a simple kick. At the end of the day, the kick is a different application of the same technique, in the same way that applying blue to your fists is a different application than shooting out red. That is what I'm trying to argue here. I know Sukuna stated Mahoraga can adapt to any phenomena, but he was just theorizing how his CT works, and based on his feats, he's only shown to adapt to CT and not all phenomena, though maybe physical. It's not an application, it's just the same technique at a closer range. Then why is it hurting him? Then why does it affect Dabura differently? You're saying it's a different application of the technique. I don't believe that. I believe he's using the technique in a completely separate application. You realize that applications for techniques are different. We're not going to sit here and say that Dabura is shooting a beam of light directly into Mahoraga. He is amping himself with his light ability in order to hit Mahoraga. This is not the same as him shooting beams of light. He's even saying that he's pushing his body to to their absolute limits. It's a different application of the technique. He even says that if my curse techniques are ineffective, then there's only one thing left to do: beat him with my bare hands. He still adapts. Look at the light beams around Dabura. Okay? That doesn't stop me from believing that Sukuna dodged an EM wave attack. I thought you were talking about another kick. No. There is no other kick. The only other time that he has his feet anywhere near Mahoraga is... Fuck, now I have to go back a couple of chapters. The only time he ever has his feet near Mahoraga are right here, and look at what's happening. He is shooting out beams of light. All of his applications are constantly him using beams of light. He is shooting them out. He's just kicking Mahoraga at almost light speed. Yes, he is using a different application of the technique. And there's also something to add here. What do you think a scary Earthling looks like? Why does he have 4 arms? Because it looks stronger that way. Why does it have a mouth on its stomach? Even Maru thinks that, like, a crazy strong Earthling would be Sukuna. That's so funny. Yeah, I thought you were talking about that. No, I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this application right here. Where he is not just shooting a beam of light at Mahoraga, but instead he's actually launching himself at that speed. Dude, all Dabura needs to do is see Sukuna's domain and he's going to learn to counter Sukuna's. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Especially if the domain instantly hits him and tears him to shreds. Not necessarily. And even then, all Sukuna has to do is just open up the furnace and just shoot one blast. Dabura's current strongest attack. Here's the thing. We can just wait. It's not complicated to adapt to. Something simple like that. Okay, maybe not. Doesn't change the fact that Mahoraga adapted to it in a single fucking turn of his wheel. Dude, he survived his own light dash though. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's cool. Sukuna one-shot Mahoraga. He didn't. What do you want me to tell you? A weaker version of Sukuna one-shot Mahoraga. What do you want me to tell you? You can use whatever logic you want. You can use whatever interpretation you want. The simple objective fact of the matter is, a version of Sukuna that is weaker than the one who fought Gojo, weaker than this version right here, beat Mahoraga in a single hit. What makes this version of Mahoraga stronger? What makes it stronger? Why is it stronger? What makes me believe that this version of Mahoraga is so massively stronger than that version of Sukuna that if this version of Mahoraga were to fight that version of Sukuna, he would win? What makes me believe that? Why should I believe that? Yuka's binding vow. What does the binding vow do? Has it been mentioned yet? Because we know that there's a binding vow, and I gave an interpretation for the binding vow earlier. Yuka could have put herself in a suspended death state before she dips into it, so that when he dies, she dies along with him. The only reason Megumi was going to die was because Mahoraga literally bashed his head in when he slammed him into the side. Is being turned into a bloody mist by Dabura's light beams? His basic light beams did more damage than Sukuna's slashes in the anime. Light beams and the light speed kick are not closer than the slashes in the explosion. They might be a lot closer in terms of damage, but I'm still telling you straight up the simple fact of it. He cannot one-shot Mahoraga. Sukuna did. Sukuna one-shot a weaker version of Mahoraga. His slashes still went through Mahoraga. His slashes still completely went through Mahoraga. I can bring up the chapter again. His slashes still completely went through Mahoraga. What's the argument here? Like, I just... You're telling me that a light beam... Are we really going to sit there and say because he shot a massive light beam that covered the entire right half of Mahoraga's body, when Sukuna's slashes are actually smaller than the beam... When Sukuna's slashes are, if anything... We're comparing a slash. We're comparing a slash versus a beam. Look how big this fucking beam is. Look at all it took out for Mahoraga. Sukuna shot out, 3 dismantle slashes? They still slashed through Mahoraga. You're basically saying, well, he took out a larger portion of Mahoraga's body, therefore he has to be stronger. Okay, look at the size of the beam and versus the size of the slashes. Both still did damage. What is the point? What's Sukuna gonna do when Dabura blitzes him with Sukuna can open a domain in firmness like he did it with Mahoraga? Sukuna's usual starting move in fights is to open up a domain expansion, so why wouldn't he? And even then, why wouldn't he just dodge him? I told you, if he can dodge if Sukuna can dodge a attack, if Sukuna can dodge an attack that is 99.997% the speed of light, why would I not believe that he can dodge, and especially in a fucked up body, why would I personally not believe that he can do it later? Especially with a fully healed up body and with a fully transformed body that gets more out of cursed energy reinforcement. He gets more out of cursed energy reinforcement, but we're not going to bring that up, right? Oh, it's so easy to forget that, right? Right here. What's really frightening is your physique. That's because 99% of sorcerers are Japanese. And on top of that, your different bone structure, musculature, you have cursed energy and musculature. You have cursed energy reinforcement, and that alone makes you a threat. Cursed energy reinforcement essentially matters more when you have a larger, stronger body. Sukuna is literally larger and stronger when he has his full body versus when he doesn't. Look at the other panel when Dabura blew Maharaga's torso away. Let me go all the way back again. Okay, first series of attacks. Cool. Second series of attacks. Right. Kicks him away. Alright, blows him away. Okay, cool. 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 Yeah, right. Not surprised by the Sukuna glaze? Yeah, right. Sukuna has no barrage of beams of light? Maybe not, but why can't he also take the attack? I mean, Gojo's, what was it? His Hollow Purple literally one-shotted Maharaga, literally wiped out Maharaga in a single hit, yet Sukuna was able to tank it. Why wouldn't he be able to tank the light beams? Why should I believe that Sukuna can't tank out the light beams? He has higher durability than Maharaga. Where is it? 34, right? Yeah, Sukuna survived this. Maharaga didn't. Maharaga literally didn't. So why would I believe that the light beams are going to instantly wipe him out? He just needs to get his hands together and just say domain expansion. Why would it strike first and catch Sukuna off guard? Well, how would he catch Sukuna off guard? Why would he catch Sukuna off guard? If this version of Sukuna can, again, dodge an attack that is 993% the speed of light in a fucked up body, why the fuck, sorry about that, but I gotta go to this. Why the fuck wouldn't it work? Explain to me. Why? Why wouldn't he be able to do it? Where I said physicals, I was trying to say physical attacks, but there wasn't enough physical space. Yeah. So again, what makes me believe? Here's the thing. I can change my mind. Your guys' interpretations aren't going to change my mind. A feat or an actual feat, an actual statement that puts Dabura above Sukuna, yeah, I would 100% agree at that point. There's nothing for me to argue against. Right now, if it's up for interpretation, there is nothing that you guys have done to even remotely convince me. You're saying the argument, why wouldn't he just blitz and one-shot Sukuna off guard? Why would Sukuna be off guard in the first place? Furthermore, Sukuna is also the type of character to basically know how to counter an attack, or at least learn how to deal with an attack after he's seen it once. Yuta don't switch up when Dabura starts stalemates Yuji soon, okay? Why would I still, unless Yuji is stated to be above Sukuna, or unless he has a feat that completely supplants everything Sukuna has done, I have no reason to believe that I have no reason to believe that even if Yuji does beat him, what makes Yuji stronger than Sukuna then? What makes Yuji stronger than Sukuna? Unless I get a statement that says Yuji is stronger than the King of Curses, or Yuji directly compares this version of Dabura to Sukuna, I have no reason to believe it, man. Because the moment Sukuna puts his hand on Dabura, I can also just say he literally rips his head right off. I never said that Sukuna was faster than Dabura. Now, let me be clear. I never said that Sukuna was objectively like the fastest character in the series. Did Yuji beat Sukuna at Shinjuku and he's gotten stronger? Yes. Let's talk about the version of Yuji that beat Sukuna. The version of Sukuna that Yuji beat got his domain expansion completely sealed, went through multiple forms of brain damage, had to go through multiple waves of people attacking him, lost Kamutoke. Like, dude, listen. Foreign Soma. I've already gone and through an entire stream of all the things that Sukuna went through in order for Yuji to even have a chance of beating him. We've already discussed this on stream many times, and yes, Aster, I've already talked about basically most of your argument. I don't agree with a good portion of it. Also, with the be downscaled if so it wasn't light speed. it wasn't an argument, but I was just thinking what would change it personally. I do think the technique is just based off of an element. The natural element is stronger and faster. There is no context that should mean that not all techniques are as powerful as their natural counterparts. I mean, not necessarily. What's the state? You don't believe that all statement that you can't believe that all elements in this series aren't the same as natural elements unless something were to directly imply it, and nothing directly implies it. We're not going to talk about the black flashes. Yeah, Yuji landed more black flashes than Sukuna. And Hikari has better RCT than Sukuna. Do you get where I'm getting at? Sukuna is the king of curses. Sukuna is the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer because all around he's better than everyone else. And even if there are cursed users, even if there are sorcerers like Gojo who have better control, or Yuji who can land more black flashes, or what's his face? What's this dude's face? Hikari, who has better RCT, it doesn't change the fact that all of them would still lose to Sukuna in a 1v1. Foreign Sama, listen, you're not going to bring up an argument here. You just don't have an argument to bring up. What are you going to say next? Oh, but Yuji, he said that he could kill. He still beat him, not Yuta. Yeah. Let's talk about all the things that Yuji had to go through. Let's talk about all the things that Yuji had to go through for a second, right? All right, let's see. Yeah. The moment when Yuji fought Sukuna all by himself, right? Yeah. Oh man, look at Yuji surviving Fuga on his own. Yeah, right, because if Chozo wasn't there, Yuji wouldn't have survived Fuga. Or if Todo wasn't there, Yuji wouldn't have been able to get out of his rut instantly. Or how about him literally giving Yuji the ability to land multiple hits on Sukuna, weakening him even further? Or about the fact that Yuji can also just weaken Sukuna by landing punches? Or about the fact that he literally grabs Yuji by the face and he teleports him away so that way Yuji could attack? Yeah. Yuji did all of this by himself, dude. So it's confirmed that JJK follows relativity 1-to-1. You would still say that Sukuna is light speed? Yes, I would still say that Sukuna is at the very least capable of traveling at those speeds in short bursts. 100%. I have no reason not to believe it. He dodged an EM wave. What makes me believe that he doesn't dodge the EM wave? Yes, why would I believe it? Why wouldn't I believe it? One feat does not immediately take out the other. You, I do not want to hear a single thing from you. I'm going to keep putting on timeout every time. You are one of the people that I genuinely do not care to listen to at all. You make disingenuous arguments all the time, and I'm just not here for it anymore. Then how do you explain the lack of damage to the surrounding area? Because he only dodged literally like a half a foot? He literally dodged like a couple feet? Yeah, I don't care. What about that? That doesn't discredit this feat at all. That doesn't discredit the feat at all. What do you want me to tell you? Is this not an EM wave? I'll tell you this. When the anime comes out, if I see Sukuna dodge this attack before it comes out, I'll agree with you. Until now, I have no reason to disagree with. That this feat is instantaneous. Why would I believe that? Oh, he didn't destroy the environment around him, right? Yeah. And Gojo's hollow purple didn't do more damage to Mahoraga than a light speed attack, right? Yeah, because if it's following relativity 1-to-1, that means that attack has infinite mass into it, which would mean that Gojo's virtual mass would have more than infinite mass, right? It just upscales JJK. It doesn't matter. You can downplay the speed all you want. It only upscales everything else. Anyway, I'm over this conversation. I should literally be working on One Piece, and this is also one of the reasons why I just want to get through this shit as fast as possible, because One Piece legitimately is going to take forever for me to get through if I don't just start ignoring all these dog shit conversations. Yeah, it makes it clear that you're moving at light speed, you get damaged by it. Sukuna was already fucked up, dude. What do you want me to tell you? I think people think Sukuna is slightly below light speed since it was a one-time feat. If he did it more often, he would agree it would be light speed. Yeah, I think it's a one-time feat. I'm not saying that Sukuna just travels around and attacks everybody at light speed all the time. I'm just saying, was that an EM wave attack? Yes. Does he dodge at point blank range? Yes. Why would I not believe he's relativistic to the speed of light? Why would I not believe that he's faster than that when he's in his full body with a larger body and in a better physical state? Why would I just not believe it? Hey, Sukuna was getting cooked by Kashimo? When would Sukuna getting cooked by Kashimo? You mean the fucked up version of Sukuna that had a literal fucked up body? You mean the version of Sukuna that literally had, like, this is the issue. This is the issue. You see one thing and then you take out the context of everything else. You see Dabura do a light speed feat, therefore everything prior to this can't be light speed, even though Dabura is fighting a guy who literally loses to a weaker version of Sukuna. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Just make it make sense. It's all based on interpretation. You are allowed to have whatever interpretation you want. You can believe that, but let's not forget, as soon as Sukuna got his true body, he blitzes Kashimo multiple times. He reacts to an attack that is an EM wave, and midway through the attack, releases a slash that takes out the wave and also goes farther than it. At least agree Sukuna's faster than the version of Sukuna before the true body? Yes, 100%. That's always been my only argument. That has only ever been my argument. Full power 20 fingers Sukuna with his true body is physically stronger, faster, and more durable than his Megumi body. I have never ever said that. I never said the opposite of that. I've only ever agreed to that one line of logic. That's always been my line of logic. That's why I think Sukuna would curb stomp the fuck out of Dabura. Violently destructive. I don't really care what the fuck ChatGPT says. I've never said weaken Sukuna's faster and stronger than Kashimo. I've never said that. And if I did, I misspoke. I've never once believed that weakened Sukuna, a weakened, completely fucked up Sukuna is stronger than Kashimo. Has more potential to learn Jujutsu faster than Sukuna, my guy. What makes you believe that? That he figured out RCT? Cool. When he opens up an open domain barrier, I'll believe that. I'll believe that. Until when I see him literally figure out, he couldn't even figure out Mahoraga's ability faster than Sukuna. The only thing I've seen him do is essentially use RCT. That is it. That is the only thing you have going for him. Sukuna literally figured out how to cancel out CRT burnout, CRT burnout. RCT burnout through CT burnout through RCT off of one look. Concentrated targeting, you're arguing destructive capacity. Also, my points are bad. You're doing agree something. Seems curious. He's been studying Megumi since day one. What do you mean he's been studying Megumi since day one? Megumi doesn't know. Nobody in the entire verse knew that they could use RCT to heal a burnt out CT besides Gojo. And Gojo pulled it off mid-fight and Sukuna figured that off of a single glance. Come on now. Foreign Soma, are you just one of those people that just doesn't like Sukuna and therefore trying to find anything to make Sukuna sound bad? Because I'm going to be honest with you. You're going to have a hard time trying to even remotely argue that in this chat. Yeah. Sukuna is definitely not a fraud. There is not in this chat. I know Sukuna's feats well enough to know that the guy literally has better battle IQ than literally 99% of shonen protagonists. Yeah, Dabura is just faster. Okay, Dabura can be faster. That doesn't matter. The speed difference is not that big. I just don't see how you think Sukuna is going to dodge a true light attack that has the same explosive damage as Hollow Purple and travels faster. Explosive damage? It does not have the same explosive damage as Hollow Purple. I would not argue it has the same explosive damage as Hollow Purple, but if you think it does, hey, I guess Hollow Purple has near infinite mass and power to it. The man literally got brain damage. The man literally fought a platoon of people that were going in there with knowing every single one of his techniques. They knew everything that he could pull out of his ass. He literally fought a guy who pulled out a technique that nobody had ever used and everybody thought was way too dangerous to pull out. He replicated it off of a single glance, won 3 domain clashes before Gojo finally had a chance to do something about it or figure out a way around the open barrier. Literally adapted to Infinite Void, suffered about almost 10 minutes worth of brain damage? It was like 10 seconds worth of brain damage or something like that. Did you see the moment Dabura's light beams did to those buildings? Sukuna's not surviving this? 100% he is. Why wouldn't he? If Sukuna can survive Hollow Purple, he can survive that. I have no reason not to. Or does it have to be close to infinite speed? Near light speed could be 1% the speed of light. No, near light speed, I would not say... you know what? I would argue that. But then don't be upset when I bring up that argument for the Raikage. Because that's an argument I've been making for the Raikage for years, and everybody's always had an issue with me saying, well, near light speed, almost light speed, wouldn't that mean it's closer to the speed of light rather than it being lower infinite mass? Sukuna was locked in. There's no such thing as close to infinite speed. I meant to say infinite mass. My bad. Not infinite speed. Infinite mass. My apologies. I've been making that argument for the Raikage, but once it's used against Sukuna, oh, now it can be used, right? Now near light speed means that it could be 1% the speed of light. Yeah. So I guess the Raikage is only 1% the speed of light if he's almost the speed of light too. This is our country. Okay, we will not let pirates set a foot. Now raise your anchor and go. We'll blast your ship. Don't really. Don't go. Sanji dodged. Okay. He only notices after he calms down. Alright. Yes, Naruto, a series, is so far from Lightspeed, it's funny, and people talking about Lightspeed versus, yeah. Sukuna and Naruto downplay day can be better. If Sukuna can't dodge a hollow purple, he's not dodging Dabura's kick. Maybe, but I still think he survives it. I like Sukuna just as much as the next guy. You're overrating his strength. I'm really not. You said it, right? You was the one who uses speed. Also, I don't remember arguing the Raikage recently. It's not about arguing the Raikage recently, but in general, whenever I've said almost the speed of light could be anywhere between 1% to 99%, I've gotten plenty of people saying, oh, well, almost the speed of light could be closer to it. This has been I remember conversations very well. I know for a fact I brought this up at least 3 times on my streams. At least 2 or 3 times on my stream I've talked about it. I'm not saying right now. I'm not saying that anyone here is arguing for the Raikage. I'm just saying as an example. I've argued before, almost the speed of light could mean relativistic. Almost the speed of light could mean anywhere between 1% the speed of light to 99% the speed of light. And I've had people on my stream saying, I'm not saying that anybody here is saying it, I'm saying that in general, I've had people come to my streams and say, well, almost the speed of light would, if anything, genuinely mean that it's closer to the speed of light rather than it's closer to it just being relativistic or sub-relativistic, right? So I'm just simply using the same logic here. If Dabura is traveling at, 50%, 99%, 98, 97, 90, 86, 85, whatever arbitrary bullshit metric or arbitrary value of light speed that you think him moving at sub light speed or him moving at near the speed of light is, whatever level you think that is, all I'm saying is Sukuna dodged an EM wave as far as the manga goes that is 99.97% the speed of light. Unless that attack is not an EM wave, or unless that attack is not an EM wave, or unless the anime shows that he dodges before the attack comes out, I have no reason to believe that it's not the same. I have no reason to believe that he can't do the same in a larger, stronger body. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is, if Gojo could one-shot Mahoraga with a hollow purple and Sukuna still survived. If Sukuna can one-shot Mahoraga with a single Fuga and still survive, not still survive. If Sukuna can one-shot Mahoraga with a single Fuga, I have no reason to believe that Dabura, who couldn't one-shot Mahoraga, would one-shot Sukuna. I could be wrong, but Kashimo, Sukuna, and Gojo have decent cases for right at light speed. Not just that, the fact that you guys forget, we also brought this up yesterday. The fact that you guys consistently forget, we brought this up yesterday. Wait for the Dabura fight, Yuji. Yeah, I'm still waiting for it. You guys are the one bringing this shit up. You guys are the ones trying to tell me that Sukuna gets outscaled or he gets one shot by fucking Dabura. I'm just simply defending Sukuna at this point. And I'm willing to change my opinion. Not because of what you guys say, not because of your interpretations, but because the manga offers a piece of evidence that does do it. I don't give a shit if the manga changes something or says, hey man, listen, so Yuji is stated verbatim in a panel to be stronger than Sukuna, or Yuji is stated to be a threat on the same level as Sukuna, and then he beats Dabura. If Yuji is even remotely implied to be as strong as Sukuna, and he beats Dabura, that would still make me think Sukuna is stronger than Dabura. The only way I will ever believe that Dabura beats Sukuna in a fight at this point is if Yuji shows up and is stated to either be as strong or stronger than Sukuna, and either Dabura beats him or Yuji verbatim states, compares him directly to or he directly compares him to Mahoraga in some way, shape, or form that implies that he's stronger. If none of those things are the case, I have no reason to believe it. I just don't. What do you want me to tell you? I just don't know what to tell you. Why should I believe that Dabura is physically stronger? Why should I believe that Dabura would one-shot Sukuna or beat him at all? Why would I believe that Sukuna can't tank that attack? He tanked a Hollow Purple that wiped out Mahoraga, and he can shoot a Fuga with 15 fingers that wiped out Mahoraga. He couldn't do that. Dabura couldn't do that. Oh, but a Binding Vow likely made Mahoraga stronger? Okay, how much stronger is Mahoraga? What's the direct comparison between this Mahoraga and the previous one? Because Yuka literally dipped herself into the shadow, and it stated that she went into a state of suspended death, but the only reason why Megumi was in a state of suspended death wasn't because Megumi also made a Binding Vow. No, it was because Megumi got his head slammed in by Mahoraga. Because he survived his own MFTL kick. Why is the kick MFTL? Where is it stated that the kick is MFTL? Come on, Foreman Soma. Come on, man. Don't do that. Don't try to upscale it now. Don't try to say it's not even FTL. No. You went straight from FTL to MFTL. Come on now. Come on now, my guy. Come on now. Also, Dabura's ability is literally light. It is literally the concept of light. You realize not all electromagnetic waves destroy fucking space and time itself, right? Kashimo's not launching a physical object with near he's not launching a physical object with near infinite mass at Sukuna. He's just launching a EM wave of energy to blast Sukuna. None of Dabura's other light beams were wiping out everything around him. It only mattered when he himself decided to charge at Mahoraga at the speed of light. Over a distance. All I'm saying is Sukuna dodged out of the way in a short burst. That's all I've ever argued. These guys apparently do. But anyway, there it is. Talk about the arguments. Alright, back to this. Sanji dodges a bullet shot. Dodges bullet fire. Dude, I just like to get through one fucking stream where I can get through, for One Piece, where we get through this shit without somebody bringing up, oh, did you read the new JJK Medulla chapter? Oh, where's your king now? What's he doing? It's like, people get so fucking hyped up for people get so hyped up for something that they just immediately like to ruin all the fun out of it. Whenever I read a JJK, sometimes I don't even want to tell you guys that if I've read a new chapter or not, just because it's like, oh, the new scaling. It's like, bro, when I read a chapter the first time, I'm simply looking at, oh shit, this looks sick as fuck. Oh shit, this looks crazy. Oh man, all of these Mahoragas, all this shit is looking same. I'm not thinking about the scaling. I'm just thinking, oh man, this shit is sick. I like to think about the cool stuff that I'm looking at a manga because ultimately it is a form of entertainment first and a metric for power scaling second. I don't care about any of this shit at the end of the day. Like, if I want to read through this shit, I just want to, like, Yuji pulling off this crazy shit, I think this is awesome. But the first thing that people want to think about is, oh, he's already stronger than Sukuna. He would wipe out Sukuna with just this piercing blood. It's like, bro, just enjoy the art. Just enjoy the shit. Is that why people ruin the admirals for you? Yes! People take their agendas, people take their opinions so fucking seriously. And it's like, listen, we can just agree to disagree. If you want to believe that Sukuna is slower than what's his face and he would get one shot, I don't give a fuck, dude. But don't try to force that shit onto me saying, dude, are you seriously telling me here that Sukuna would be able to tank this? Yes. If I go by actual feats in the story, yes. But I don't care about that right now. I just want to see Yuji do cool shit. Here's my thing. When the next few chapters come out, as we see the fight progress, I don't give a fuck about the Sukuna versus Dabura debate. I don't give a fuck about where is Yuji in terms now of the standings of how powerful he is. Could Yuji one-shot Mahoraga? Could Yuji one-shot? I don't give a fuck about any of those things. I just want to see what Yuji looks like. I just want to see Yuji pull off something cool. I got a chance to see Mahoraga show up and do cool shit. I was curious as to what Dabura's ability was, and his ability is literally fucking sick as all hell. Seeing the moments like where he's literally sitting down thinking he's scared, he's tired, he's afraid, he's in pain. All of these things, mind you, also, one more thing, I'm in pain and I'm afraid. Literally out here afraid of Mahoraga, meanwhile Sukuna was smiling at the fact that he could eventually get his hands on it. Like, come on now, man. Just forgive my enthusiasm. I still can't believe Sukuna can deal with anything Dabura has shown and stronger. Like, all I'm sitting here, yeah, it's fine, but like, all I'm saying here is that, like, dude, it just ruins the joy of being able to just experience these chapters, at least for me. At least for me. The part that only upsets me is that it ruins the joy of getting to see what happens on a following chapter, because all I'm going to be pelted with are, oh, new scaling, new metas is up, Sukuna's a fraud now, Yuji one-shots the verse, blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, can people just take their time and just enjoy a piece of media without having to always make it about something of, well, my character, the one I invested stocks in, is now the winner. Like, if you're happy about that, if you're excited about that, cool, but let other people at least enjoy what is going on before we get into this whole discussion about like who wins or who doesn't. Because oh, next chapter, I'm not going to be thinking about, because here's the thing, if the new chapter shows up this week, I'm not going to be thinking, oh man, I hope Dabura doesn't show up and do something that like outscale. I don't give a fuck if Dabura is stronger than Sukuna. I don't give a shit. I have no issues with saying characters are stronger than Sukuna. I don't care. I really don't. I have no reason to believe Dabura from what he's shown currently. From what he's shown currently, I don't believe that Dabura beats Sukuna. I don't believe that. There's not enough evidence for me to believe that he does. There's still a very good there's still very good arguments for Sukuna in general, but overall, I just want to be able to talk about how cool the fucking chapter is over what the scaling is like. I'm not even going to lie. I've legitimately thought about, like, in the next year or two, I might not even do power scaling anymore. Just because it's like, bro, it's just a constant mismatch of headaches. I would still like the community to be non-toxic. I would still implore all of you to venture out and do that shit. But it's like, that's one of the reasons where I'm just like, bro, power scaling can be such a pain in the ass. It's like, you can't just take in a moment and just enjoy something. Oh, I can't wait for the chapters when we get to One Piece. I can't wait for the moment we get to One Piece where Akainu comes back, and I'm sitting here thinking, oh, we're finally gonna get some chapters for Akainu. I can't wait to see what he can do, actually. Hopefully he has Advanced Conqueror's Haki. That way he can probably keep up with these characters. Oh, no. Akainu, Admiral Agenda. Akainu's the strongest. You see that? Akainu scales over Roger, over Emu, over all this crap. It's like, bro, just enjoy the shit that we're getting. It's fucking gas. Just enjoy JJK Modulo, my guy. Just enjoy One Piece. Just enjoy Naruto. Aren't you part of the problem as well? You can't get mad at us for it. Depends on how you define part of the problem. If you're defining part of the problem as, I'm also a power scaler, I am also part of the community, I'm also having back and forths with people, yes, you could probably say that, yeah, I am part of the problem. And in that regard, I'd probably say, you know what, you'd probably be right. But it depends. Right? There's still context to be had. When a new chapter comes out, I don't usually try to talk about like the shit that's going on with the scaling. When new chapters come out, I'm just simply saying, yo, it's really fucking sick to see other things that these characters are capable of doing. I like how JJK Modulo's takes its approach towards treating cursed energy as something that the government legitimately needs to be aware of and something that they need to talk about. I like talking about the conversations between Maru, Yuka, and Tsurugi, where they try to basically talk about where we essentially like to talk about the cultural differences between these characters and why there isn't necessarily a true bad guy when it comes to this conversation of this killing curses versus letting them live because the Rumelians view them as Kalians, right? I like to talk about other things that isn't part of power scaling. Now, part of the reason why I have back and forths with people is because, again, we are having a difference in opinion when it comes to this kind of stuff. The part that gets me upset is when we are now looking at new chapters, not for the sake of enjoying the media, but instead, we're looking at it just to push an agenda for a character we like. That is what I have an issue with. When you can't enjoy something for the simple sake of enjoying it because everything has to be up to, oh, does the character that I like mean the strongest? In that regard, I'm not trying to be part of the problem. All I'm trying to tell you is you are allowed to have whatever interpretation you want. Don't try to push that on another person unless you are objectively correct. And even if you're objectively correct, you don't have to push it on somebody else. That is the point I'm trying to get to. Now, my patience has in some ways run very thin in certain regards, in certain conversations, just because we're just going over the same points over and over and over again. And at the end of the day, it's like I've always said, power scaling is all about interpretation. Power scaling has always been all about interpretation. For the people that think that Dabura curb stomps Sukuna, sure, fine. I don't personally care. I really don't. You can believe whatever you want to believe. I'm being honest. I genuinely mean that every time I say it. Believe whatever you want to believe. My only issue is when people say, oh yeah, no, but what about this? Oh, Sukuna's a fraud. Oh, this, that, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well now we're going to have a discussion about it. And if we're constantly reaching an impasse of what you believe versus what I believe, because all that matters is either whether the anime comes out and proves a single feat of Sukuna wrong, or whether another chapter comes out that gives more scaling for Dabura. That is the only thing that is going to make us reach an impasse. So until then, let's leave it at that. I wouldn't say myself as part of the problem in regards to, oh hey, trying to push a meta or thing onto people. No, all I'm here is if somebody tries to feed me their bullshit, like the guy from before, from earlier, like within the first hour of the stream, that's a little different at that point. Because at that point, that guy's saying, oh, these aren't continental feats, these aren't this and that. And at that point, I'm having a conversation and I'm saying, okay, what about it isn't continental? But there's a difference. Anyway. All I'm getting at with this is that, like, dude, just enjoy your fucking medias, man. Just enjoy that shit. I find it so much more fun to talk about this shit when we're just out here just talking about, oh, this is really cool, this is really interesting, blah 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 blah. Oh well, no, Sukuna's not light speed because of this. Well, what makes him not light speed? Well, Dabura's light speed. Okay, why that can make Sukuna light speed? Oh, because the world wasn't destroyed around him. I never said that Sukuna travels across the planet at light speed. I've only ever said he moves at those relativistic speeds and short bursts. And yes, having a larger, stronger body would mean that he can do that much easier. And likely he can do it faster. I don't know if he's, per se, objectively faster than Dabura in a foot race, especially if Dabura does the whole light speed thing. Would I say that Sukuna can probably get an easier head start? Sure, unless Dabura does the whole, again, sub-light speed? Sure, that's fine. But as far as who beats who in a fight, I'm just going to be straight up honest, I have no reason to believe that he loses. Take aim, we can't stop them, just a scratch, we won't set foot on your island, we need a shit doctor, please. I'll take you to your village. I shall warn you, there's only one doctor in the country. This country has no name. I'll just bullet fire. I know you're going to put most of these points on power scaling in general in your Naruto, but be ready for people to comment, not to get the memo, and you'll need to repeat. Nope, I'm not going to repeat. That video specifically, I genuinely do not feel like trying to explain things to people. I will explain my reasoning, I will explain my logic throughout the video. I'll try to be as in-depth as possible. I'll explain why I don't think that you can also scale Naruto in One Piece. Nah, it's your fault that you were trying to enjoy a series instead of talking about how much Itachi solos Majula. I mean, if Itachi solos Majula, he solos Majula. I don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, if Gege Akutami came out tomorrow and said, oh yeah, in the very last page of Modulo, in big bold text, and it comes out of the official release, it says Itachi solos the verse, I don't give a fuck. I'm very easy to convince if the author is being extremely blatant about something, right? If for whatever reason Gege Akutami said, oh yeah, no, Itachi literally solos the entirety of the JJK verse, that's fine. If Eiichiro Oda came out tomorrow and said Naruto Uzumaki would curb stomp Monkey D. Luffy in East, not even in East Blue, in part 1, Naruto in part 1 would curb stomp the entirety of One Piece, hey, listen, hey, listen, that comes directly from the author, straight out of Oda's words. I heard him literally say it. I'm gonna shut the fuck up and I'm gonna just say, I mean, Oda got the point, right? Gege point serious. All I'm getting at is that, like, dude, it's not that serious. But the part that so you'd believe them, but not anyone else? Dude, the feats don't match the statements. The author can say whatever the fuck they want at the end of the day. The author can say whatever the fuck they want. At the end of the day, it's the author now. Now, obviously, that wouldn't fucking happen. I don't think any of them are going to come out and say any of that stuff. Would you need a statement to believe Itachi solos a piece of fiction? If both authors of a series came out and said, if Kishimoto said, I don't know, Itachi solos, and I don't know, Dragon Ball, Akira Toyotaro. If Kishimoto and Toyotaro both got together and said, Itachi Uchiha solos the entirety of the Dragon Ball verse and the Naruto verse at the same time. Fuck it, man. That comes directly from both authors. They are in agreement. I would take that over any one of your words, because none of you are the authors. It's not to say that I'm going to shill for the author. I'm just saying an author's statement would more than likely match up more than some random shit. Either way, don't get me wrong, there would probably be a massive conversation to be had about the validity of an author's words versus, let's say, actual feats implied within a statement. At that point, that would probably bring up a massive controversy that we'd probably have to talk about that, and there would probably be a context in which we would have to say, well, okay, are they being funny about it, or do you think they're being serious? Where are they doing it like jokingly in terms of an interview? There are things that there we would have to talk about, right? But if it were something more reasonable, like, I don't know, fuck if I know, Gege Akutami and Kishimoto getting together and saying like, okay, Gege Akutami and Kishimoto getting together and saying that, like, I don't know, Sukuna can fight, Sukuna can probably fight up until, Ten Tails Madara. Sukuna loses to Ten Tails Madara. I would say, you know what, that's probably reasonable. Feats-wise, statements-wise, I would probably give it to Ten Tails Madara either way. The scaling would match up. Now, if some random person on the internet went down and said that conclusion, you mean like those alleged Kishimoto quoted of him saying Madara could fight Raditz? If Akira Toriyama and Kishimoto both agreed on that, I would probably believe that more. I would probably believe that more. If Kishimoto and Akira Toriyama got together and made the statement, I would probably believe that more. If the author makes a statement for another series, I have no reason to believe that. Only if both authors got together. Only if both authors got together. If Kubo came out and said Ichigo beats Goku, would you accept it? No. If Kubo came out and said Ichigo beats Goku, no. I would need Akira Toriyama or Toyotaro to agree with him. I probably should have rephrased the first thing that I said, because I did kind of go to an extreme. That I will admit, I did go to a crazy extreme for it. I did go to a bit of an extreme for it, but what I'm saying is, let me rephrase myself. I will agree that any character beats any character from another series if both authors agree at the same time. Both authors say, yeah, you know what, yeah, your character can probably beat mine. Yeah, I would probably agree at that point. Obviously, we'd also have to talk about the scaling. We would also have to talk about the scaling, and if it consists, if there was maybe a matchup talking about it, if there was like maybe a conversation to be had on both sides, I would say, you know what, maybe the authors in that case would work. Especially if both series have ended. If Gege Akutami came out in the first fucking chapter of the series, in the first volume, and said some shit like, I don't know, Gojo can beat Goku, I probably wouldn't believe that. Until I see the entirety of the series, I probably wouldn't believe that. It's just a hiking bear. It's not dangerous. Don't forget to bow. It's a mountaineer tradition. A country without a name dodges a bullet. Drum. Actually, I don't. It doesn't. Death of the author exists for a reason. Yeah. Good. It's all better now. I see. See? Now I can start training for real. Go. The best example is how the Boys Invincible authors have spoken many times in agreement that Omni-Man beats Homelander no matter that is no more than mid-diff. Yeah. In a scenario like that, this is actually the scenario that kind of did change my mind, right? This is the scenario where I'm like, okay, these are the producers of Invincible. These are the producers and writers of Invincible essentially saying the book gets over its own author. I always say that the book is over its own author. I like to think it's a bit of both. Occasionally the statements or feats in their own series, like an author might not know the difference between light and lightning speed. You can't make an argument based off of whether or not an author knows the difference between lightning and light speed, because ultimately you don't know if it's true. And even if it were, you have no reason to believe that, other than there is something that is so abhorrently egregious about the scaling in a series that you can probably say, yeah, no, this is probably likely to take. At the end of the day, it's all about interpretation, right? If, for example, the producers and the writers of The Boys said, yeah, Omni-Man would beat the fuck out of Homelander, I would say, you know what? They probably have an idea. They probably had an idea. No, I changed the title of yesterday's stream, by the way. Was one of the most accurate death battles ever. Right. I don't think you could just inherently disagree entirely with what an author says. For example, I'll give you guys an example. Gege Akutami said that Gojo doesn't hold a kin to Kakashi, but then through the shit that I see in JJK, through the things that Gojo can do, the things that he can pull off, so on and so forth, yeah, no, I don't think that Gege Akutami necessarily fully thought out of that statement when he decided to give Gojo all the other shit that he gave him towards the end of the series. Infinity, Hollow Purple, the multiple applications of domain expansion, a statement that came out 5 years prior, I have no reason to believe still holds weight now when the series is continuing to progress. Now, if both One Piece and Naruto ended, if both series ended, no more chapters, nothing new, nothing crazy, and both Oda and Kishimoto were to get together and agree at the same time, yeah, I would say Naruto and Luffy is actually pretty close. They don't even allude to it. They just say it's pretty close. I would be willing to change up my scaling. I would be willing to say, this is where I get the characters at with my own scaling, but the authors said that the fight is pretty close, so take that as you will. Holistic character and sense instead of just pure strength. We also know for a fact that like Gojo is a way worse teacher than someone like Kakashi, so that would also add up. But it's fine. All I'm trying to get in is that like you don't necessarily have to take everything that an author says verbatim for word as word, especially as law, especially if it's in context of like comparing their series to other series. That I think is fine. That I think it's completely fine. You don't have to take the words of an author entirely. But if for whatever fucking reason you get two authors to agree on let's say a line of scaling, like, I don't know, Madara, if both Toriyama and Kishimoto got together and they said Toriyama and Raditz are both equally, sorry, not Toriyama, Madara is equally as powerful as Raditz, it's like, okay, well, both of them agree to this. That now we have a context for what Raditz can do. Like, a lot more context for what Raditz can do. Upscales the fuck. You could probably say it upscales the fuck out of Naruto, but in reality, all it really does is just say that, yeah, even the earliest Saiyan Saga characters still massively outscale someone like Madara. Regardless, dude, I don't know, man. Just enjoy your fucking manga. Just enjoy your shit. If you want to talk about power scaling, let's just not get it to the point where like this shit just becomes some pedantic back and forth about who's trying to be right, man. Just believe whatever you want to believe. Like, that's really what it is. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm talking here to so many people at the same time that it's just fucking exhausting, man. I'd really just like to get through one stream where I don't have to have this constant sounds right. Yes, I know end of OG Dragon Ball should be the bar. I mean, it's fine, right? Like, what was the last Death Battle match? And I don't know. I don't really watch Death Battle. The Bum Kubo would say Ichigo Solo's One Piece for sure. I mean, he could. But guess what? If Oda doesn't agree with him, why the fuck would I take what Kubo says for verbatim? Kishimoto could say that Kaguya's on the same level as Zeno. I don't have... Who bother you the most out of most streams? Certain people come in now and then. If you were here before, Pentrell, if you were here before, you noticed that I might have like muted somebody earlier in the stream. They're one of the few people that I'm like, they come in here, they get upset at the regular, no, generally, what is the topic to get such a crash out on? We were having a conversation before, okay. I'm petting my cat, I wouldn't agree even if both authors agree in some cases. That's fine. If you don't want to agree, that's completely fine as well. You don't have to agree. It only depends on what you, at the end of the day, want to believe. It's fucking fiction. We're talking about animated characters. We're talking about characters that can summon shadows, you turn to rubber, shoot out mini nukes, fly through fucking space. Some worlds have more relativistic, real world physics. Other worlds don't give a flying fuck about that because it restricts writing. Did the author of Invincible say that Omni-Man beats Superman? Because there's a lot of versions of Superman as well. Was that Ichigo should be able to solo one piece, but the execution showing the dog water lets people 100 interpretations that make that sound unrealistic. Also, to get to the topic of conversation, I'll just put it simple. I'll just make it real simple. I don't think I was there. Okay, so earlier I muted a guy who comes into my streams consistently, along with sometimes another two dudes come in here, and they say Naruto scaling is so far above One Piece scaling. Okay, sure, that's fine. Then they say you got to look at these feats. They blow up mountains, but that shit's like country level. I ask them, where's country? What about it is country level? Well, you kind of got to like read between the lines. Okay, what exactly do I have to read? Because nothing here explains that it's country level. Well, they're actually planetary and they're so much farther up. Oh, why are they so much farther up? They don't ever have any lines of logic. The people that usually piss me off in these cases are the people that either A, don't have an argument or a leg to stand on, that just try to tell you that you and everybody else in the chat are coping because they're asking you to provide evidence when you cannot provide it. We had a guy earlier show up and basically have it back and forth with me about why One Piece shit isn't continental, but Madara slicing through two mountaintops is planetary or some shit. It's like, I get this shit constantly, dude. It's just fucking tiring. Now, again, like you said earlier, am I part of the problem because I keep having these back and forths with these people? Sure, maybe. I would actually agree with that, right? I don't have to continuously have a conversation with people that either don't want to have a genuine conversation about it or are going to just believe their own rhetoric and bullshit just to do whatever just to piss me off at the end of the day. Sure, that's part of it. But I mean, hey, listen. My guy was continental and Shinja wasn't. Yeah, that other guy earlier. Let's just end this conversation by just saying that if you don't want to believe what an author says, just consider the context behind what the author is trying to say and why, and the feats that are established. If you think that an author, obviously, authors aren't also infallible, right? Let's also say this: authors aren't also infallible. They are still human beings. They can still make mistakes. Authors would probably know less about power scaling than the average consumer, than the average power scaler anyway. You can possibly argue. Does that mean that the power scaling in the series might be inconsistent or bad? Not necessarily. Power scaling can still be consistent within its own series. Granted, what an author may only see things from a very casual perspective for other series, therefore they might not fully understand what it is about it. Alright? Let's just leave it at that. We're never going to get through Alabasta. I know. That's why I said, let me just fucking focus on this. I'm really sorry, guys, and I just don't want it to be like the experience every time. That's the part that pisses me off. I just don't want it to be the experience every fucking time. I don't want to be just known as the guy that sits there and talks about One Piece and Naruto every fucking day and can't get through his goddamn video because, oh man, he keeps being rage baited. I just have to do better myself. It's not about anybody else here not bringing up the arguments that they want to bring up or bringing up the differences that they want to bring up. It's just about me just making the conscious choice not to engage, because at the end of the day, I'm the one who essentially sets the momentum for the stream. Gege surely didn't know, since the attack behaves nothing like EM waves do. Probably. Thank you to everyone. Close door. At the end of the day, I'm the one who chooses what the momentum of the stream and the pace that we go at, and I'm the one slowing it down, so it's just on me. It's just on me at that point. So for that, I will say, anybody here, I'm sorry if I keep allowing these conversations to take up time. I will do my best to try and make sure that they don't move us past where we need to go. Yeah, mangakas are still human. They still make mistakes and can still say... Yeah, they're not going to know the perfect scaling for other series as well. I mean, think about it like this. The average scaler would probably look at the average person who enjoys some level of scaling would probably look at somebody else's scaling and say... Yeah, and just say like, oh, yeah, these attacks got to be really powerful, right? Or they'll probably like believe somebody else's line of scaling over just coming to their own thing. It's very probable that it's the same thing for even like manga artists themselves. Maybe they're not sitting down watching power scaling videos, but they would at least say, oh, well, last time I watched Dragon Ball was like 5 years ago. Would I say that my characters stack up? Well, maybe. They probably could. I don't know. Those mountains are the Drum Rocky. See the castle at the highest peak? Okay. Dodges a bullet. I'm just going to remove this. Dr. Kureha lives at the summit of the highest peak. It is to my birthday. It's a win for me. No, it's okay. It's just this time it went on for a while. I had to go and watch other videos to kill time. I'm sorry, Decem. I'm sorry to you guys. Yeah, if this kind of stuff basically keeps you guys away from watching my content, then I completely understand why as well. It's not enjoyable to hear the same discussions over and over again. The only doctor in this country, Kurega, which people call what, still lives there. What puts Kashimo so below Sukuna that he needs 16 times of an amp to blitz him? I don't know about that. New goal for Eon is to have no enemies. Thorfinn, I'm just trying to get to that point, man. I don't believe I have any enemies. I don't believe that any of the people that I mute on stream are my enemies. And I don't think any of the people that say wild shit out in the world are my enemies. It's just like, damn. Like, damn, dude. It's just exhausting. It's just exhausting. I feel like I'm on a constant defense. The thing is that I feel like the thing about power scaling that is so... The thing about power scaling that is so toxic at times, it's that it constantly makes you feel like you have to be on the defensive. That every time I have to start up a stream, I feel like I am on the defensive. I think that's my issue. And I think that's the part that makes me not enjoy it as much and why I have to sometimes go on these rants. Because it feels like, yeah, I have to basically be... Favorite One Piece is daily the minority option. Yeah, is dollar... Her skills as a doctor are indisputable, but she is rather eccentric. She's nearly 140 years old. What, 140 years old and she's still kicking? Let's... See, she likes pickled plums. What do you people... Here, when he gets injured, she comes down to the mountain whenever she likes. She looks at the patient, treats him, takes whatever she wants as compensation, and goes home. Sounds like a nasty old lady. Hey, she's just like a pirate. But does that woman, that old mountain... Yeah. Thoughts on Death Battle, Madara versus Aizen? They did that? They did Madara versus Aizen? When the fuck did they do... Oh! Yeah. Death Battle did Madara versus Aizen. Madara did they did do Madara versus Aizen. I think it was fine. I'm fine with it. I don't really care. I could see why they came to that conclusion. Madara won by Genjutsu, which was dumb. Wait, Madara won that shit? No way. Madara did not win. Broke down if I broke down in more detail my opinion on Dabra, so you can debate in the comments later. Would that be annoying? It would be very annoying, yes. I don't want to force you to... Yeah, no, listen, here's the thing. And this is not just for you. This is not just for the conversation itself. This is just in general. I don't like having to constantly go back and forth with people, especially through threads that are massively long. Like, comments like this, not to say that they are a bad thing. I love the fact that you are passionate about this, and I love the fact that you are so passionate about your own opinion, or about the things that don't make sense to you that you'd like some clarification. Those things are fantastic, and I don't want you to stop that, and I don't want anybody else to stop that. The thing is, dude, listen, believe whatever you want to believe. I don't really care. If you don't think or you're not convinced, that's completely fine. I have no issue with that. But at the end of the day, what the fuck did I look up? Oh, yeah, Madara versus Aizen. That's what it was. But at the end of the day, you know what it is? Especially with, like, very long comments, they are exhausting to read through and they are exhausting to talk about, and the reason is because I have to essentially bring up the same exact points that I constantly bring up over and over and over again. And there are things that are honestly, like, in the long scheme of things, just feel like a lot. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, let me put it like this. When I wake up, I immediately start replying to comments, and sometimes the thing that wakes me up is me replying to comments. Who the fuck won this? Okay. Genjutsu. Madara won this fight? I don't remember him winning this shit. How the fuck they let Madara win this? Yeah, I'm wondering the same fucking thing. How the fuck did Madara win this? I mean, don't get me wrong, Aizen's mountain level fodder, but like, how the fuck did he win that? I'll watch that in my own time later. My friend, if at least 50% of the world was smart, we'd be Caravech Type 3 civilization by now. Only a piece of the chosen recognize how great One Piece is. We are getting closer to Idiocracy day by day, the movie. Yeah, we're already in one. Oh, shit. You can break it down. I mean, you can break it down, Aster, but I can't promise I'm going to read it because it's honestly just a lot. It feels like a lot more often than not. It feels like a lot to have to go through everything in detail to explain my reasoning. Just put it like this. If you are not convinced, that is fine. I am not convinced either. Let's just agree to disagree and just leave it at that, because it is honest. I don't like being on the defensive all the time, and I feel like I'm constantly on the defensive when I'm on the streams. And it's like, it's fine. If my brain of logic doesn't also work for everybody, that's okay. I'm not saying that. I've never once said that I'm right. Yeah. I can understand Madara getting over Aizen and AP, but how do they bypass his immortality? Yeah, that's what I never understood. What happened? Because they are biased against Bleach. They said they wouldn't use the Hogyoku because it's undefined. They really did that? That's crazy. You think you can out-eat Naruto, Luffy, or Ichigo? Fuck no. Fuck. Have you seen the shit that Luffy can eat? Fuck no. Probably Naruto. I think the only one I can out-eat is maybe Naruto. Maybe not Ichigo because of the shit that he ate back in the Soul King's castle. So they capped about them being existence erasure. Oh, so they just completely upscaled Madara then. Here's the thing. I think Madara's regeneration is still worse than Aizen's. I still do believe that Madara's regeneration is worse than Aizen's. Clears them all in terms of eating. He does. They said Genjutsu will work since chakra is the same as Reiatsu. We'll check it out. We'll check it out later. Others say that she comes from a strange beast, unlike anything unlike before. Oh, in abominable snow moments. Oh, yeah, only doctor you can get involved. Yeah, you don't know the entire one doctor in the entire country makes no sense. Hey, can you hear me? What are you doing? Listen, I'm gonna live up at the mountain. We're gonna climb it. Or don't be ridiculous. What are you trying to do? I'll carry her on my back. Only will make her worse. Come sooner. The sooner she sees a doctor, the better. If she's too cold, it's too much for Nami. A fall from the mountain would kill even a healthy person. If she does fall, there's soft snow under her. The temperature is 6 degrees higher than normal. Do you realize that? It's okay. I'm counting on you. Atta girl, Nami. Leave it to me. I love moments like this, by the way. You think Sonic is stronger than Mario? I do. That's why I say I always take Death Battle's reasonings to be with a grain of salt. Especially from the shit I've seen from Sonic, but then again, Mario also has some pretty crazy-ass scaling, so... I can't necessarily, like, completely write out Mario as well. You know what I mean? It's like Mario could easily be stronger. I've never scaled Mario myself. Where the fuck am I? Oh, there it is. Okay, we're back onto this. I mean, it's Death Battle. The Doom versus Halo video was pure hot garbage, the OG one. Yeah. Luffy would have thrived in Toriko's verse. Luffy probably might become one of the strongest characters just from all the shit that he might be eating. Luffy might unironically make, like, gourmet cells or some shit. Probably not, though. Luffy genuinely made Shebs collapse from cooking too much. Tired people out who can produce food to infinite quantity. And even beat Toriko and Goku. Even beat out Toriko and Goku in a special, I think. Remember hearing the discussion about this, though it feels kind of weird when people complain about them using his Ten Tails form because it required prep time. It does require prep time, and I would wonder why Madara doesn't just have the Ten Tails with him if he can just summon it, right? Like, why would he start off the fight not in Ten Tails if he can just summon it at any point? They showed the Doom guy being immune to explosions and made him lose to a Halo grenade. That's so stupid. Yeah, Death Battle has very nuclear hot takes in some cases. I know that Luffy doesn't have gourmet cells. I'm just making a joke that Luffy would probably grow some from all the shit that he'd be eating. He doesn't have gourmet cells. Are you sure about this? We won't stop you, but at least climb from the other side. The Lapans are their vicious, flesh-eating rabbits. If you encounter a pack of them, it's certain death. Repeat, I'll kick them. Let's go, Sanji. Before Nami dies, don't say things like that. It's bad luck, you idiot. Hope they all bring it back. Okay. I'll say, out here for a while, me too. Then I'll keep you company. Long ago, we did have them. Circumstances, only a few months ago. Brought them back at the hands of pirates. This country was brilliant. No wonder it was so nerve-wracking. They were mere pirates, still uneasy. It was a crew of 5 pirates. They called themselves Blackbeard. They were immensely powerful, and we never stood a chance. They defeated us before we knew what hit us. Blackbeard pirates. Pirates showed up to Drum and were so immensely powerful. Army didn't stand. Blackbeard pirates, 5 men. Luffy would be like Jiro, who had no gourmet cells but was a monster due to being raised by an 8 king. Ooh. What do you think is going to be more controversial? Superman versus Goku 4 or Luffy versus Naruto Death Battle? I'm just saying, if they give it to Naruto, I am completely debunking the fuck out of that video. I never thought I'd have to debunk a Death Battle video, but I will. But some hear it is without a blessing. What good about a country being defeated? So anything idiotic. Until the land was ruled by a king, and people were very unhappy. The king of the Drum Kingdom, his name was Wapple. He was the worst king ever. Wapple, I remember Wapple. What? You know Wapple? You never know. Do you ever? Do we ever? That's the pirate that attacked our ship, but I chased him off. Actually, I remember him saying something about the Drum Kingdom. Yes, I remember him clearly now. When I was a child, my father took me into a conference. Conference, yeah, I mean, Matt Wapple. It's that so. He was gone. The country was defeated. This country was defeated, but the king's not only alive, he's turned pirate. The pirate part is a cover. Wapple is scouring the seas in search of this land. The men of those then those men on those ships were soldiers for the pirates defeated, and they drove off the island defeated. That's a laugh. When the pirates arrived, Wapple's armies didn't even attempt to fight. Wapple's army didn't make an attempt to fight. How do you debunk it if you don't go by calcs? Simple. By sheer statements, feats, and actual narrative, you can easily make the argument. If Naruto actually wins, it's because if you think One Piece gets hate, now the amount of hate it will get will be historic. I mean, it's fine. They only made One Piece versus Naruto video where Sanji beat Rock Lee but lost a leg. Yeah, that shit was absolute fucking asinine garbage, by the way. Believe it or not, when they saw the pirates' strength, they abandoned the nation to its fate. They fled like rats from a sinking ship. Wapple escaped to sea, and a country lost the hope that their own king would. How could a king do such a thing? It's despicable for a king to abandon his people. You're right, Wapple's evil reign. Wapple might be one of the most important characters in the endgame of One Piece. He only knows about, like, Emu and all this shit. That's really it. He only has information. This island belongs to those of us who remain. The towns, the villages are beginning to recover. Blah, 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 blah. Wapple's fear. We rebuild the country. The restoration of the monarchy is the most feared thing. We want to rebuild a peaceful nation. If it's getting colder, the wind's picking up. Why aren't you wearing socks? Just looking at you makes my feet hurt. It's my policy. It's my police. You mean policy? Yeah, that's right. By the way, did you know that people who live in the snow countries don't sleep? Why not? Well, if they ever fall asleep, they'll die. That's ridiculous. Everybody has to sleep. It's true. I heard that a long time ago from someone. Did Usopp tell you that? No, it was someone at my village's tavern. Interesting. But it is a calc to upscale Naruto significantly. How do you go about it? I'll simply say their calculations, like with Asura and all the other things, are under the massive amount of assumption that each one of these things, that each one of the creatures or people or feats that they scale is accurate to what the author is entirely accurate to what the author is trying to define. There is no way to tell how big the mountains are. The best you can say is they're at least 200 meters tall. There is no way you can really calculate the radius or the range of any of the tailed beast explosions because you have kind of nothing to base them off of. If they say that Gamabunta is anything larger than 17 meters, I will immediately call it out. And you can also I also have panels of Kishimoto drawing, let's say, a 10-kilometer explosion that doesn't look like it's 10 kilometers big. Pixel scaling just doesn't work in my opinion. I'll debunk the video because I'll say they're using calcs based on measuring pixels when the authors don't even really draw things to actual scale. I'll just say that. Where is it? Sasuke retrieval, search for Tsunade, Tenchi Bridge, Pain Assault, Pain Itachi arcs. It should be like around this area right here, yeah. Like, yeah, this explosion is 10 kilometers, but then when Naruto and the guys are there, yeah, you can see 10 kilometers away. Yeah. The explosions usually are not that big. Yeah, the explosions usually don't seem that big, at least in terms of, like, where characters stand on there and show up. They literally said that Sanji would get one shot by 8 gates. I don't believe that. They gave Lee straight gate guy feats and completely unknown Boruto feats just to say that Sanji wins due to speed. But that was pre-buff Sanji from Wano. Yeah, C0 over tailed beast bomb. Maybe in terms of range. I don't know about in power. I can't say whether or not... You know what's crazy? there's an argument to actually be made that, like, the C0 bomb probably can't even, like, no offense, but you can't debunk a video saying that a method that is a standard for the community isn't valid. I can. What's stopping me from doing that? What's exactly stopping me from doing that? I could. I don't believe... There's... What am I supposed to tell you? Oh yeah, pixel measurements that aren't actually written off by the author are all fair and right. Low key, when I first saw One Piece, there's Naruto stuff. Naruto seemed kind of weak, while One Piece was more fanatical and just bigger and wacky destructions. Low key, I don't even know why they gassed up Naruto. Because Naruto has a very good examples of explosions and giant... Naruto has better examples worth of what feats and destruction cause to the entire area. With One Piece, it's more cinematic in terms of, like, you see Luffy split an island in half, or at least, like, bend the inside of an island's largest city. But you're not seeing it from, like, an outside perspective to see, like, the full range and size of the damage done to the actual feat, right? But then Naruto, for example, blows up a mountain. It's like you're seeing the mountain from a higher up perspective, and you're seeing how large the mountain is in comparison to, like, let's say, I don't know, mountains, explosions, maybe a river or whatever. So yeah, you get a larger perspective of size and scale. It's all about perspective and scale. Did Usopp tell you that? No, it wasn't a tavern. Pixel scaling is fine, just can be disingenuous sometimes depending on the context. Then why did Bolton have a bed in his house? Oh, right, he must have been his deathbed. You idiot, did you know this? Snow country women have silky smooth skin. How come? Isn't it obvious? When it's cold, you rub your skin like this. That makes it soft and smooth. That's why women from snow countries have pale, smooth skins. I wonder why their skin's so white, though. The colors of the snow gets absorbed into the skin naturally. You know, I never knew you were so stupid. You're calling me stupid? Anyway, I'm getting tired of this. Yo, Sanji sent... Yo, Sanji said that yo, Sanji really just kicked a baby fucking... Yo, Sanji just kicked the fuck out of a baby rabbit. That's crazy. Yeah, the issue is that the consistent reference points they like to add are like Gamabunta being way larger than like 100, at least closer to 100 meters than just 17 meters. You can use it as a guide. I don't have an issue with people using it as a guide, and I don't have people using it. I don't have an issue with people using it at all. But I mean, like, that was off the top of my head. But you think Yuki Tsukumo can beat Maki? If she does the black hole thing, yeah. Yeah, but you can't just go and say that they just have a method that is a standard since the birth of power scaling. It's not the standard since the birth of power scaling. It was not the standard. Pixel scaling was just used as a meta that people found to be a way to, like, directly get size and scale for something without directly having statements from authors. It was not there since the birthplace of power scaling. You could literally say that the birthplace of power scaling was literally just playground kids just saying Goku can bench press a planet while Superman can bench press a star. We were all there. Nobody 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago was actually pulling out pixel measurements out of their ass, out of their book bags to talk about this shit. It was not there since the birthplace of power scaling. Just because some people consider it as the standard or what you should go by doesn't mean that I have to, and it doesn't mean that it has to be the standard forever and ever and ever. I'm not saying the death battle needs to go by my metrics. I never said that once, but if they do bring up the video, I'll send, but if their reasoning is because of some size scaling explosions, I mean, sure. Listen, it goes one of two ways, right? Either I say I disagree with Death Battle because they gave Naruto the win off of some bullshit logic that I might not agree with. They might give it to Naruto because of some pixel scaling meta, which again I also wouldn't agree with, which I would just say I don't go by that meta, then I would go and explain why I don't agree with pixel scaling in general. If they go with some bullshit logic like they did with Reiatsu being close to Haki, I would just say they verse equalized. Naruto only benefits from it. Luffy gets nothing out of them being even remotely similar or them being equalized. At the end of the day, whatever meta that they go by, I have a reason why I can say I just do not agree with it and why I can debunk it. It's really that simple. It's not only because they're using pixel measurements. It might not even be because they use pixel measurements. And if they use pixel measurements for Naruto, they'd have to do the same for One Piece. And then at that point, I would say, yeah, so like, a regular country island, a regular well-known country island like Alabasta, which has a river that is wider and larger than what you could even remotely scale the fourth grade Shinobi War to. Yeah. The battlefield that they fought the last half of the Shinobi fourth grade Shinobi War. Yeah. I'm gonna make it a yeah. Their pixel scaling is somehow gonna get them above a single river size in an average country where you have characters like Don Shinja that can split continents that are larger than Alabasta. Yeah, okay. You literally have to have a bunch of don't call people tards. The only verse equalization I accept is 2 magic anime. Mana systems can be equalized except probably for magic. I don't even believe that magic mana systems can be fully equalized for the simple fact. Sanji asks why Luffy won't put on socks. Okay, just making sure. Only because certain magic systems work off of things like incantations, runes, other magic systems work off of literally, off of like waving a staff. Other magic systems work off of like leveling up. Like there are a lot of differences between different mana systems and magic systems, even if they use similar terms. So like for mana costing ones. Even then, it's like, would I say that all mana-based magic systems are the same? Because some might use... It depends on the context of the verse. That's why I just don't like the concept of verse equalization on its own, even for like mana-based systems. Like I wouldn't necessarily say that Magi's magic is the same as Black Clover's magic is the same as, I don't know, High School DxD. Sure, but it's been there for a while and then almost everybody uses it. Yeah, but just because everybody tells you to jump off a bridge, do you mean you're going to jump off a bridge? I don't have to agree with everybody else's metrics, especially if those metrics get you some astronomically wanked out scaling. Look at it like this. For years, people used to believe that the Earth, for years, humanity as a whole, not just a niche group of people within the wider pop culture media niche. Because think about it like this: power scalers in general are a niche of a niche of a niche, right? There are people who don't even like pop culture and media. There are people who like pop culture and media that separates down into manga versus Eastern versus Western. There, you can keep going down in subculture versus subculture. Power scaling lives in a subculture between all of that. There were people that for hundreds of years, thousands of years, believed that the Earth was the center of the universe and that everything flowed around the planet. Was the sun, all the other planets, it all float around us. And then, you know what? Somebody came along and said, well, maybe that's not a right way of thinking about things. Maybe you can look at it another way. Now, I'm not exactly pertaining my side, it's my form of scaling to... I'm not exactly comparing my form of scaling to actual science and math, not in the slightest bit, but what I am saying is that just because people have believed for a decade or so, for at least a decade, maybe 2, that you need to use pixel measurements or that's the right way to go when you're using scaling, doesn't mean that I have to adhere by it, and doesn't mean that it's the objective best way to do scaling. That's all I'm saying. Not to be that guy, but post-relativity, the Earth is technically the center of the universe. Post-relativity, the Earth is technically the center of the universe? I don't know, man. I don't know about any of that. All I'm saying is just because people agreed to something for years and years doesn't mean that I have to agree to it. Doesn't mean that I can't modernize it or provide my own form of power scaling that others might end up using, that others might end up tweaking, or that somebody might even end up creating some groundbreaking new metric by which they can scale that everybody now uses in the future. Or maybe my metric of scaling doesn't even remotely is used at all, and there might be somebody else that shows me their line of scaling or their metrics of scaling that completely makes me revamp mine. All I'm saying is I don't have to agree with pixel scaling, or I don't have to say that, oh, it's the way that most people have done it for years. I don't really give a shit. I can still scale characters however the fuck I want to scale them. Doesn't matter how far you are from the absolute truth at this point. You are in a group of scalers who are the closest to it. Simply the argument of popularity. Yeah. Some magics are manipulated by laws of reality, and others just manipulate and transformation of energy, normally mana. There are also forms of magic that don't directly compare to actual elements. For example, in Black Clover, there's a distinction between, like, let's say regular elemental kinds of magic and then actual the true nature of magics that allows them to, like, be not only as powerful as, like, actual elements, but even farther beyond that, right? Like, even Black Clover makes that distinction. There are some verses where, like, magic is just an amalgamation, a copy of what, like, real nature is, and there are others who, like, for example, basically affect the very laws of existence and nature themselves, and others who basically only help manipulate it to a smaller tangent. But in the context, you couldn't critique somebody for teaching you that the Earth is the center of the universe, that the official Earth story is that the Earth is the center of the universe. I mean, again, that could be the official story, but again, pixel scaling isn't the official metric, but pixel scaling isn't the quote-unquote universal. I can't fucking speak. God damn it! I'm thinking faster than I can. 1 second. Let me drink some more water. I heavily dislike magic as a system. It's just slop nowadays, an excuse for anything to happen without having a deep system. I mean, sometimes it's the case. Sometimes the story can still be good even with it. Magic is the peak. It's just hard to do, and there's too much trash magic systems. Okay, so back to the conversation. I mean, at the end of the day, you could put it like this. Wait, somebody's leaving? Oh, you're leaving, Esther? Unfortunate. Where is the Earth the center of the universe? That's completely impossible, for the universe has no discrete center. Pixel scaling looks to me like it came from people wondering how big something is. Nowadays, it's used to keep some verses upscaled as much as possible. I mean, put it like this, right? You can still consider it. Pixel scaling is still, you could still say, I don't know if it is, but you could still say that it's by far and wide the most consistent form of scaling out there, right? Just counting the pixels around a character to figure out how large it is. Is it an inviolable metric? No, but you still should take it with a grain of salt. Even if Death Battle goes by those metrics, and even if that is the metric by which they say that Naruto is stronger than One Piece, at that point I would say, so why didn't they get the same quantifications for One Piece Islands? I would then not so much come at the pixel scaling itself, but more so, how can they even remotely imply that islands in One Piece, especially in a planet much, much larger than, again, Earth, how could they even remotely quantify anything in Naruto to beat? I would still tackle the pixel scaling side of it, and even then I would say, either way, whatever values Death Battle got are headcanon. Their values means jack shit. I would still say it. It doesn't stop me from saying it. If Death Battle said, well, Naruto has a quantification of like 50 billion gigaton, fuckton, chuckton joules of force, versus One Piece only having 45 gigaton, fuckton, megaton, fuckton joules of force. It's like, I don't give a fuck at that point. It's like they just got some random numbers, they did some random math, and that number is still not what the author would agree with. I have no reason to believe that Oda Kishimoto would still believe those numbers, so why the fuck would I agree with them? I would just call it out for what it is. Would you rather crack Giselle or Felix from ReZero? Who the fuck is Felix? ReZero. Are you fucking serious? No, I'm not. No, the answer is just no. I'm not cracking either. How about that? How about I chop off my own penis? How about I simply don't touch either of them? How about I simply just don't go anywhere near them? How about they're simply animated characters who I would have nothing to do with and attract me in zero ways possible? Also, partially because of mostly because of the fact that they are biologically men. No, I would not do that. You have to choose. How about neither? Yeah, my choice is neither. Don't avoid the question. Why do I have to choose one? You're basically saying, would I rather fuck a trans woman or a trans woman? And I don't want to fuck either trans woman. I would not want to fuck a trans woman. That's not for me. Don't judge anybody for that, but that's definitely just not for me. Neither of them. How about that? How about I just say neither of them? How about if I say that I don't know who the fuck Felix is, and I wouldn't want to fuck somebody that I definitely don't know who the fuck they are, and Giselle, how about they're just an actual piece of shit, and I would never want to fuck somebody who's a piece of shit? How about that? What happens then, huh? What then? Naruto's multiversal. Please explain that, angry Wojak Naruto fan. Yeah. Yeah, but if you had to crack one, but why would I have to crack one? Why would I have to crack one, huh? What are they? They're big and white. They must be polar bears. Yeah, that's it. Wonder if they're all right. I hope they don't encounter lapons. Even if they're carnivorous, they're still just rabbits. Rabbits as big as bears with quickness of a rabbit that attack in packs. Lapons are rabbits as large as bears with the speed of rabbits that with the quickness of rabbits. I guess I should throw in the H here. With the quickness of rabbits that attack in packs. Bro doesn't want to answer. That says it all. What do you make the universe is forcing you to? Well, I guess I'm boundless then, because I'm not. The universe cannot force me to do it. Literally, God himself, from every fucking religion possible, whether it's Christian, what is it? Christian, Muslim, Catholic, Egyptian, Hindu, what else we got here? Shinto, Buddhist, all of them could come down and strike me from the heavens with a massive lightning bolt. Every single god in existence, the whatever ones they've got in Africa, whatever ones they've got in Asia, whatever ones they got in South fucking America, Quetzalcoatl himself could come down from the heavens and strike me down right now. I can promise you I'm not answering that question. And the answer, even if I did, the answer is still consistently going to be no. There you go. Any straight man would answer this question, and a straighter man wouldn't. How about that? Actually, the straightest man of them all just did. Yeah. The answer is no, I do not want to crack either of them. Which one would you crack, Six, since you're a straight man that would like to answer? Just don't want to hide the fact that you like femboys. I've never once liked femboys. You don't even... there is no way you can even remotely prove that I like femboys. Hey, Eon, is Abysmal / Pit in One Piece versus their version of magic? Probably, something like that. I don't know. There's still information to come out. There's still a lot of information to come out in that. That attack in packs. In packs. Okay, let's keep going. I hope, are they really that big? Dalton here looking for a doctor, but over here now, what? Captain's chest, you see the ship? No, what, how long, how hard? It's been months. It's our homeland, it's Drum Kingdom, are you sure? I would rather crack Felix, to be honest. A fucking yo, by the way. You got a bad father here, the shop is standing in. Ray also just slams a door wide open. Kureha slams a door wide open. It splinters. Wide open with a hand. Can't play slots without a lever? Alright, that's enough of that. Why are we now getting to gooning? You being the straightest man would mean that you are straight, and since any straight man would answer the question, you aren't straight. No. That doesn't make any sense. I said that as the straightest man, I wouldn't answer that question. And why do you have to be a straight man to want to fuck a femboy? That wouldn't make you straight. Listening to this at work got me side-eyeing chat. That's what I'm saying, bro. I want to know the secret of my eternal youth. Who asked? I can't believe you're 100. I'm only 139. Should I kill you? Cure what? The child isn't sick. Are you a doctor? Let's go. My arm hurts. Yuck, your arm. How is this? My leg hurts. Now my leg hurts. You forgot about all the pain in your arm, didn't you? What are you doing? It's all sick. Are you sick? Alright, stay there. I barely touched your leg, and your arms and legs are tender. You don't have a fever. There's no swelling, inflammation. You have bacteria in your bones. Chopper, get the antibiotics. My child. Doctor, my child, this disease has to be caught early or there's no hope. Don't worry, he's going to be fine. But he would have died for sure. He would have. I'm going to take a small incision now. Can you at least give him a painkiller? Okay, now for the injection. Ready? Get it ready. Don't be so rough. There. All done. My medicine is very effective. Just keep the bandage up for a while. If it gets stiff, put ice on it. And for payment, let me see. I'm running low on garbage bags and toilet paper. And rum. I'll take whatever food you have. Oh, I'll take half of the shop's assets. Chopper, load the sleigh. What? I can't give you half my assets. Don't fall for the shopkeeper. She's cheating you. Almost die. What a laugh. You're just crying because he fell down. But she only pretended to cure him. Isn't that right? You're taking advantage of people's weakness. You're saying out loud woman, just prattling children. It feel much better. Thank you. What a sweet tip. I'll only take 49% now. I'll pay you. Thank you. Alright, Kick. Feel happy. Don't ever forget it. Yeah, but I don't want to, and I also wouldn't. If I had to, there's no situation where I would have to fuck two femboys. There's never going to be a situation where I have to fuck two femboys. So I'm not going to say, so I'm not going to answer yes to either of them. I'm not picking arcs at random. I actually finished East Blue and went straight into Drum Kingdom right afterwards. I finished East Blue, did Little Garden, and did Whiskey Peak. It feels random because I'm going through different fucking animes because people have questions about other animes when I should be talking about this. That's why. He's a doctor, Coco. If only this country had more doctors. There's no need to apologize. Let's hurry. It's flying. Wow, I don't believe it. Did you see that move? It's some kind of gorilla. No, they're polar bears. No, they're rabbits. But you just said they were gorillas. They must be Lapons. Those things Dalton told us about. There are a lot more of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. 35 Lapons. About 30 to 35. This video better crack 1 million views. I hope so. Shit. Namagi's life of an MC at this point. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's why I want to just get through it as fast as possible. Conscious that those things are adapted to the snow. If they move around like that, we're at a big disadvantage. Listen, Luffy, don't try to fight them. Why not? If we mix it up with them, every blow you give or take will be felt by Nami. She'll die. I'm serious. If Luffy and Sanji fight the Lapons, Nami could die in her current condition because she would feel every blow Luffy dishes out and takes. I would low-key crack 1 million views. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Like game Eon has to play. Listen, if you want to get me arcs, that's fine. I'm not buying any games anytime soon. I think it's gonna get 5 million. Trust, for sure. But what am I supposed to do? Just dodge them and run. And don't fight. That's gonna be hard. Flinch it. Shoot. Can't even do a decent kick with all the snow around my feet. Sanji kicks a Lapon several meters away, but can't do a decent kick because of all the snow. Okay. I'll gift you the game. Don't gift me the game. I don't have time to play anything. I appreciate it, but I meant that as a joke. Please do not do it. You're gonna go to sleep, Memento? Alright, have a good one, man. Have a good night. Get some rest. Have a good day tomorrow. If to try and shake them, it'd be dark before I could beat them up. We have to try and shake them. It'd be dark before I could beat up so many. Lapons can... no. Idiot, I told you not. I told you to let me handle them. Serious? Lapons can split trees. Lapons can split trees with their arms. Your personal opinion, who do you think would take to be Yuta and Kashimo? That's a good question. I can't necessarily say if Yuta would have the speed to dodge an EM wave, especially since he wouldn't have any knowledge of Mythical Beast Amber. There's an argument to be made that Kashimo likely doesn't have a domain expansion. Does Kashimo have a domain expansion? I don't think he does. If Kashimo does not have a domain expansion, and even then, we know for a fact that Yuta has improved his curse techniques and his barrier techniques control. He's actually become much better at manipulating its sophisticated control. Then there's an argument to be made that Yuta might be able to beat Kashimo. There's an argument really to be made that Yuta can definitely beat Kashimo, especially if he just if he starts off with a domain expansion. Kashimo would have likely be, Kashimo would likely be much more powerful in terms of like physical capabilities. I would like to argue, only because it states that he physically has surpassed humanity. There's an argument to be made that he might be faster and stronger than Yuta, but if Yuta gets a buff, especially in terms of his stats for domain expansion, since we know that it does give you an actual amp towards your stats, there's an argument to be made that like Yuta can still pop off a win. I do think that Yuta does win though. It is a 2v1, and I don't know if Kashimo can necessarily one-shot Rika, especially before Yuta just puts up a domain expansion. There's also like no real way to argue whether or not like Kashimo's energy beam that he shoots at Sukuna is any more powerful than like a full amplified charged blast from Rika. You know what I mean? There's an argument for both. I do think there's an argument for both. I don't know about Kusakabe. That I definitely don't know about. These guards are there too. Yeah. It hasn't changed, Your Majesty. Is the name Chess and the other one's name is Checkers? Then on the castle, my dear, I am no longer a pirate. I am a king once again. Onward, Robson. There. Are you still upset because I killed your brothers? Well, stop moping. This is a glorious occasion, Robson. White Walkie, aka a woolly hippo. Yes, really. Wapple, I have news. What is it? It's the ship of those pirates that we met yesterday over there on the riverbank. Those straw hats are in my kingdom. I won't forgive them what they did. How they make them suffer, kill them all. But there's no one on board. We don't know where they are. Kuramarimo. Oh. I read Make the Exorcist Fall in Love recently. Make the Exorcist Fall in Love, and it's one of the best mangas of all time, not gonna lie, so good I binged it all in 2 days. Nice. Love that for you, Six. Worthless. Upon inspection of footprints leading from the ship, I believe they're headed for Bighorn. Drunk Kingdom's Kingdom Evil Chief of Staff, Drunk Kingdom's Evil Magistrate. So you two think you're geniuses? Then let's go to Bighorn and fire a salute and mark the restoration of the Drum Kingdom. Okay. No way, we just missed her. We'll go, okay. Alongside the town. North of here, they like to ice skate there. What's wrong with here? Supposed to be on guard. Submersible ship suddenly appeared on the coast of the ship. All guards are down. Please save us. We need your strength. Calm down. Who killed you? Wapple. He's back. Wapple, is he back? The village. Bighorn's in danger. Where is he now? The village. Bighorn's in danger. Dalton, I'll settle this. Justice. It's not what I'm after. You and I are guilty of the same sin. Just wait. Okay. What are they doing? I think they've given up and they're trying something different. No. Wait a minute. They can't be. Everyone who can fight, grab a weapon and head for Bighorn. Everyone who can fight, onto Bighorn. Dalton. Follow Dalton. Wapple is back. Take arms. We must defend our country and get... Is this from, like, different towns? Or is this all in the same town? They all have, like, different buildings as well. People across... Drum. Pick up their weapons in order to help Dalton fight Wapple. Yeah, Chad fell hella dead, unfortunately. We must defend our country. Get back to our weapons. BB. where this switch is supposed to be. Rapture, it's not make the castle, and what are we gonna do? Princess something. What does that have to do with anything? Just look at the map. Are you sure the whole island is covered in snow? Gyasta, weren't you listening? Somewhere along the way, that says Gyasta. We can't miss it. Ah, there are multiple villages. Delicious, 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 delicious. Hear me. Hear me, my people of this country. Tell me why I am so great, Kurimarimo, because you are King Wapol. You're exactly, and I prefer my houses cooked well done. Wapol ate a house. Brings back to the days when I carried Chad on my back. Type shit. Wapol ate a house. I have a report, King Wapol, about those impudent straw hats. They're headed for Drum Castle. What? Shikaku versus the disaster curses? Yeah, you guys can argue that. I don't really. Nice. Nice. Disaster curses are low key. Low key? You think so? I don't know. Well, it seems the traitor, Dr. Correa. How do they tank? Do the disaster curses tank air bullets? Is there an argument to be made that they tank air bullets? Not really, right? Do they tank a tailed beast bomb? Do you guys think the disaster curses can tank a tailed beast bomb? Because Shukaku can also cover a wide area with his sand. What? That old hag is in my castle? How far will she go to humiliate me? The old rebel crone. I will hunt them down, the straw hats, and witch and devour them. Men, make return to the castle. Hold it right there. What kind of a weapon depends? Does Mangito CT work on a tailed beast? Does the tailed beast have a soul? I guess so. Who are you? He slashed me. I'm going to die. Go on ahead. I'm came here to kill you. Ate a house. Dalton shows up with a large weapon and slashes Wapol straight in the chest. I don't think they can tank a tailed beast bomb. I don't know about that. Jogo and the gang. Yeah, Jogo and the gang. Okay, you're still alive. I dare you attacking Wapol. That should be no problem with the great medical land of Drum. With elite doctors and their superior medical skills, right? Medical 20 external injury squad to the foray. We will begin the operation. We will begin. Scalpel, needle, steel, plate, hammer. Phew, I thought I was really gonna die. King Wapol, wait, we haven't reattached your head. Wapol, let's go. We don't belong here anymore. Wapol, you address me as King Wapol. King, you are my vassal, Dalton. Dalton's not your vassal anymore. He's the only one of your ministers who stayed to defend this country. He risked his life. He almost died. Changing the shape of a Bijou bomb shouldn't kill him. And everyone in it? Do I think Sukuna? I think Sukuna might be able to get through Alabasta. There's an argument to be made that Sukuna can probably get through Alabasta. I don't know about wiping out the entirety of the country in one shot. I don't know about that. He doesn't have that kind of range, but I think that he can at least get in through the center of Alubarn and maybe wipe out 200 meters. He should have died then. He was the commander of the Drum Kingdom of Militia. I'm surprised he managed to survive without any doctors or outsiders. He used to think of this land as as an advanced medical science, as the land of advanced medical science, but little did they know that there were only 20 doctors here, and they all worked in the castle research laboratory. All other doctors in the country couldn't be helped. That's politics. Human rights aren't politics. How does Sukuna beat Crocodile though? Every single one of his slashes hits an individual grain of sand. With every doctor in the whole country. Also, high amounts of heat literally crystallize sand. The low-range argument for Sukuna needs to be buried deep underground. 400-meter circle is fucking crazy. With every doctor in the whole country in your castle, the sick had to beg for medical treatment instead of caring for your people. You held the sick of the nation hostage. That is a crime. You don't need to heed your words at all. Kill him, men. Kill your former commander. Don't heed. You don't heed your words at all, do you? You are the son of the former king, whom I am indebted. I'd hope that one day you'd come to your senses, but you never will. There it is, the Ox Fruit Model Bison. Grr, just shoot him. Dalton moves so fast. Dalton is so fast. Dalton. Ah! Dalton is so fast. He can make after images and dodge bullet fire. After images and dodge bullet fire. I was spared no one, not even my former soldiers. Fiddle Bamf took down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. In one hit. Sound 4 doesn't have a win con, will repeatedly shocked until they are ash. The Sound 4 do not stand a chance against the Nell. What are we even doing? Wait, can switch sands or something? No, he can't switch sands. If it's Maguma, either use Maharaga or the World Cutting Slash. There's also an argument to be made that like Crocodile, that like Sukuna, depending on the version, would Sound Genjutsu work on an L? Why would it? Does he have a chakra network? Nope. What power? Like a hurricane, that's a devil fruit. Knows that let you transform into an animal. How wild. I'm sick of you people. A country whose king ruins. Okay, it's runs, not ruins, but who runs off at the sight of first danger is better off without him. The despicable traitor. Once we were equals, they called us the three officers, and now you have no chance against the two of us. We've known each other a long time, unfortunately for you, because we know your weaknesses. Just watch. Dalton will fight you. Will fight too. Dalton is as strong as Wapple's main officers. He takes 3 large arrow shots straight through the chest and midsection in order to prevent people from dying. Physical energy? Yeah, but she's not lightning fast. They are your weakness, kind Dalton. What a fitting end for you. The chest, midsection, and out the back. That's crazy. Ooh. The snow's so thick the sleigh won't move. It must be very up high. What's the rumbling? They're gone. They've gone and done it. Those damned rabbits. No, wait, what's wrong, Sedge? We're getting out of here, Luffy. Where to? Anywhere. Anywhere but here. An avalanche. Le Pons caused an avalanche. Usopp, could they have? No, yeah. Get out of the village. Get out of the village. Hurry. There's no stopping it. It'll bury us all. An avalanche. One that the people of the nearby village have to evacuate from. There, the ledge. Run, climb the highest point you can reach. Here it comes. Good, we made it. It's no good, we're not high enough. We'll be buried alive. Now what? Sanji, grab a hold. He said, we're not gonna get buried by snow, but we're heading back down the mountain awful fast. This is ridiculous. We were almost to that chimney mountain. A little farther, we'd have reached the doctor. We've got to find some way to stop. Shit, screw those little shit bunnies. Next time I see them, they're stew. I forgot about this shit, bruv. I forgot about this shit. The rabbits can fucking slay. Luffy and Sanji use a tree trunk as a board to ski. But the also know how to use What are they so mad about? Swing, chomp. Luffy, look out, up ahead. A rock, we're gonna crash. You can't crash, Nami's on your back. A lady requires a gentle touch. Hits a tree. You idiot. Don't try and hog the glory. Okay. I'm saying, could those creatures absorb Kirin? Okay. Sanji launches Luffy and gets caught by the massive avalanche that is ripping trees apart. Can an avalanche rip the trees apart? Has an avalanche ripped trees apart? Yes, avalanches frequently rip, snap, and shatter trees, often acting with enough force to snap mature, large diameter trees like toothpicks or tear them out by the roots. The debris of these slides, which can travel over 200 miles per hour, can destroy entire forests, creating paths that are visible for years. Jesus. Here it comes. There's no stopping it. It'll bury the village. Trees apart. Let's get out of here. Get on chess. Kuromarima. Robson. Serious mode. Snort. White walkie, or woolly hippo, factoid. The animal is well adapted to life in the snow. Snowy mountains. In fact, it's over adapted. It's so comfortable in snow that it doesn't even bother to stand up most of the time. Omnivorous. Silent. King Wapple, can we ride too? Robinson, it's getting on us. Robson, it's getting on us. If you get buried, I'll dig you out. I think about it. Nami, are you cold? Hang in there just a little longer. The rest is up for that. Alright. And it buried a village. I don't think you need a document for some shit. Maybe. Buried a village. It's still nice to have. Village. Luffy gives Nami his coat. Alright, let's keep going. Go interact with Logi. Intent ability would suck that much energy in quickly before Nell would fry her. Okay, Wapple ate his way out. You three. I thought something tasted rotten. It must have been them. Sire, what do you mean? The Straw Hat Gang was on its way to his castle. I know what happened. They started an avalanche to get back at us for attacking their ship. That must be it. The avalanche was part of their scream. It's true that the ropeways are all down. That's the villager, sire. That's what the villager said, sire. Then we'll go up the mountain after them and I'll give them a lesson in snow combat. in this coat. Grabs a lapon that is buried in the snow by the arm and pulls it right out. He climbs this up the side of the chimney mountain while carrying Nami and Sanji, who are both incapacitated, without a jacket. Got low dip. He is not a regular human that can be taken advantage of. What's up, Chad? I'm late. I'm having some. You made some delicious tiramisu? God, if I ever had some home for HP, that shit goes hard. I've never had some. That shit sounds lovely. That sounds absolutely lovely. Absolutely love that for you, Drachno. Love to hear it. Tayuya has about 3 to 4 spirits to eat his energy. Halt, you impertinence is unpardonable. Move, mahahaha, you hippo. Why should I move? Your two friends, they are more dead than alive. Halt. I just thought of a new law chest. Write down, yes, sire. Anyone who ignores the king dies. Start by killing the two ignored me the most. The sick one and the injured one. Yes, sire. Eat this. Surprise Marimo. Okay, you dirty if you mix up with them. I'll remember this. You jerks don't follow him. He's running away. Onward to save. Snow country attraction. Snow powder makeup. They're gone. This is Snow Country Combat, the White Mantle, Snow Powder Makeup. In their weakened states, they'll be killed instantly. Checkmate. Don't. Okay. Polar bears. Lapons, they're protecting him. Impossible. Lapons hate humans. Thank you, Lapons. Don't let him get away. What are they doing? Doctor, doctor, doctor. Doctor, doctor, doctor. Okay. Can't see the top. Huff, huff. Hang on a little longer. Grr. Okay. Dr. Sanji. Luffy. His fingers bleed and the mountain is entirely vertical. Don't die. Won't be now long too long. We made it. What a pretty castle. Doctor, haha, you fools. Those rabbits shouldn't have defied the king. I still never thought I'd have to use my special power against mere rabbits. They fought savagely, sire. They're the fiercest beasts in all Drum Kingdom. Wapple beat the Lapons with his secret weapon. Nice. I mean, if you started cooking, whether it's because Sanji was cool or whether it's because you genuinely like it, I think that's a good thing, man. I've been a home cook for more than 2 decades. Made a black forest cake for my birthday a couple months ago. Dude, that sounds absolutely lovely, man. Sounds absolutely lovely. Ooh, I'd love to taste some. I'd honestly love to taste some of the stuff that you can make. I do agree that, like, homemade meals, especially like desserts and stuff like that, often do taste better. Pre-Thriller was easily the coolest Straw Hat when he got serious and got secret agent mode. Yeah. What, Vivi? Let me sleep. I was having a nice dream. I was in a garden filled with beautiful flowers and the little streams. It was almost out of this world. You're almost out of this world. Usopp, wake up. Don't fall back. Sleep again. What? My arms, Usopp. Two arms. Usopp, pirates, wake up. Phew, thank goodness for saving me. It was my imaginary or is my face swollen? It's frostbite. Yeah, frostbite. It's terrible. The snow country, but never mind that. We never got to find out where we are and what's going on. Rats, I'm freezing. I got caught in an avalanche. What rotten luck. Some mid-winter swim that was. Zoro went for a mid-winter swim and got caught in the avalanche without a shirt or shoes. Ever had balsamic glazed grilled pork tenderloins? I don't eat pork for the most part. I'm gonna be honest. Oh yeah, Nell's definitely far above a single Kieran. Kieran does not compare at any point in the series to Enel. I'm gonna be so fucking real. A midwinter swim, that's right, but there was a fish in the river. I was surprised to see a fish in such cold water, so I chased it. But I got on the wrong side of the riverbank and got lost. Woods, you idiot, never mind that. Give me your coat, Usopp. No way. I wonder if Nami just collapsed from fatigue. I was dealing with these guys. Your shoes then. One shoe. No way, you brought this on yourself. Look at this. Something's going on. I've seen buildings like that. We're back. This bighorn? What's going on? What's going on? Where are your clothes? The avalanche buried Mr. Dalton, and those men won't let us dig him out. Mr. Dalton, get back. Mr. Dalton won't die that easily. We used to serve under him. Don't you even care? We're King Wapple's vassals. To defy him is death. Usopp, I've seen that uniform before. If I'm mistaken, didn't we meet them at sea? You're right. Then they're not our friends, right? Right, they're the enemies, right? Then they're the enemies, right? But what are you so worked up about? Anybody that doesn't like us can take it if you have the guts without Lawton lead you. Zoro one-shots a guy with a single punch to the face. He one-shots a royal guard in order to get a coat. How is he not above Kieran? Kieran's only ever blown up a building at best. And it's like, could it be more powerful than a building level attack? Sure. Maybe. Alright, but how long are you planning on expecting the final video to be? Probably at least over an hour. I'm gonna try to get through I'm gonna at least try to get through the early Naruto and early One Piece portions of the scaling within the first 20 minutes. Hopefully, it's about 20 minutes per part, which usually leaves it up to about, I don't know, maybe like an hour and 20. I hope that the overall topic of the video doesn't take as long as that. But if it's an hour and a half for a reason, it's an hour and a half for a reason. Hopefully, I'll try to get it done within the next month. Nice and warm. You just wanted the coat. You're nuts. They never learn, do they? Doctor, the antibodies are working. So tell me, what made her sick? Kestia? Correct. You look after her. Okay. Chopper, 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 chopper. Chopper! Look at Chopper, Chopper, Chopper! Tony, 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 Chopper! Chopper! Alright. Get lost, by the way. Is your fever better? He spoke. That ruckus. Yes. Your fever seems to have gone down a bit, girly. Are you happy? Who are you? 38 degrees, point 2. Yeah, tolerable. I'm Dr. Kureha, but call me Doctorine. I'm Doctorine. The secret... doctor, but, the secret of my youthful appearance? I didn't ask for that. You're in a castle on the mountaintop. Where are the other two who are with me? They're sleeping soundly in the next room. They're unusually tough. Kureha states Sanji and Luffy are unusually tough. They're unusually tough. This is what made you sick. What is this? You were bitten by an insect called a Kestia. They live in hot, steaming jungles. It's an infectious tick. Its bite infects the victim with a virulent bacteria. Over the course of 5 days, it ravages the victim. It causes a fever that never drops below 40 C. Super infection, myocarditis, arteritis, and syphilitis. Judging from the bite, I'd say you were infected 3 days ago. You've suffered terribly, but it would have been over after the 5th day. Because if untreated in 2 more days, you would have been dead. called the 5-day disease, but Kestias are supposed to be eradicated 100 years ago. Lucky for you, I kept a supply of a vaccine just in case. Where did you people come from anyway? We were you traipsing around? How do you pronounce this? Were you tripping around? I don't know. Or are you moving around a jungle in some prehistoric island with your belly exposed? But that's absurd. Oh, you were, silly girl. Stay in bed. Your treatment's not complete. I appreciate you alone, but my fever's much better now. I'm really fine. I can finish convalescing on my own. Don't be foolish. You underestimate the illness. The treatment normally takes 10 days. Do you want your sickness to come back and kill you this time? You'll lie there and take your medicine for 3 more days. 3 days? Well, I can't. We're in a hurry. There are only two ways patients ever leave my care. Fully recovered or dead. You're not going anywhere. Help me. Hold it, dear mate. Wait, I'll cook him up. It won't take long. Sanji, Luffy, some kind of cute blue-nosed reindeer. Incredible. They're up and about. These guys, who are these guys, Chopper? He climbed the rung barehanded all the way up that 5,000 meter altitude. The top of the castle sits at 5,000. The mountain climbed sits at 5,000 meters in height. Meters in height. He's nearly frozen. What is he doing dressed like that? Boil some water and throw it on him. This one's bleeding badly. 6 broken ribs and a cracked spine. Shall I operate on him? The girl's the most critical. She's barely alive. Trying to get some finical. Cardio. Some local. Yeah, it's not something local. Check. It's okay. I'll fix these bloody spattered kids and the girl too. Have no fear. They're my crewmates. I'll take care of them. Chopper, get going. Yes. Wait, Cupids, hold it, dear mate. Luffy, I told you not to eat him. I hate you people. You wondering what he is? Chopper, he's your basic blue-nosed reindeer. Reindeer don't talk. Get off of me. However, I'm not food. He ate the human fruit, which allows him to transform into and think like a human. I taught him all my medical skills. Okay. Chopper punches Luffy and Sanji so hard they break the ground beneath them. Join us. Come on, old lady. Let's see, Luffy, that's what you call yourself, right? Yeah? Watch your mouth. I'm still in my pert and perky 130s. What an amazing old crone. You want me to become a pirate? Don't be ridiculous. I have no time for I have no interest in the seas. Who cares if you're interested? Just do it. Let's have an adventure, old lady. They're pirates? I told you to watch your mouth. I like pirates. Oh. Hold it, reindeer. Stop it, you fiends. Nami, I'll whip you up some stamina-building reindeer stew. I'll eat you before you can eat him. Oh, it's the old hag. She's got a butcher's knife. Forget the food. Just keep the noise down. I thought we were inside of a castle, but it's cold. It better close the door. Stay in bed. You still have a fever. No, I don't. I'm fine now. You mustn't get up. Dr. Reen's medicine is very effective. It brings down the fevers quickly, but the Kestias bacteria is still in your body. You need antibiotics and plenty of bed rest. Thank you. Have you been taking care of me? Shut up. Don't be ridiculous. Okay. This castle's weird, Luffy. It's freezing cold and there's snow everywhere. Ah, it's cold. I just realized. Look around. This place is filled with snow. The doors to the unused rooms are frozen. Die, you brats. Luffy, forget about recruiting that old witch. She's no doctor. She wants to kill us, so you're pirates? That's right. Really? Really? Yeah. Do you have a pirate flag? Our ship does. Are you interested in the pirates? Of course not. So want to come along? I will say it. I'd really appreciate it, but if we had the doctor with us, then I wouldn't have to stay here for 3 more days, and we could really use a doctor. For fool, I'm a reindeer. I can't live with humans. Besides, the way I look. Besides, doesn't the way I look scare you? I'm a reindeer that walks on 2 legs and I can talk. Are you trying to scare me? And I have a blue nose. There you are, reindeer. Stop it, Phew. Those brats are fast. You disappoint me, girly. I turned my back on you for 1 minute. He tries to seduce my reindeer without permission. Oh, you didn't need my permission. Oh, do I need permission to seduce him? Kick. No, you don't. You can take him if you want. But it won't be easy to convince him. He has a deep wound in his heart that not even a doctor can heal. He was born, his parents rejected him because of the way he looked, because he had a blue nose, okay? How cruel. Then one day he ate the human fruit, and his herd viewed him like a monster. Finally cast him out. Then he looked like a normal reindeer anymore, but he longed for companionship. He decided to go live with the humans in the village, but they rejected him. To them, he was a strange blue-nosed monster. There's that thing, horrible animation, get your guns. He didn't know what he'd done wrong. He didn't know who to blame. They'd call him a monster when all he wanted was their friendship. A blue... Damn, that's so sad. Do you really think you people can heal his heart? Luffy, look, the main door is wide open. No wonder it's so cold. Close the door. Closer. No, don't touch that door. Ignore that and close the door before we freeze, right? Didn't you hear me? Didn't you hear what I said? What's that? What's going on? Come on. Huh? Oh. Baby snowbirds. If we close the door, they fall. So that's why it has to stay open. It's freezing. Hold on a minute. Did that thing just speak? Yeah, and it was standing on 2 feet. Monster! What was that thing? It looked like a reindeer, but it walked on 2 legs. Dude. What an interesting guy. Sanji, let's recruit him. There was a man. Hey, he wants to become our crewmate. Wah! Okay. Climb Robinson. How dare they defy the king? That sent its Wapple. He used to be a quack named Dr. Hiraluk who lived in Drum Kingdom. He gave Dropper and treated him like a son. Okay, what? It's over? Zoro took out the entirety of Wapple's army and calls them a bunch of wimps. Zoro took out the entirety of Wapple's army and calls them wimps. Amazing. Good job, Zoro. Just what I ordered. Find Dalton. So, thank you. So, what's all the commotion about? Hurry up, dig fast. I'll explain later. We got dig. Hurry. Now he looks like a regular reindeer. Look at him. This is bad. I must inform the doctor. Doctor, terrible news. Wapple's back. I see. Hey, we found Dalton. Found him. Thank goodness. It's just as I left, and now I shall reclaim the throne of Drum Kingdom. Wait, your majesty. There's a strange flag from the spire. The pirate flag, what happened to that? The old drunk. How on earth did you get Chihiro to uni? Who the fuck got... that old rag, I burnt it. So, Dr. Craig is the last resort of the island. You won't live to die. I turned your castle into a mausoleum for Hiraluk. You rotten brats aren't welcome here anymore. Now leave this island. Drum Kingdom is no more. How tragic, we were too late. Dalton's heart has stopped beating. Mausoleum. Apparently Dalton's heart has stopped beating. Dalton's heart allegedly stopped beating. Mausoleum for that charlatan. Don't make me laugh. It's him. I've got a score to sell with you guys. Gum Bull. And now, 6 years later, 6 years earlier, there's Drum Kingdom. Find him. Find Dr. Hiraluk. Yeah. 4,000, 5,000 bread. Is that all I've got? Quick, making such a fuss over a burning house. Cough, blast, plup. Okay. Find him. It had to be him, Hiraluk. The nerve of that guy. First, he stole my money. Then he started a fire. He was supposed to keep the peace around here. Sure, he's something. It's called the Medical 20. That's it. I'm calling the Medical 20. Better to grovel the Wapple that lets you die. You ask those villains for help. There's no need for that. I'll examine you. I'll never fear that. But anyways, please don't. The Medical 20 team will retreat. It's no trouble. You're in luck, good man. I just perfected my cure-all remedy. I'm calling security. You'll do no such thing. Just a knockout shot. She'll be fine. Please go already. If it's money you want, I'll pay you. Don't insult me. I never take money from patients. I just want to save you. Then please let me be the best thing I can do for me. I have a family, now strange. Should have administered it intravenously. Could the formula be wrong? I was sure that the frog extract would work. Blast, have I failed at what have I done? Mom, Dad, forgive me. I meant for this to happen. The shot came from over there. Blasted security. Okay, okay. Worse than an incompetent physician. Okay. Yeah. Had you not called yourself a doctor, hundreds of people wouldn't have suffered from a simple cold. Shut up. I don't need a lecture from a greed-driven witch. You're only in it for the money. That's my style, you know. Aside from the medical 20, you and I are the only doctors left in this country. But even so, everyone on this island despises you. The Dr. Hunt will never catch my mirror. Mark my words. Someday that my medicine will save this kingdom. Save. You, don't you mean destroy? There it is. I mean, okay, okay. It's a bomb. Okay. Who are you? You've been shot. If you don't bleed, you'll die. Don't glare at me. Don't worry. I'll save you. I'll save you. It's the abomination. Kill him. But just look at that. Kill him before he kills one of us. By the way, just what are you? You don't look human, I see. You're that snowman I've heard rumors about. Don't let him get away. Just 3 days ago, I perfected a medicine that can heal anything, even broken bones. You're very fortunate. Okay. Grah. Kill him, kill him. He's hit. That swine. How dare he? Who does he think I am? I'd never shoot you. My name is Dr. Hira Luke. I'm a physician. Okay. You can talk? Why didn't you say anything for the last 3 days? I thought if I spoke you wouldn't like me. When I spoke to the other humans, they shot at me because it's weird for reindeers to talk. So what if you can talk, Chopper? That's nothing to brag about. I can talk more eloquently. Huh? Run, Chopper. It's going to explode. That was close. It failed again. Are you all right? Yeah, we've been all right from the very start. Why do you call me Chopper? Tony Chopper. You're a Tonakai, a reindeer, and you've got fine antlers. They look like they could chop down trees. It's a fine name. That's what I'm going to call you. Chopper, eh? Now, what edict shall I issue today? What's the matter, Dalton? You've been acting strange. Since we went Lovely World, we went to the Revel. Will this country ever be the Drum Kingdom it used to be? The people and the ruler grow farther apart each day. Oh, you think too much. Drink, come on in. This is what the kingdoms are supposed to be run. King Wapple just has different ways of doing things than the old king. Without strong leadership, this land would fall and its people would die like flies. You're ruling with an iron fist. King Wapple is protecting everyone. That's right. Now drink, iron fist. When I accompanied King Wapple to the recent things at the revelry, I met a young girl. The revolutionary dragon is spreading his dangerous ideas. In 5 years, he'll be a formidable enemy to the world government. How ridiculous. This has nothing to do with my kingdom. Drunk Kingdom can never succumb to some 2-bit revolutionary. Count me out of this. If you want to catch him, do it yourselves. Wapple, short-sighted fool. What did you think the purpose of this council was? Grr, Nefertari. The council was a waste of time. How, what that? Oh, my hand slipped. Your Majesty. Bwahaha, I'm sorry. Aren't you the Princess of Alabasta? How unfortunate. You are the daughter of that worthless fool, Princess Vivi. Why are you... Go, Igram, it's alright. Sorry I bumped into you. Huh? What an amazing girlie. At the council of the world leaders, such as that slightest provocation could start a war. Knowing that she controlled her anger, such political shrewdness is surprising in a young one. I'm humbled. Ha, irritating. Come, Dalton. You were magnificent, Princess Vivi. In Alabasta, a child of 10 puts the welfare of the country above her own feelings. You call that politics? Wake up, Dalton. Politics is about power, not feelings. He's right. Power and order. Okay, I don't care about that. You were hunted by now we're both hunted fugitives. Life's hard for outcasts. Don't blame all humans. This country is sick. Its people and its government. Its heart of people are sick. People may say that there's no cure for a sick country, but they're wrong. Listen, Chopper, there's a story that goes like this. In a faraway land in the west, there was a great robber, but he had a serious heart problem. Fortunately for him, he was rich and he sought a famous physician. But none of them could cure his disease. Disease was incurable. It was incurable. He nearly went mad when he learned that he was going to die, but he passed on to a mountain. There he saw a magnificent sight which took his breath away. Do you know what it was? Sakura trees. He saw a mountain covered with beautiful cherry blossoms. So he went to see another doctor, and utterly surprised, the doctor said, "You're in perfect health." He was scared. It was a miracle. It had to be a miracle, but it was no miracle. It was the new principle of medical science, a powerful emotion that triggered change in the man's body. He'd been told that this disease was incurable. He'd been cured. Amazing, right? But that means that there's no such thing as an incurable disease. No matter what anyone says, I will be a doctor that saves this country. That's why I'm hoisting the skull and crossbones against every disease that there is. Skull and crossbones? Yes, the flag rejects impossibilities. It's the symbol of faith. I'll host this flag and fight like a pirate. What's a pirate? Why, the seas are filled with pirates. You must set sail one day and discover just how small your problems really are. Really? Indeed. This island is but a tiny speck in a world beyond imagination. Really? No, it's even smaller than that. Really? It's like this. Really? I'm gonna cry on stream. Damn flashback. Chopper, go back home and take a nap. You're injured. What if your wounds open up again? It won't open up. That's up to the wound. Someone has suddenly gotten sick in rubble. I must go to help them. I'll help you. Suit yourself. What's going on? Why do the poor turn out in the security force lately? Sir, it's the medical 20 asked us to look for mushrooms. Mushrooms? There's some mushrooms that grow only on this island, and it may or may not be effective against all sorts of illnesses. Mushrooms, this is good. I'll make my work a lot easier. Come, Chopper. My patient is waiting. Get lost. Eek. I really thought lizard eyeballs would work. Don't be cheap, you rich fools. Here, Luke robbed me. The security force. Chopper, we'll have to... we'll have to use a decoy strategy. What's that? Good luck. That's crazy. You can play tic-tac-toe on that forehead. Type shit. You could, actually. Holy shit. It's your own fault. You tagged along after I told you not to. What kind of a doctor does that to his patients? It could have been killed. Go ahead and die. You almost kicked the bucket once already, you blue-nosed fool. Don't call me blue-nosed. Doctor, that was my first fight. No wonder you need a partner to fight. Then it must be a first, too. Here's a present. A peace offering. What are you going to cry, you fool? Reindeer, I'm not crying. Hey, no fair, turning into a giant. Chops wood, goes through inventions, they go for that. He helps out, helps Dr. Hero Luke, they go for that, and they have a wonderful time. A whole year, your treatment is finally complete, Chopper. Thank you, Doctor. Well, take care of yourself. Now, congratulations, you're free to go. Your wounds have completely healed. Do I still have to look after you? From now on, you can live your life in any way you want. Now, go. What work I can do. Doctor, I won't be any trouble. Please let me in. Doctor, I'll massage your shoulders every day. I'll make you tea. I'll clean your house. Please let me in. I don't have any friends. I don't have anywhere to go. Doctor, Dr. Blam. Look, Chopper. Look, Doctor, I'm hurt. Go away. Go to the sea or something and never come back. Forgive me, Chopper. I'm dying. Damn. How long do I have? 3 days? 4? It seems you're not such a quack that you don't know when you're about to die. Is there another way to prolong my life just a bit longer with your skill still attached to this world, eh? Isn't it better to kick the bucket and get over with it? My work is almost finished. I just need a little more time. I can't bear to see 30 years of research go to waste. If you want to live that badly, why don't you go back to the land in the far west? Go see those miraculous cherry blossoms. That saved your life way back when you were a notorious robber. Because I'm going to make those cherry blossoms bloom right here. You're a fool. This is a winter island. It's freezing cold all year round. Cherry blossoms will never bloom here. They will. I was worthless outlaw on the verge of death, but I recovered and lived. I experienced a miraculous cure that cleansed my very soul. Such things do exist, and I want to prove it here in the land of my birth. No one need die or disease ever again. I just want a little more. Shut up and listen. What are you trying to do isn't medicine. Even if you could make cherry blossoms bloom here, it won't cure anyone. What is that thing anyway? That creature that came with you? What, he followed me snooping around the house ever since you got here. He thinks I haven't seen him. So, he's been living with you for a year and you suddenly kicked him out? That's right, I'm the only friend he's ever known. If I suddenly died before my eyes, it would be a terrible shock for him. I'd like to spare him of that. We're a lot alike, he and I, but I want to show him one last thing. Anything is possible by making cherry blossoms bloom. Now listen here, you're going to die in 4 days at 5:30 p.m. That's how long you have. Without a miracle, you can't rid your body of the bacteria that's killing you, but I can fool your body for 3 weeks. Unfortunately, you can't afford it. Just treat me. You're going to kill any. You're not going to kill anyone with an anesthesia pistol. But alright, I'll treat you. Well, we'll see what you can do to this country as a doctor. I'll be watching. Yes, you two are alike. You're both clumsy. It's snow. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go to sea or something. I'm never coming back. I'd never shoot you. Uh-huh. I'm sorry, Chopper, but wait until the cherry blossom races, then it'll be my swan song. Explosion. I hate it when that happens. Blast. This time time is running out for me. That's why I'm hoisting this flag. The skull and crossbows against every disease there is. When a man hoists a pirate flag, there's nothing he can't do. Never forget that, Chopper. Mushrooms. There were some mushrooms that had grown only on this land that may or may not be effective to kill all sorts of illness. Found one. It's an amudake mushroom. That's it. But how can I cross? 1 week later. Chopper, what happened to you? Mushroom. Fuck! It's never fucking easy, man. It's never fucking easy to get to this point in the goddamn flashback. It's Jesus fucking Christ. It's never easy to get back to this point. That's an amudake mushroom. You found it for me. Live, doctor, please. I want to become a doctor too. Teach me how to be one. Or can't the reindeer become a doctor? I don't like it. Why stoop so low just to catch a quack? No one asked your opinion, Dalton. This is a matter of governance. Here, Luke's no doctor. He's a criminal. He must be caught and executed. Now carry the command of your king. Of course you can, Chopper. You've got the most important qualification. A big heart. Amudake mushroom, is it good? Ugh, it's terrible, yuck. But good medicine always tastes bad. That's proof that it works. I'm feeling better already. Thank you, Chopper. Dr. Luke. I've never seen that before. What? This is it. The reaction. I waited for 30 years. I've done it, Chopper. My work is a success. Now we can make cherry blossoms bloom on this island snow. Chopper, I'm going out, but you must stay in bed. Right now, you're in the worse shape than I am. Yes, doctor, I'm off. The doctor was happy I cured him. Chopper, I'll make you a fine doctor. You'll make a fine doctor. I'm living proof of that. Craig, do you realize that this country is in crisis? Yes, I know. They say that the medical 20 are sick, right? Ridiculous. Ignore it and it'll all die down. So what do you want? Did you come all this way to thank me? You've still got 2 weeks to live. I have a favor to ask you. Forget it. I refuse. You don't know what it is yet, but you know I want you to do something. What is it? Fairy dust. Fairy, yeah. But I know you. You want it for free. What is it? Fairy dust. There's the result of 30 years of worth of research. My work has finally borne fruit. Behold the miracle cure that will heal this country. I see. Well, good for you. A waste of 30 years if you ask me. Why give it to me? There's not enough of it. I don't have much time. I want you to make the cherry blossoms bloom in my place. Don't be ridiculous. Why should I do that? One more thing. I want you to teach medicine to Chopper. He wants to be a doctor. Enough. Who are you to ask me for favors? He's a reindeer monster, but I know he'll make a fine doctor. He's got a kind heart. He risked his life to make medicine for me. Please train him to be a doctor. Get out of here. There's a limit to my tolerance. You expect me to take over your foolish research and look after your weird pet? You're trying to play on my sympathies because you're dying, but you should know me better than that. Get lost. Yes, I do know you. We've had a long association. I can count on you. I've always known I could. You save lives. Doctors are mostly good people. Please, look after Chopper. Hey, what do you mean the medical 20 are the only doctors in this country? And they're all sick? What do you mean they're all sick? At least give us medicine. There's nothing we can do. Even doctors get sick, you know. Please call the medical 20. My child has a fever. There's been a landslide. We need help. A doctor promised to come to my house today. I've waited over a week. We need medicine. Give us medicine. We've abandoned our patients. Save this country, eh? Your desire is admirable, but with only 2 weeks to live, you can't possibly do anything. But then, here, Luke, you will never want to give up. I don't have time, that fool. Could he have realized that this country's in a crisis? Capture here, Luke. You won't catch me. Get out of the way, Dr. Here, Luke. He's got a bomb run. There. The doctor's homicidal. Take me to the ropeway to the castle. Hurry up. Where's Luke? Don't run away. I won't eat. I won't eat you. I know what you are now. Where is he? The doctor went up out some time ago. He's better now. I think he went to town. He's better. He's not better. His disease is incurable. Didn't you hear that at my house? But he drank this and got better. What's that? An amudake? It's a miracle cure. He's fine now. He's going to train me to be a doctor. So that's faster. There's no time faster. Every second is a struggle for me. Stupid reindeer. What? Oh shit! That mushroom was poisonous. It kills whoever eats it within an hour. That's impossible. I checked the book very carefully. That mushroom can beat any sickness. This flag rejects impossibilities. It's the symbol of faith. That's why I'm hoisting my skull and bone and crossbones against every disease there is. The picture was right here to the mushroom. And the doctor said he felt better. He can't die. You're a liar. He's got a kind heart. What you did touched him deeply, but the skull and bone symbolizes poison. That's a lie. It's true. And remember this well. There's no such thing as a miracle cure. That's why doctors are needed. Listen, a kind heart alone won't save lives. You have to acquire knowledge and medical skills. Without those things, you can't save anyone. Fuck, I'm tearing up. God damn it. Fuck me. How the fuck? I've seen this like 5 times. How the fuck am I tearing up? You found it for me? Fuck! Fuck! The fool. A trap. That's right. Lucas gone to the castle just as King Wapol said he would. The idiot. The medical 20 will now resume their usual schedule. That's a dirty trick, but he went to the castle to try to save the medical 20. Someone write in caps when this is over. He won't be back. Can we power scale Straw Hat's backstories? We can scale the fuck out of them, but holy shit, this one hits hard. He's gone to make the castle his grave. To my dying breath, I shall do all within my power to ease the suffering of the sick, because I am a doctor. King Wapol, Hiraluk is coming, so he took the bait? What a hippo. He actually came? Is he out of his mind? Why would he walk into a trap like this? He's here, Dr. Hiraluk. Hold it, reindeer. Where are you? Take me to the patient. I've come to save the medical 20. What is this? What's going on? You dippo. Don't you get it? It was a trap. As you can see, the medical 20 are quite healthy. You've raced to your doom, Dr. Hiraluk. Why did you come here? You've eluded us for so long enough. The penalty is heavy for disobeying the king. I order you to immediate execution. Take your positions. Men, take your positions. The fool, what? Thank goodness no one's sick. I really thought this was a national emergency. But it was only a trap for me. If this was really an emergency, I wouldn't have called for a quack like you, imbecile. Never mind that. Shoot the rebel. Forget it. You can't kill me. What? When do you think it is that people die? When they are shot through the heart with a pistol? No. When they're struck by an incurable disease? No. When they eat a soup they made from a deadly mushroom? No. People die when they are forgotten. I may disappear, but my dream will live on, and the ailing hearts of the people will be healed. Why the tears, Dalton? Can the same be said of a country? As long as there's people willing to inherit it? Dalton, you're crying. Soon a monster will appear. He's my son. Don't hurt him. Don't worry, Chopper. Your mushroom won't be what kills me. What a life it was! What's he going to do? Goodbye, you old quack. Thank you, Chopper. Boom. Jesus fucking Christ. This is what I'm saying. If anyone hates pre-time skip Chopper, they are objectively wrong. That hippo, he blew himself up. What a bunch. Serves you right. King Wapol, look, there's something over there, and it's not human. It's a monster. Shoot it dead. Hold it. Get Dalton. Kill him. Get out of here. If you can't beat me, you won't stand a chance against them. If you're angry because he laughed at Hiraluk's death, I apologize for him. But if you don't go now, they'll kill you. I don't want to see a single more victim of this country. Please. You let him escape, Dalton? Do you know what happens to those who defy my commands? Enough. Do you still not understand the one man who tried to save this corrupt kingdom? The only man just blew up. The only man just blew himself up. Long after the rest of us gave up hope, this kindly doctor tried to save us and now he's dead. So what if one miserable doctor is dead? You better apologize, Dalton, fast. I now know what road this country is on. It's the path to ruin. What? As long as we treat people like animals, this country can't be saved. No matter how advanced its medical science is, no matter how much research is conducted. There is no medicine for stupidity. I do agree with that. I've been gone for a couple hours. How much did I miss? I've just been reading through this. You went and said it, you hippo bastard. You know what happens when I get really angry, Dalton, don't you? Please train me to be a doctor. I want to become a living panacea. I will become a doctor who can cure everything because there's no disease in this world that's incurable. Fuck. Ah! Ah! Fuck! Ah! 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 There is no way. Every time I get to this part, I fucking crash out and cry. Ah! Jesus Christ. Oda just knows how to write a fucking character that you know for less than 20 goddamn chapters. And you just weep in fucking tears by the shit that happens, man. Come on. Ah! God damn. I can't handle it, dude. One, I'm sorry and I'll forgive you, Dalton. I won't. I won't die. I can't die. I will inherit the former king's will until this country becomes peaceful again. Yo, that was... Oh, God. I'm surrounded by hippos. This country is mine. I am the great king. And boom. Yo. Yo. Fuck me, man. Fuck me, dude. Oh. Jesus Christ. You think Sanji has the worst backstory in the Straw Hats? That's crazy. Or at least out of the sad ones. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, fuck. Oh, you guys some lumps. Luffy punches the ever-living fuck out of Waffle's face. Dude, V punches the fuck out of Waffle's face. Not gonna lie, I don't rank anything in this fucking manga. Everything makes me feel shit. It's dumb. Sanji's backstory is kind of basic. It's boring. It didn't affect me too much. I guess. Sure. What if... But hold on a second. What if, and just hear me out on this, we don't compare backstories to one another and we just say, man, all these backstories are kind of goated. And I don't have to hold back anymore. How dare you attack King Wapol, the exalted ruler of Drum Kingdom? He's the king, the absolute ruler of this king. Who cares? You guys stink. You'll pay for your insolence. Sanji's backstory ain't goated, though. It is. I think it's goated. You know them boy, you mean Mouthface? Mouthface is a pirate. He's quite the mouthful. He tried to eat our ship. I won't forgive him. Never mind that. Aren't you cold? Huh? See? Did they say he was a king, so they're not pirates? It took you that long? You guys just realized this blunder? Indeed, this persona is the king of Drum Kingdom. It's cold here. You just realized that it's minus 50 degrees. He doesn't notice it's minus 50 degrees. Celsius until after he relaxes. Alright. Hey, what up, Jake? How you good? Okay, they're ignoring us. Gra, King Wapol. Ugh. You maggots, you haven't cured my wrath. I'll eat you alive. Can you wait a minute? He went to get some warmer clothes. Oh yeah, why is he half naked? Can I ask you something? Huh? That boy can stretch, right? He's a rubber man. He's a rubber man. What's that? He's basically a monster. Dalton is dead. All that's left is the insurgent witch and the straw hat. Mwahahaha. Once we take care of them, nothing will stand in our way. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Your rule will be restored at last. Leave it to us. King Wapple will crush the rebels. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but Doctor is foolhardy to move in the king's castle. I have no interest in this rundown heap of rocks, but this fellow insisted on erecting a memorial for Hero Luke here. King Wapple, it's the monster that followed Hero Luke. Hero Luke just wanted to save this country. I won't let you guys set one foot in this castle. I won't let you take down his banner of faith. Mwahaha, I really want, everyone I really want dead is here. Show no mercy, killed them all. He wasn't interested in all these guys. Are you gonna fight too? Are you gonna fight them too, old lady? I suppose if you can't handle it. Thanks a lot. For tending the sacred castle into the memorial of a bumbling quack, you'll die first, Dr. Correja. Aleki Marimo? Okay. Hey, Afro Man, throwing hair, that's no way to treat a lady. Teehee, you're in trouble. You fell for it. What's this? It won't come off. What's the stuff exactly? I've got lots more of that. Static. Okay. Static Marimo. Hey, reindeer, don't just come out. Right. Get these off of me quickly. They're just hair, but they're grossing me out. Oh, it's stuck onto me. Take it back. Take it back. Don't do that. Take one at least. Yuck. What are you two doing? Cold clothes. What's going on? If it's cold, where are my clothes? I'm not talking about the weather, but the ruckus. Oh, just... You can wear my jacket, but it doesn't look cool. It's better than yours. You think so? As long as it's fine. Alright, time to kick these guys. Doesn't look cool. Think so. As long as it's warm. Alright, I'm gonna go kick Mouthface's ass. Your teamwork is terrible. You should know something about that hair. It's extremely flammable. He's gonna set the fire to the hairballs. It was only a distraction. It was bait. Checkmate. Hot. Get off this island. Move chess. King Wapple. Blast. Chopper. Nice and warm. Luffy, stretch out and grab my feet. Alright. Now let's go. Arm de l'air. Gumshoot. I'll add some spin. Wapple bites down and... Wapple eats Chopper. Sanji launches Luffy, who spins to hit Wapple straight in his gut. Yeah, Wapple has very good durability. Nami FB isn't as bad as Sanji's own. Flashback isn't as bad as Sanji's own. Sanji got disowned by his family. Then after years of abuse, he got free just to end up nearly starving to death. That's what I'm saying. It's like Sanji's backstory doesn't just end at doesn't just end at like his father disowning him. He literally almost starved to death. Okay, now then. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Luffy, that's Nami's jacket. Looks like he's still alive. Take it off. The hippo guy flew. Wapple, are you hurt? They're stronger than we thought. I'll kill them. It's time for the Munch Munch factory. Dalton's still alive. He was frozen, that's all. Leave him to us. It's the medical 20. Look at all those doctors. Where'd they come from? They're evil doctors. We can't trust them. They're working for the king. What do you intend to do with Dalton? If you want to save him, do is we're still doctors. We're forced to do the king's bidding, but our medical research will benefit this entire kingdom. One quack taught us never give up hope. We will listen to fools like that more. We should listen to fools like that more. I'll show them is allegedly stop beating. The medical 20. The med 20 will save him. Okay. I'll show them the true power of the munch munch fruit. Imagine having the munch munch fruit. He can stand up after that. He's tough. We are tough. Just tell them what I had for breakfast. Yes, sire. This morning on the ship you had one cannon sautéed in butter, one fresh cannon, a bomb, and an explosive salad. And in the village you had one grilled house. He eats funny stuff, doesn't health healthy. Now you will tremble at the power of the munch munch roofed after a meal. He's going to do something. The things I eat eventually become my blood and flesh. Use the munch munch factory. He ate a cannon. Wait, what did he eat? He ate a cannon, one fresh cannon, a bomb, and an explosive salad. He ate two cannons, a house, an explosive salad, and a bomb. Oh. Everything he eats eventually becomes flesh. Everything he eats eventually becomes flesh. Wapple House. A house? No, I ain't seen everything. Behold, the royal technique munch munch factory. Yikes. Wapple eats his own men. He's eating his own men. Cannibal. Another miraculous fusion. Behold, the mightiest warrior in Drum Kingdom. Chess Marimo. Are they serious? He's just riding piggyback. Yeah. He then eats his men to combine. Eats his men in order to combine them. What kind of a toilet does Wapple use? That shit has moon levels of durability. Type shit, actually. You guys think that like Wapple? You guys think like Wapple has like a special Japanese toilet or something like that? You know what I mean? Like he has to have like a special toilet with like an actual like industrial pump. I feel like he should, right? Or do you guys think it's more of a case of like Wapple just absorbing like everything that he eats, therefore he doesn't like actually, you know, poop? I don't know. That's cool. That's not cool. It's stupid. Don't underestimate. If they were weak, the citizens would have risen up and stopped them. The first article of Drunk Kingdom's Constitution, whosoever defies the king's wishes shall die. This is the foremost law of the land. This is my kingdom. This is my castle. The quack doctor's flag comes down. It ruins the whole look. Okay. Egghead's good. I just don't like the setting that much. Wapple would eat his toilet. Would... Wait. Hold on. No, he ate it. No, he ate it. Yes. Oh, come on. Uh, I can't do it. No, he. Yes. Let's see. Back on this bullshit. Mr. Bushido, let's go up the mountain. Let's help him out. Wapol, Koreha, Nami's Figueroa's high. Dalton, baby, calm down. Good hands, you're right. It's important to have faith in others. Thank you, Usopp. You're afraid to go up the mountain. Well, I hear there's a giant snowman up there with bear-like rabbits. Oh, don't be fine. It's fine. You got a problem with that? Dalton, just get up. Out of my way. If we don't fight now, then when will we? Among its destruction, there's only chance for it to be reborn. If we don't rise up now, this country will rot in sickness forever. But you're hurt. What can we possibly do? I'm going to fight whatever the cost. Even if I have to become the villain myself. On my back, I'll carry you to the castle. However, you don't need to world building for a story to be great. Torg is the best world building in fiction. Alright. The pirate flag. Reindeer, that flag. What have you done to the doctor's flags? Fools, killed them, yes, sire. What? The doctor... The doctor even tried to save you. But don't blame all humans. This man isn't worth saving. I won't hurt you, but leave this country forever. What are you saying, Chopper? You can't reason with him, but at least... Chopper tanked multiple rounds of fire. Chopper tanked multiple rounds of cannon fire from Wapol. Luffy climbed the entire castle in the small time it took for Chopper to reach Wapol and get blasted. How strong would Wapol be with gourmet cells? Probably one of the craziest characters of all time because he could literally eat anything. You're a bunch of frauds. You pretended to be pirates, but you weren't willing to risk your lives. You don't know the meaning of this flag. What? Don't worry. I'll carry you to the castle. Usopp, I'm sorry, lad, but I don't think this will work. Yes, it will. I'll carry you all the way. You want to fight for your country and defeat Wapol? Well, don't worry. I can't let such heroism be wasted. That idiot. To the top of the mountain, right? Why, you? Ouch. What are you doing? I was about to get serious. Yeah, I know. Hold it. If you insist, give us 30 minutes and we'll fix the ropeways. It'll make the trip a lot faster. But how? There aren't any ropeway connectors to the castle anymore. There's no one. There's one. Somebody stretched a white rope from a giant tree outside of Gyasta Castle. Gyasta. That's the name of the town Kureho was going to. The meaning of that flag, don't be stupid. Shows you how much, that shows how much you know. What? That flag isn't something to fly on a whim. Fool, I'm the king. Yeah, stop raising. Yeah. Skull and cross. Well, you can't break it. The skull and cross is a symbol of faith. I blasted him to pieces. Wapol fires a cannon blast at Luffy, who stands there and tanks it. See, it's unbreakable. What? Impossible. He's alive. I don't know who it belonged to, but this flag is a promise of life. You don't fly it lightly. It's not something to be laughed at or shot at, so this is a pirate. What's a pirate? Hey, reindeer, I'm gonna kick their asses. What are you gonna do? Fool, if you're so determined to protect that flag, I'll destroy you along with it. That does it. The one with a broken back. I like your spirit, but too soon. Doctor, stop. What are you doing, you fools? We'll just vaporize. We'll just watch. I'll vaporize him. Stop. Get him, reindeer. That snot-nosed kid. Is he trying to do some gumption? I won't let you. I'll lay a finger on Wapple. But you're a strange creature. That must be an abominable snowman. The people used to fear and despise. Why risk your life for them? What a laugh. Be quiet. I may not have any friends, but I can fight as long as the doctor's flag is up. I have a friend right here. I'm your crewmate. Luffy slingshots himself at Wapple. Straw Hat, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm made out of rubber. Hey, Reindeer, can you finish him off? That guy? Easy. Good. And I'll deal with the big nuisance. Blast you, Straw Hat. Stop bouncing all over the place. I'm not playing anymore. I'll finish you off. Just try it. Freak. Get off, you old crone. I want to fight. Just be quiet. Moving and you'll end up crippled. You'll end up crippled for good. You'll be fine. When the time comes, my reindeer will act. My name is Tony Chopper, the name given to me by the world's greatest doctor. He might have been forgiving you for mocking him, but I won't. You'll pay for this. I'll blast you to smithereens. Rumble Ball. The Rumble Ball only lasts 3 minutes. That's all the time I have left. 3 minutes. As if you could defeat me. 3 minutes? Cool. 3 minutes? Ridiculous. Now we'll see something interesting. Damn it, let me fight too. Rumble. What can you do? Snow Thawing, Arrow, Marimo, Walk Point. Okay. So that's your trick. So you've eaten a Devil Fruit egg, a Zoan type like Dalton, you're a Reindeer Man, Heavy Point. What's wrong? I'm a human reindeer. It's the same thing anyway. 3 straight transformation types. Super, Surprise, Marimo, Quattro Hammer. I've seen what you've got, just like Dalton. You got stronger with each transformation. Jumping Point. You stand no chance against a guy like me. Jumping, that's more like flying. What's that? Isn't that human beast form or the little reindeer? This is something new. Guard Point. Impossible. You can't win. Zoans are limited to 3 transformations. How can you? The Rumble Ball is a medicine that can modify the transformation powers of the Devil Fruit. After 5 years of research, I discovered 4 more transformations. 7 stages of transformation. Who cares how many forms you have? What? 7 stages? What a cool reindeer. What's wrong with that boy? The idea of 7 transformations was too much for him. He's delirious. Are we going to fight or not? This little show can't fool us. There's no point. Arm point. Okay, so Chopper uses Rumble Ball. 7 transformations. He can smash a large wooden mallet with his arm point. But I warn you, my iron hooves can destroy boulders. He states his iron hooves can destroy boulders. Creative elements for the first level of medicine can affect the DNA. Yes, some medicines can, I think. If you're gonna get Gear 6 drum operation. Feel real power, super surprise, Quattro Axe, snow slicing blade. Chess Marimo can shoot a flying slash that cut through Chopper and left 2 large slash marks on the castle wall larger than the door. Multi-directional snow splitter. What happened, little reindeer? If you run away, how do you expect to win? Die brain point. I'm not running. I'm looking for a new weak point. It's for you, scope. That's a laser. You're gonna shoot a laser beam? That's just childish. No, now's the time. What are you staring at? What are you doing? Staring me to death? I don't have any weak points. That's just stupid Zoan. Got it. His chin. Okay. Where did he go? Okay. Cloven Sakura. Okay. Roseo. 3 minutes. He did it. Chopper's brain point finds weak spots and he one-shots Wapple's man with a single arm point uppercut. He's gone. He climbed up on that furry hippo to get down here, but when did he leave? Well, you guys are going gaga over Chopper's transformations. I'll need to fix him real quick. We found a way to the hassle. Then Nami, if that hippo touches one hair on Nami, I'll chop it into 100 pieces. Hey, hold it. Does he want to die? What happened to my drum castle? What have they done to my castle? Unforgivable. I'll kill them all. I've wasted enough time. I've been sleeping. I've been stuck here in bed. I've been stuck in bed for 3 days. I can't take it anymore. Mwahaha, who's that? One of the Straw Hat Pirates. Me, a pirate? Why am I'm an innocent young girl, huh? Oh, really? I'm just a navigator passing through. Goodbye. Oh. Aha. Huh? Liar! Yeah, he literally just climbs up the side. I guess I put on some weight lately. It's time for the Munch Factory. I'll just eat. He ate himself. He ate himself. My miraculous physique restoration technique. He turned into a bucket. Slim up Wapple. You can't escape me now. What a weirdo. Mwahaha, you're dead. Wapple takes a stamp from Luffy. He was always that thin. Luffy, what did you do to my jacket? How much? Do you know how much it cost? 28,800, and it was on sale. Sorry, but you threw he threw bombs at me. Damn. Oh well, it's all right. I forgive you. I knew if I lent it to you, you'd just tear it up anyway. So you can pay me 3 times its value plus interest. That's 100. That's 100,000 you owe me. What? I bet you planned this all along. Mwahaha. Now he's in real shape. This is the weapon room. I have the only key. Weapons of every size and shape. I will devour them all and I will incorporate them into my body with my munch shock. And I will see a terrifying human weapon standing before you. Now I shall open the door. The keys, it's gone. I'm not finished yet. Hey, he's stopping. Yeah, so that's what this key is. Arsenal's too bad. I thought it was a key to a treasure vault. How boring. Whoa, the castle blasted. It's covered in snow. Unforgivable. They'll pay for this. They'll know my wrath. I'll show them my real power. The ultimate weapon of Drum Kingdom, the Royal Drum Crown Shot 7-shot Blicking Cannon. Jesus Christ. The Royal Drum Crown 7-shot Blicking Cannon. I've got you now. This is the end. Okay. Bull eats himself in order to get thin. Then takes a kick to the face from Luffy and runs away to find the strongest weapon in Drum Kingdom. The strongest weapon in the Drum Kingdom. Blast you to bits. A nest? Snowbirds? How dare you mock me? I am the king of drums. I am your ruler. Your history, I don't care if you're a king or not. There are things that matter more than power. Dr. He called me his crewmate because I'm a pirate. A village stone. A village kid stumbled on it. They were surprised to see the ropeway. It used to be Correga's house. We want to fight too. Dalton, don't overdo it. People pedal harder. Harder. What a great view. What do you think? Yeah, yeah, yeah. He said there was no medicine for stupidity, but who's the stupid one now? You think you're coming here alive. After a week in the cells, you realize the error of your ways, the insurgency, you trust people, excellent guard. Think it over. The people trust you, you're an excellent guard. The crazy doctor deceived you and filled his heart with dreams, sacrificing stats, you said. Again, who cares about status? Who cares about the king? Uh-huh. Because you're a pirate, you think that status doesn't matter? You're an idiot strawhead. The Drum Kingdom is a member of the world government. You've committed an international crime. I don't care about that. I'm going to beat you up. While you insolent, I'll digest you. Okay, just try to eat me up. Not yet. Munch, munch, shock. Tongue cannon. His tongue turned into a cannon. Yeah. Rain. Politics is power. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cares about power and order. What's wrong about wanting to have a country to have a heart? Drum Kingdom. It doesn't work anymore. But Wapple fires a blast at Luffy from his tongue cannon. Now listen, people, get here into the castle. I want you all to take over. Mwahaha, you fools, don't let on your guard. Nope, you did. What? Blasts him. Luffy dodged the point. Luffy dodged the point blank cannon blast. Okay, bowgun. Okay. What? If you're not willing to put your life on the line, don't ever touch a skull and crossbones. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Luffy stretches his arms so far it reaches the distance of 3 villages away from the top of the castle and sends Wapple to another island. Bazooka. Alright. What are you doing? Whoa, whoa, oh shit. What are you doing? Some guys climbed up a rope. Don't be silly. I climbed like a mountain goat, but this climb was a real adventure. We used a ropeway. They're up to us. When the vulture attacked, I was surprised. They flew right for my heart, but in the last moment I went aside in my usual grace. So what are you guys talking? Kicking butt? Yeah, so the thing coming across was Wapple. What of the other two? Oh, the reindeer kicked their asses. The reindeer took care of Wapple's men? Blue-nosed. You fought for us, thank you. Now Drum will be reborn. What is that weird creature? A reindeer? A monster! That's a crewmate. What? Reindeer, wait, you people. The Dr. Correja, happy to see me. Take the injured man into the infirmary. Nami, better to get treated. Quiet. Back. We'll have to wait a couple days to get back to see you. Want Vivi to get even more despondent. Get back to the infirmary. Dr. Correja can just smash a brick wall with her foot, I guess. Correja can smash a brick wall with a kick. I mean, sure. Okay. Dalton, you know where the key, the castle, weapon storage room, but then Schwapple. Impossible. What a silly thought it would be taking. You're going through. Nami, let me finish your treatment. Convincing. This is the key you wanted so badly. What? You have it? I stole it. You got a lot of guts bargaining with me, clever girl. Fine, your account is paid in full, but as for you releasing, if you forget it. As a doctor, I can't. Hey, wait back. Give me back that key. Two more days. She's right. Finish your treatment. I'm fine. Is it the key you want so badly? Now listen, girlie. I'm going downstairs for a while. My coat is in a drawer in the back room, and I don't have any cards posted. The boy with the broken back's treatment is complete. However, don't try to sneak away. Others come with me. I have a big job for you. Okay. Did you tell me to take the? Did you just tell me to take? Sneak away. Sneak away. I think so. I sure ran around a lot. It's already getting dark. Hey, reindeer. It's looking fun. Let's play together. Okay. Like you humans. Shut up and let's go. Listen. Oh, there are patients. There used to be. Disobeyed your orders. Troublemakers. Dr. Ring. Dr. Ring, I need to talk to you. Looking for. Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to be a pirate. Pirates are worthless scum. You'll end up dead for sure. I don't care. That's what I'm a reindeer. I'm a man too. A crybaby like you is never going to be anywhere. I won't let you get away. Sorry for being all noisy. They can't control themselves. The doctor's research was complete. Accomplished by going after fear. You're going to chase some silly dream like that old quack. Research was complete. Is that him? He's going down the ropeway. Dr. Correja, Mountain. Yeah, I don't like tearful farewells. Or was that a lie too? Doctor, it was just a silly dream. Or was that... Yeah. Success. Everyone, everything set, kiddies? Yes. Listen, Correja, this powder, what is it? Just watch. It's coming from the castle. Wapple's shooting fireworks. That idiot, that's cannon fire. Something's happening. We're being attacked. It's a cannon barrage. Okay, Correja, all the fireballs have been fired. What? It's so pretty. This is what I work for. It's like a dream. The wondrous fools. Get out of the quack. You sure lizard eyeballs will do the trick. Listen, this red powder is no ordinary dust. When it comes in contact with white snow in the atmosphere, brilliant pink snowflakes will fall. Now then, go on. Our stupid son. Jesus. Jesus. Damn. In the tale of Hero Luke's cherry blossom shining in the night, who would become a symbol for a nameless nation's hard-won victory. But the birth of a new kingdom with an unusual flag, it's a story for another time. They must have set sail. Reindeer continuing the legacy of a great physician. If Hero Luke could bring blossoms to this frozen land, then I suppose a silly reindeer can become a pirate. He thinks he's a man. This country will be reborn just like I did. Forgetting about this, there's no mistake. About a week ago, a traveler in Robel was a strange day. We don't know when he got here, but he was pursuing the Blackbeard and the pirate who ravaged our country. When we told him Blackbeard was gone, then let me ask you one more time. He was wearing a straw hat come through here. I told him I'd never seen such a person and shows up. I'll be waiting for him for 10 days. Make sure to tell him. Hey, what's your name? Oh, yeah, my name is Ace. Shows up for Luffy. But there's no pass on that message because they're headed for Alabasta. Strange. It didn't snow that day. When Ace arrived in the town of Robel in Drum, it didn't snow that day. Mr. Priest. So the will of D lives on. Whoa, what the fuck? So the will of D lives on. So what do people call him now? Is that what people call him? Have you ever heard of Gold D Roger D? I thought you mean Gold Roger. There was a soul. There's not a soul in the earth that hasn't heard of him. Is that what people call him now? It seems our reindeer will get more than he bargained for. So the will of D lives on. This is great. Full of cherry blossoms. Yep, yep, yep. Chopper, Chopper. Just gonna sit there and stare all day? Come on here and drink. Nami, look, I've learned this from Yosaku. Hey, you guys, you can't show a little sympathy for them? How did you know? How did you end up in the river? Karu, how did you end up in the river? Why, Karu's alive? Karu's alive. What's the big deal? Oh, shit, the bird got caught in the fucking storm. That's funny as fuck. Probably slipped, clumsy. Shut up, Mr. Bushido. Karu says some guy named Zoro was swimming in the river and vanished, so he dove in to save him and got frozen. It was all for naught. You can understand what Karu says? Sure, I'm originally an animal, you know. That's amazing, Chopper. Then medicine isn't your only talent? Stupid. I'm stupid. I'm completely immune to your flattery, you silly. Doesn't seem that immune. Nami, what was that about medicine? You're a doctor, Chopper. You didn't know that. Then what was it about Chopper that impressed you so much? He's a ranger that can do 7 transformations. An emergency food supply. Damn it, I came down to the mountains to cook. I forgot my medical supplies. Yeah, it was on the sleigh, my backpack. But how? I must have been put in there. Then you packed for the journey? So that was Dr. Ring. She knew that what you were thinking all along. She's a good person. Quiet, you two. Want to join us? Enough. Alright, attention everyone. Yo, Karu got fucked up. Toast to our new crewmate, Karu. Are you okay? Hey, shit cook. Make me more food. Huh? What did you call me? I don't take orders from you. Let's have a welcome thing for Tony Chopper. Then we don't have any more dinosaur meat. Didn't we load up on that? Let's toast, Chopper. This is the most fun I've ever had. To our new crewmate. So the Mary set sails for the kingdom of Alabasta at full speed. Please forgive me. Do why? This ain't no joke. I'm queer. That's what I am. I follow my queer way pride. Just what do you think I am? Okay. Tell me where Zero Pooh's orders to get rid of Mr. 3 between the island of Alabasta and Little Garden. Right, so we stayed on the course all the way to Alabasta from here, and we reached Little Garden without even seeing him. Perhaps you missed Mr. 3, let him get away? No, that's impossible. How come you see him? Idiot. Silence. Anyway, failing in disposing Mr. 3 right now ain't an option. Failure is not an option. If I mess up, Mr. 1 and his partner will kill me. Ain't no joke. Do you understand? I don't want to be a victim to my... If you don't want to be a victim to your queer tempo, then you ain't gonna have a choice. Find Mr. 3, take the Swanda back to Alabasta at full speed. You gotta do it. Okay. What? Do you know what? Rebellion attracts pirates, sir. Crocodile, are you going? Well, I must keep appearances. The 7 warlords of the sea are pirates who crush pirates. We're heroes to the masses. Okay, we're done. Oh, shit! Kenichi's Sister Disciple's getting a second manga. Holy shit, it's been a minute. Dine, how have you been? What is fucking good? Jesus. Alright. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to end things here. I think we're done with Drum Kingdom. I just have to do Alabasta. I almost didn't finish Drum Kingdom today. I need to finish Alabasta. We'll do Alabasta, Skypiea. We'll do Thriller Bark. Yeah, we'll do Alabasta, Skypiea, we'll do Thriller Bark, and then we'll do Long Ring Long as well, because I might need some Long Ring Long. Good to end on a high note. Yeah, No Aizen versus Madara. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll check it out tomorrow. I'll definitely be streaming. Yeah, we'll just do it like that, because I'm tired and I'm starving. You kept getting distracted. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow, and I'll get less distracted. How about that? W stream? Hopefully. 55% of you think that Wapple ate his toilet? Sure. Why not? Alright. Sorry to have to head out so quickly. Yeah. It's been about 5.5 hours. Peace out. Wait, Thine, have you read King and Omega recently? The new rule that they added to the current tournament is kind of crazy. Like, making it so that the entirety of the Kengan Association essentially has to fight each other. Ryan versus, what's-his-face is crazy. Versus Kowloon 1. By the way, I do need to ask, what exact, for those of you that, like, know of Kengan Omega, who do you guys think takes it between Kowloon 1, Sawat, and Ryan? Kowloon. Ryan. Ryan. Just for those of you that might be aware of, like, king and scaling. Thought it was a bit crazy. Actually, you know what? I'll leave it like that. Let me see. This is that. I don't think anybody here actually reads it besides me. And Thine. Really, we're putting it on Kowloon? Okay. That's fair. I don't think Ryan is going to be easily knocked out of the tournament, though. I'd probably be I'm a Ryan guy myself. I think that Ryan would probably take it. I'm going to head out. Sorry about that. Actually, I need to use the bathroom. Holy shit. I'll catch you guys later. Peace out. Okay.